nikivikwa haki yake, sina hofu mbele zake. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, mimi ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, mimi ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, mimi ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, mimi ndiye mwamba ni salama. Malaika nakupenda, malaika, malaika nakupenda, malaika, nami nifanyeje kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Malaika nakupenda, malaika, malaika nakupenda, malaika, malaika nakupenda, malaika, nami nifanyeje kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu,
pesa zanisumbua,
pesa zasumbua roho yangu, nami nifanyeje kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Kidege ukuwaza, we kidege malaika, kidege ukuwaza, we kidege, nami nifanyeje kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika. cha upele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, kama ni maradhi yapeleke kwa daktari. Cha upele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, kama ni maradhi yapeleke kwa daktari.
Waniambia niache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuiacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Waniambia niache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuiacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Tum tururum, tum tururum, tum tururum, tum tururum, tum tururum, tum tururum.
Aha.
Tum tururum,
Muziki bila jasho.
tum tururum, tum tururum, tum tururum.
Cha upele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, kama ni maradhi yapeleke kwa daktari. Cha upele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, kama ni maradhi yapeleke kwa daktari.
Waniambia niache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuiacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Waniambia niache twisti, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuiacha twisti kwa sababu yako.
Kama wanipenda,
Twende kwa Baba, akisha kuona nizoe mali nitoe. Kama wanipenda, twende kwa Baba, akisha kuona nizoe mali nitoe.
Waniambia niache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuiacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Waniambia niache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuiacha rumba kwa sababu yako.
Waniua kipenzi, waniua,
oh baby,
waniua kipenzi, waniua,
Waniua kipenzi, waniua, waniua kipenzi, waniua, waniua kipenzi, waniua, waniua kipenzi, waniua.
Smile yako hiyo mufti yaniua, smile yako hiyo mufti yaniua,
Smile yako hiyo mufti yaniua, smile yako hiyo mufti yaniua. Kweli waniua kipenzi, waniua, waniua kipenzi, waniua, waniua kipenzi, waniua, waniua kipenzi, waniua.
Mwendo wako wa aste aste waniua, mwendo wako wa aste aste waniua,
mwendo wako wa aste aste waniua, mwendo wako wa aste aste waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua.
Figa yako namba 8 yaniuaua, figa yako namba 8 yaniuaua,
figa yako namba 8 yaniuaua, figa yako namba 8 yaniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua.
Smile yako yaniuaua, smile yako yaniuaua,
smile yako yaniuaua, smile yako yaniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua.
Nywele zako za asinga zaniuaua, nywele zako za asinga zaniua,
nywele zako za singa zaniuaua, nywele zako za singa zaniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua.
nywele zako zaniuaua, nywele zako zaniuaua,
nywele zako zaniuaua, nywele zako
za Nigeria
zaniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua, waniuaua kipenzi, waniuaua.
Mama akina Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama akina Sofia,
mwambie Sofia wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele.
Mama we,
Santa we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele.
Mama we,
Santa we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele.
mama we,
Mama we,
baba we,
Santa we,
mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Punda alinyimwa pembe, akapewa masikio, akapewa na mlio wa milele na milele. Punda alinyimwa pembe, akapewa masikio, akapewa na mlio wa milele na milele. Mama we, Santa we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, Santa we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele.
Mama we, Daisy we,
Santa we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele.
Mama we, RUPHA we,
Santa we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele.
Good morning. Habari yenu? Salama sana. Haya, we want to settle down. We are already at 9:10. How is Nairobi? Umefurahia? Ama nyinyi watu wa Nairobi? Karibuni. Karibuni. So I think I would like us to stand up for a word of prayer. Let us pray and believe. Lord in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you for our health. We thank you for our strength. We thank you for this meeting. Lord, as we discuss whatever we will today, be with us, bless us, and as we travel back to our workplaces and our homes, bless us. In Jesus' name we pray. Thank you. We don't have any other people outside, so today is a short day. We still have a few of our sponsors who would like to just give us short presentations to us. We'll restrict them to around 5 to 10 minutes. I will invite our Vice Chair, Reverend Karaoke, to come and go through the list of our presenters, and eventually the next presenter will come in. We have a few speakers with us. We are awaiting other guests, but for the time being, let's start with our sponsors. Thank you. Karaoke.
Good morning once again. Mine is to appreciate first the sponsors that showed up today that were not there yesterday. Quite a number have come on the other end, as much as I encourage you to go and see what they have for you that was not displayed yesterday. But having said that, and in the interest of time, we'll begin taking our first presentation for the morning, and we will have Dream Credit Limited to do the first presentation for the morning, and then we will pick it from there. After Dream Credit, we will have Hatch Tech that will be following, so they can be preparing. So without much ado, let me welcome the representative of Dream Credit, to come and give her presentation. Let's put our hands together for Dream Credit. It's worth noting that Dream Credit are one of our major sponsors for this convention, and therefore interacting with them has always been a pleasure. So let's give her another round of applause.
Thank you very much. The chair and RUPHA board, and all represented here. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Mwaura, and I'm in charge of both internal and external happiness in the company. When I talk about happiness, I'm in charge of HR as well as operations of the company. And I know some of you are wondering, who is this Dream Credit? And Dream Credit is a credit-only microfinance that started in the year 2009. And having been amongst you, all the medics, the doctors, I can say at least today, I'm here being a financial doctor. And when we say that, for the last 7 years, we've been doing our research. And what we've been asking ourselves is that, what do health sector want? What do hospitals want? And what we've been able to find out is that, number one, hospitals want to pay their bills on time, be it the salaries, be it the suppliers. Because when we pay everything on time, and especially the suppliers, we are even able to save on some coins, hence contributing to the bottom line. We can be in a position even to negotiate and get a trade discount. That is one of the needs and wants for the health sector. And number two things that we have found out in the span of the 7 years that we've been doing the research is that also hospitals want to grow. And how is this growth? The growth is one, facilities want to deepen in terms of the services we are offering to our patients. And when saying that, I want to give a scenario that one of our partners had. And this was a clinic. They were seeing a patient. And being a woman here today, I can say they were also seeing ladies who are expectant, the prenatals and all that. But now this particular lady, after walking in the hospital, they expected that it will go smooth and it will be a normal delivery. Unfortunately, some complication came in. However, the facility did not have the necessary equipments to be able to see through this client or the patient. What happened is that this patient was transferred to a different facility, and guess what? That's a business lost. So for a business owner having a facility, one of the things is, how can we be in partnership to ensure that all the services that are required within your facility are available? Because the cost of doing business also involves the cost or the business you have lost to your competitors just because you don't have that facility within, that service within your facilities. Having said that, the other want that the health facilities are in need of is growth in representation. We all want to expand our wings. And within the 47 counties, we want to have something representing our facilities there. How do we get there? How do we go? And I know those are the top things that really, in a businessman's and woman's mind, we keep on asking ourselves. What happens after we did that research? We know the needs keep on evolving. And I stand here in humility for the partners who have given us the data, for the partners who have trusted us to walk this journey together. Also, I want to give you a scenario that happened. There was this one time, we had our regular customer who was consuming our other loans products, but we received a call at night because her daughter was sick. And where she had, the customer had taken the child to hospital, they were requiring some deposit to be paid because they needed an admission. It was not possible to proceed with the treatment for this because I believe even your facilities, you don't do it for free. And there are even costs that are involved in doing so. So early the following morning, we did some exemptions. And we were able to meet our client in that facility, processed the loan for that customer, and the daughter was able to be attended for. And for us, we are happy, and I'm happy to note that the daughter was treated and now is well. For us, we really value the services that you offer, because that is the kind of impact. Because you're in the business of saving lives. Having said that, Dream Credit, we came up with a solution for hospitals. And the solution, we are giving freedom to the hospital owners. What do I mean by freedom? Freedom by giving you a limit that you can be able to meet all the wants that you have, be it paying the suppliers, paying your salaries, be it expanding, knowing very well you have a financial partner backing you up. So once you come to Dream Credit, we are able to assess your business, and we are able to give you a limit. And this limit, you are able to draw down depending with your needs. We understand at times you might be waiting to be paid a certain amount of money. But unfortunately, on the due date that you're expecting, the money doesn't come through. And due to the fact that you are waiting, you had also made some promises on some payments. And friends, that's where Dream Credit come in. And today, I want to extend the invitation, calling upon you to make us your partners so that we can finance your next aspiration. Because at Dream Credit, we finance your dreams for a better life. Thank you very much.
Probably before she leaves, anyone with a question for her, so that we take her questions first. Some microphone. You can shoot up your hands if you have a question for Dream Credit. Oh, it seems to have sunk. All right, it's like you gave them money early in the morning, so they are satisfied. But in case of any question, please, they have a stand just across. You can visit them and get more details. Asante sana. A round of applause for Mount. And thank you so much on behalf of RUPHA for considering to sponsor this event. Let me have our next presenter, and that is Hatchtech. Thank you. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate Hatchtech.
RUPHA board members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Damaris Wanjiku from Hatch Technologies. I'm the sales and marketing associate. We'll do a small video first. I hope it will allow us a 4-minute video to be able to show you what Hatchtech in conjunction with NEST. NEST is the program that supports newborn in sub-Saharan Africa. So I'd like you to watch the video. You see the impact we've created with governments as we look forward to partner with the private sector.
Hello. As they do the setup, we'll do a number. We have lawyers in the house apart from Brian. We have lawyers. Wow, I've seen 2 brown lawyers. That is Makoha and Wanyonyi.
Ala.
Awesome. So we'll do a comical one.
Kwenye parapara hapa kosi baiskeli, kwani baiskeli ni kari yake Muluya. Kwenye baiskeli hapa kosi Peppa Park, kwani Peppa Park ni handbag yake Muluya. Kwenye Peppa Park hapa kosi redio, kwani redio ni mobile yake Muluya. Kwenye redio hapa kosi salamu, kwani salamu ni hopi yake Muluya. Kwenye salamu hapakosi uchumbe.
Brian,
Kuvunjika kwa mwiko sio mwisho wa kupika ukali. Kwenye parapara hapakosi baiskeli, kwani baiskeli ni gari yake Muluya. Kwenye baiskeli hapakosi paper pack, kwani paper pack ni handbag yake Muluya. Kwenye paper pack hapakosi redio
ya Sanyo,
kwani redio ni mobile yake Muluya. Kwenye redio hapakosi salamu, kwani salamu ni hopi yake Muluya.
Brian,
Kwenye salamu hapakosi ujumbe ya kwamba kuvunjika kwa mwiko sio mwisho wa kupika ukali.
it is very sad, lakini hiyo ndio ujumbe. Kuvunjika kwa mwiko
sio mwisho wa kupika ukali, eh? Thank you.
The sound source is HDMI. This is a Epson, so we need to change the sound source. Reduce this. Okay. Reduce the screen. Go to sound.
It's at 100.
Okay, but what we mind is, see, that is the main sound source. That is the power. It is okay.
You know, another baby, not just 1, 2, 3, and sometimes 5 would die. I'm a pediatrician by training. Over the past decade, really I've been looking after the newborn. I work in Malawi, one of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa, where technology is an issue. I was trained in England, and so, you know, I came from a background where a year would pass without you losing a patient on the ward. When I was done with my training, I had to go back home. And then I was faced with this tough reality. Every day you walked on the ward, you just had this bad feeling, you know, another baby, not just 1, 2, 3, and sometimes 5 would die. And when I looked at those babies that we lost, I knew if they were in a different environment, we wouldn't have lost them.
Preterm birth is now the leading cause of global death for children around the world. In Africa, more than 1 million newborns die, and the vast majority of these deaths are unnecessary and preventable. If we look at newborn intensive care units in high-income countries, babies are surrounded by technologies designed to help them survive and to thrive. But in low-income countries, in African countries, babies have to rely on a donated set of equipment that is not designed to work in the harsh environmental conditions of those hospitals, the hot, humid, dusty conditions. We can change this situation. We can save newborn lives if we make available NEST, Newborn Essential Solutions and Technologies, a comprehensive set of technologies designed to deliver high-quality, comprehensive newborn care.
African newborn wards need a bundle of technologies that are designed to be effective affordable, and sustainable in that environment. But these technologies cannot be introduced one at a time, or we continue to perpetuate the problem. They need to be introduced as a bundle of technologies paired with education systems to be able to
So we've come to an end of the presentation. As you've seen there, Nest 360, together with Hatch Technologies, we offer life-saving solutions to preterm babies, to newborn, and our partnership, or rather, Hatch originated from Nest 360, and we work with alliances of 16 organizations, global organizations, to support and prevent newborn deaths. So by us being in the picture as Hatch Technologies, we offer this bundle, we make it accessible, and we build capacity, meaning we train clinically and technically. We train your personnel. We also, our value proposition towards this program is that we technically support the equipments, we train, we also offer financial. We've partnered with most of, we have 13 sites in Kenya, we've partnered with the government, and the donations we've offered are in 13 sites, all level 5 hospitals, and through that, we would like to partner with the private sector, and by private sector, I mean we would like to commercialize and offer financial support for these devices, just to create and expand the impact. Because our core mission is to curb neonatal mortality in sub-Saharan Africa. So these equipments are available. We have our partners here. We've partnered with Mediglobe, who is our local distributor in Kenya. And we work in 4 countries, as you've seen from the video. That is a video that was taken from Malawi. We are in 4 countries in Africa. So we are in Malawi, Tanzania, Kenya, and Nigeria. So in all those 4 countries, we have local distributors just to make it, to increase the impact, to make them available for the private market in order to curb this neonatal mortality. So we look forward to partnering with RUPHA. We've actually started some negotiation around economy of scale. We see how we can make this bundle accessible and how we can support your staff. Just by a show of hands, which facilities have a newborn unit? Show of hands. A functional, fully equipped NICU or NBU? So you see, it's actually 1% of the crowd. So, Bwana Chairman, we will start discussions around it. We actually look to build capacity, because going by the few interactions I've had, the reason why most of you do not want to invest is because you find that the personnel are not fully equipped. The nurses are not well trained. They sort of like are timid around preterm babies. So as Hatch Technologies, we look forward to training your staff. And this partnership, mostly on capacity building, we do it free of charge. So we can be able to consolidate region-wise, train your staff, and then from there, we pick it up, we can pick this conversation, be able to make these devices available to most of your facilities. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Another round of applause for... Yeah, we need technology for us to save life. And that's one of the areas that we are keen on. I visited her stand and I told her personally, I am passionate for babies. We can't stand to see another one lost life in Africa during childbirth. It is impossible again. Najua wazungu wameenda, so I can break their language. Let me take this opportunity to bring our third presenter. And this is none other than Lab and Allied. Lab and Allied coming in as a sponsor in this conference and also as a partner of a newly formed RUPHA drug agency. They are manufacturers, and so we will be getting right from the manufacturers the products that we have. So let me bring in my brother from Lab and Allied to come and do his presentation.
Good morning. How are you all? My name is Prashant. I am representing the company called Laboratory and Allied Limited. Shortly, it is known as Lab and Allied. At the outset, I would like to thank the management organizer of RUPHA for giving this opportunity, this platform, to say who we are, how a local manufacturer can help to engage in healthcare system to help us pass, we can give lot of benefits to the patients. So who we are, Lab and Allied is a manufacturer. It manufactures medicines, everything. We manufacture around 350 products. It is based in Nairobi, Kenya. So it is a 50 years old company. 50, actually it is, this year it is turning 53. So it is 52 years of presence. We have 350 plus products. We are a team of 836 currently. We are present along with Kenya, another 12 countries in East Africa, Southern Africa, and Central Africa. And we have 10 marketing divisions to reach all the regions. So this has been journey we started in 1970. So we have 50 years of real-time experience working in Kenya based on the need of the market. So we cater to all therapeutic segments, and we have been partner to all elite customers of the country and the region. And we headquartered in Nairobi. It is on Mombasa Road, but you can see from the graph, we are present everywhere in the region. And I'll tell you a point how it helps us. See, a local manufacturer, as a company, we make it is a commercial objective. We'll make products and we'll get money. But at the end, we'll give the medicines which are affordable to our patients. And also we generate the revenue for the country when we export a lot. So what sales we do in Kenya, equally also we get the same sales from out of Kenya. So those money we are bringing to Kenya. And we cater to all therapeutic range. And just I want to highlight a few things. See, we say when it is manufactured in locally, might be, some challenges are there, in terms of technology, in terms of manpower, in terms of expertise. But I'd like to highlight, today in the world of globalization, if you look at the accessibility to the information, accessibility to the technology, anybody, anywhere sitting can access to anything. So the machines which we use here, the technology which we use here is, you can find in the multinational. Just thing is that we assemble the things in Nairobi or Kenya, but our competitors are doing out of Kenya. And I want to highlight a few of our quality policy. We are in the market for last 50 years. We have been enough experience to understand what is the challenges in the production quality. And I want to stress on a point that the raw materials we buy to produce the medicines as a finished product in Kenya is the best in quality, and you take any multinational's name, where they buy from products, raw materials, APIs, excipients, we buy in the same place. So I want to challenge one thing, is that take one product of Lab and Allied and take any product of multinational, which is you'll find in 10x, 9x in the price, and take to any independent lab at our cost, do the analysis, and if you find it is any point, it is lesser than in terms of efficacy, therapeutic index, analysis, resolution rate, anything, I'll challenge to give 10x expenses what we will be incurring in the process. Okay, so we have been in the market for long. We know what is needed, and we are the company who are the first time we introduced amoxicillin dispersible tablet, because you know that many of us, they cannot afford a refrigerator when they open antibiotics like cephalosporin or any amoxicillin. They have to keep in the refrigeration after the reconstitution. So we are the company to first come up with a dispersible tablet for the pediatric use, and we are the company to produce amoxiclav in the country. We are the only one. And out of 54 countries in Africa, only 4 countries produce amoxiclav. And one in South Africa, one in Egypt, another in West Africa, another in East Africa. East Africa, only one company, that is Lab and Allied. And we have the machines which we are using, it is unique, and it is state of the art. And we are the only company to have an independent facility for the iron preparation. We are the only company to have an independent facility. We are the only one to produce cephalosporin in the country. We are the only one who produce injectable in the country. We are the only one who got approved for the suppositories. And we are the only one in the country out of 40 manufacturers we produce eye ointments and some sterile products. And as a company, we have been audited by PPB, and we are the first company got approved GMP from the EAC, East African Community. Also, we have got, as we are present in 12 countries, so we have the approval from the respective regulatory bodies. Also, we have been supplying to reputed NGOs like MAID, CNCAP, IDA, USAID, and MEG in Netherlands. And also in the private market, we have been directly working with Aga Khan, Gateroots, also in NGO, MEDS, and the government facilities like KNH, KEMSA, and some NGOs like Clinton Health and USAID. And I have highlighting, talking something marketing speech, but I request you to come and visit your facility. We welcome everybody, and we'll attend everybody. We'll give good time. Please come and see real-time experience how medicines are made, how powder is converted into syrup, capsule, tablet. You have your own real-time experience and come and see. So we have 350 products. Another 100 around products are coming soon. And some of the products just I want to highlight here. We have, say, glue down metformin. This is, we have pack in 2x14, we have pack in 4x14. And we have glibenclamide. Our brand name is Glimide. It is pack of 2x14, 8x14. And we have losartan and losartan H. And our brand name is just very similar, just missing is R. Then we have Jalak range. We are the only company in the country who has micronized aceclofenac. Micronized aceclofenac means the level of particle size which you find in other products is around 140 to 160 micron, but the particle size of aceclofenac what you find here is less than 10 micron. So in this way, there is no side effect as compared to the normal aceclofenac, because it does not stay long in the body. Also, we have cough range, around 20 cough range, starting from 30 shilling, 40 shilling to 100 shilling. And as a company, we believe in giving back to the society. Many of you must be doing the similar things like medical camps and those things. And we love to partner with you. If you do any medical camp, please reach to us. will donate you medicines to facilitate your medical camps. So at the end, I would like to thank you for the management of RUPHA for giving this opportunity. And also, I want to use this platform to officially invite you on the behalf of management of Lab and Ally to visit us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prasant. That was awesome. So 300 products plus 100 coming. I think our shelves will be satisfied. Is that all right? Let's celebrate Lab and Allied again. And being a local company, we appreciate you. I also want to bring Medics East Africa for their presentation. Let's appreciate Medics.
Will it fall?
Good morning. The chairman, RUPHA, the board of management, and the members at large. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving us this platform to talk about what we do in the market. I'm looking around and I'm seeing most of you have interacted with us at one area or another. My name is Solomon Kuria, and I'm here to represent Medics East Africa. Medics East Africa is a distributor of medical equipment here in Kenya. We've been in operation for over a decade now, having worked with most of your facilities. We are in government, we are in private institutions, we are in faith-based institutions, and non-governmental institutions. I just don't want to do the presentation. I just want to give you a story that resonates to most of you in your journey of providing healthcare and medical solutions to your clientele, and that is the patients at large in our country. Now, just in a brief, Medics was founded in the year 2007 and incorporated in the year 2012 as a limited liability company. And the company started, it has grown systematically from a small intimate company to an establishment with a vast portfolio of suppliers and partners. In the past few years, we have further broadened our scope of activities by introducing more diverse lines, that is product lines, and we are constantly expanding our portfolio by engaging global reputable manufacturers as part of our growth strategy. We are a household brand from government and public institutions across the board, private institutions like yourself, non-governmental organizations like I mentioned, and faith-based organizations. We pride ourselves as the sole providers of reliable, affordable, quality solutions to the regional healthcare, as is evidenced by our strong clientele. Now, with that, I want to mention that as a company, we are providing solutions in various departments in a hospital setting. If you have your own project that is coming up, we are able to fully set up for you the laboratory department. We are able to set up for you the radiology. By radiology, I mean we have digitized the X-rays, that is the X-rays, the CMs, and the ultrasounds. We are also in the critical care, that is the ICU and the NICU. We also are in the oral health, that is in the dental. We are also in the operating room. We can provide you complete solutions in theater. Some of the solutions that we are offering at Medics are displayed at the farthest end. I can confidently say that we are in the initial stages of engaging the management of RUPHA, whereby we are going to advance very good discounts to members of RUPHA who have got upcoming projects that they would want to equip. And what are these discounts that we are going to advance? If we have a project, or you have a project that you feel that you would want to engage Medics, we take up the project as a whole, and we decide to, free of charge, equip one department. Let's say for a hospital setting, if we are assisting you to equip the hospital setting, we can decide to give you a free laboratory. And that is what we have done. I believe we have done with 2 or 3 clients so far. And as I'm saying, we are in the initial stages of ensuring that we engage the management so that you, being a member of RUPHA, you can benefit by saving a little bit as you set up your project. Number 2, I spoke about affordability. I want to mention that in medical equipment, as you know, cheap might be expensive. But as we bring forth this technology that is very good, digitized, as is with the theme of this year's convention, we also bring it in such a way that it is affordable to you. You don't have to pay so much. It is accessible to you. By it being affordable, it will be accessible to you. And with this, we have partnered with a few global manufacturers and for premium products. I realized I've not been projected because for X-rays and maybe something like digital X-rays and C-arms, we are distributing for a company, a manufacturer called Browina, and a few of you have the technology in your institutions. For critical care and operating room, we are Komen distributors. It has been displayed over there. We have got anesthetic machines that range from the low level going all the way to the high level, something that can ventilate from newborns to, that is pediatrics, to adults. We are also Sonoscape distributors for ultrasound with very good offers, from portable ultrasounds to something that will also be able to give you cardiac and 4D. So these are technologies that you can be able to access. We also have on-board modalities of acquiring this, which is not cast on stone, that you cannot discuss and give us a proposal of how you want to make the technology accessible in your area. In terms of quality and sustainability, we have a team of engineers and technical people, and is evident with the areas that we are working that usually assist in sustaining the solutions that we sell to you. Because selling is one thing, and sustaining the equipment is another thing. I believe none of you would want to invest money, and in a few months you are looking for other solutions. So we have got modalities of how we are in a position to ensure that whatever you get from us is sustainable. I would wish not to take much of your time, but I'm requesting the moderator if I can get maybe 1 or 2 questions so that I feel like I'm not talking to myself.
Question?
Yes, 1. Very good. Thank you. I'm encouraged.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is great. Always when you talk of tax, you're interested to know the costs. Maybe you can mention about that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Francis Kasiamani from Kakamega, Nala Hospital. Mine is just a word of encouragement to members that medics are good people. We've had business with them, and that it all went well. Up to now, we are looking forward to continue working with them all through, because they've once supplied us and their products are good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. About cost, as we work, we have a slogan. We say that we are medical solutions provider. And these solutions that we provide in various departments of hospitals, we have to ensure that we tailor-make them to be affordable to most of the institutions. So for these projects that we have, I can assure you we are going to make them very affordable, because cost is relative. But our first line of discussion and negotiation is based on quality. Because as is with the theme here, we have to ensure that we give quality diagnostic solutions or management solutions to our clients. Number two, we come to cost. Cost, we ensure that the prices that we give to our customers are affordable and in line with what is in your pocket. So cost will be related to the size of the project that you're going to have. But for departments, we don't work with multiple brands. We work with particular brands. That means any brand that we bring on board, we can authoritatively be able to offer after-sales service. So we cannot come to your project and tell you that for this one, for a hospital in Meru, we are going to give you Sonoscape. For the hospital in Kakamega, we are going to give you another brand. No. We represent particular manufacturers because we also want our people, that is our technical people, to be empowered on how to offer after-sales service. That means it is going to be sustainable. That means it is going to save money. So it's very affordable. Come to our stand over there. Give us your proposal. We are going to revert very fast with a proposal on how we can provide solutions. Any other question? Yes.
I think he was asking about the costing. So being a RUPHA member,
yes,
it is must to know how we are going to provide and the costing. What, let's say you have, if possible, you can give some example so that we will get more confidence. You know, its presentation is good, but sometimes needs to know the feasibility. You know, after installation, there is a lot of problems comes and payment, these blah, blah stories are coming. So that clarity needs to be there.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you mean by cost. Case example, you have a project. This is a hospital project, and it has several departments. We are going to equip one of the departments, that is laboratory, free of charge, and this applies to the RUPHA members. If you have a hospital setting department by department, give us the proposal, we come up with a deal, you have a free laboratory. In terms of cost of maintenance, there is something we advance to most of the members. There is the cost of spare parts and the cost of servicing. For us, we give you free cost of servicing. And we also give you lifetime of the machine, that is retraining of any staff that joins your facility. If you bought an equipment 3 years ago or a department 3 years ago from us, and you feel that your staff members require retraining, we offer free of charge. So at this moment, I'm not able to give you cost in terms of figures because that is related to the size of your project. But if at all I tell you that if you have a hospital project, we are going to give you a free diagnostic laboratory. That is, we'll provide you maybe an immunoassay, we'll provide you a biochemistry, we'll provide you a hematology, and all the auxiliary projects equipment as we equip the other facilities. And some of these discounts will be communicated maybe by the management. Like I said, we are in the initial stages. They are negotiating on your behalf. They'll continue getting better deals for you. Once we have a deal that can be communicated in your platform, it will be communicated. If you feel like you would want to reach out to us individually, we'll provide our numbers there, and you feel free to reach to us. Yes. Okay, this is a very good question, and it's a very tricky one. Warranty, the one that we extend to you, is extended to us by the manufacturer. So if the warranty of an equipment is 1 year, we extend it to you, that is service and parts. But we can decide to extend the period in terms of service alone. But the warranty that is given by the manufacturer is what we will extend to you. But it is negotiable depending on case by case. You can come up and tell us, for this particular project, I want you to come up with a way whereby you'll support us for 3 years without asking for any extra charge. So it is usually 1 year standard from the manufacturer or less. But as a company, based on where you are and the type of equipment and the need of attention that the technology requires, we can extend that based on case to case. I hope I have answered properly. Give me 3 minutes. Nimejibu? All right. With that, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very good question. On the laboratory setup, I know there is something that has been going around called placement and purchase. For placement, whereby maybe somebody gives you an equipment and then loads the cost of the equipment in the reagents, you find that your cost per test is very high and your patients are unable to access. Now, that is different. And as I am here, you understand that we are in commercial business, and every other company is in commercial business, such that if we give you an equipment, most of them would want maybe to recover on the cost of equipment. But what we are giving you when you have a big project is this. We give you at the same price list price for the reagents, and we don't give you the equipment on placement. We give you a zero-rated invoice. That means the equipment is owned by the institution. If you have a hospital project that we have equipped the whole of it, and then we give you the actual warranties. So it is not going to be on placement. The cost of the reagents is not going to be inflated. It is going to be the normal cost of reagents that hospital A that purchased is buying at. So we don't have hidden undercut deals that are going to emerge later. Okay. With that, I appreciate. Thank you so much. I'm hoping I'll be able to meet you in the course of today. Like I said, my name is Solomon Kuria, and I'm the Managing Director, Medics East Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Medics. Yeah, I would like us to take an icebreaker before I invite our chair immediately after to take us to the next session.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't have a presentation. Kindly be my presentation today. So we are going to have a breaker. We have a Vuvuzela band, and one of the things that we normally do, we do music therapy in hospitals. So kindly just stand up. Just stand up wherever you are. And you can slightly look for a space, because there are some of us who are slim. There are some of us who are occupying huge space. Just stretch out, not in somebody's pocket though. Good. So it's a very simple song. It's called I Will Make You Fishers of Men. Where there is an F, that is female, you will sit down. Where there is an M, that is male, men will do what? Will sit down. And then when you pass that line, you stand up. So we'll give it a try. No exam for now. I will make you fishers of men.
1.
Fishers of men.
2.
Fishers of men.
3.
I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Trial is over. Stand up, stand up. So we do it again. If you miss, you will miss the food, huh? I know there are some Catholics who are fasting, but we are still looking at you, huh? Okay, here we go now. We have CCTV cameras which are around. We start. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow. Wait. The gender is confusing me. There are some male who are female. Oh, there are some male who are doing female stuff, huh? Okay, now the last one, huh? It's very simple. You do what I'll be doing. Making melodies in my heart. Making melodies in... You can just... Making melodies in my heart to the King of Kings. Thumbs out. Thumbs out. Elbows out. Elbows out. Your knees bend. Knees bend. Oh yeah. Making melodies in my heart. Making melodies in my heart. Making melodies in my heart to the King of Kings. Thumbs up, thumbs up, elbows out, elbows out. Your knees bend, your head bend, then turn around, Here we go. Making melodies in my heart, making melodies in my heart, making melodies in my heart to the King of Kings. My 2 minutes are over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vuvuzela. Me, I was just feeling like a fish. Right. Good morning. Good morning. Bwana asifiwe. Mko wazima. First, let me thank all of you who have come for day 2. I know we've had a very long day 1, and I believe most, if not all of us, enjoyed how day 1 was. Ama namna gani? Today is our day. It's an internal affairs day, but we still have a few speakers who must come forward. And the next one gives me a lot of joy to invite, because when we have been interacting by phone calls, by social media, many of you said you want to see this gentleman. But I assured him that it will be a peaceful meeting. So by show of hands, how many just want to promise me before God that it will be a peaceful meeting? Let me see that one. Wale hamjainua mikono, Mungu anawaona. Okay, so we have our friend Mishra. I cannot pronounce the first name. It's Pamanand. Yes, Pamanand Mishra, who is the Director of Operations at MAKL. Isn't it a privilege for us to have MAKL in the house? Sindio, how many of you are happy to see MAKL? I know you might have a lot of burning issues. Not all of them can be addressed when Mr. Mishra comes here. But I have requested him, the ExCom has requested him, to stay a little longer, some 10, 15 minutes after he's spoken, so that those of you who want to have one-on-one interaction can have that. Why I'm saying that is, please, when he's here and question time comes, try and restrict your questions to general questions that will help everyone. If you have a particular claim for your hospital, hiyo utapewa kando. Lakini hii ambayo ni general, operational issues of how they are doing business, we are doing business, you can ask when he's here. Those ones of kuna claim yangu imekwama mahali ya 700,000 utamuona kando. Thank you so much, members, for that agreement. Without further ado, let us welcome Mr. Mishra from MAKL.
Thank you, Mr. Brand, and Vice Chair, and the Madam. And thank you all. You know, I feel at home because most of the people knows me, and I know them personally and professionally. So we are one family. I always say whenever we meet alone even, I always say we are a family. So now we are seeing our whole family here. So we are going to have a good session here. It is called partnership, and we are here to have a partnership with RUPHA. You know, the name is what? RUPHA, Rural Private Hospital Association of Kenya. It means a lot, but we'll talk separately. But again, thank you, Chair, and myself, Mishra. My name is Parmanand Mishra. So first name is a little bit difficult, so I always say myself Mishra. Now I am from MKL, and we have the team, so I want to introduce them also, so that we'll have a small presentation from them, and then I'm going to take over, okay? Then we'll explain you more about MKL and how we operate and how we are going to work together as a team. So come. So let them introduce themselves. It will be better because they are the one who is running the show. I am the backbone.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Guge. I'm a service provider relation manager at MKL. And I'm happy to be here today. I would like to do a very short presentation, but before that, let my colleague introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invite. I'm Rhoda Muganda from MKL. I work in scheme management.
Thank you. Okay, all right. I'd like to talk a few things about MKL. MKL is one of the largest third-party administrator in the country that we have. And we have also partnered with several insurance, leading insurance company in Kenya, and we administer two of the largest healthcare schemes for national government. That is a Teacher Service Commission and National Police Service, as well as Kenya Prison Services. And we also administer county-level healthcare schemes like Machakos County, Kiambu County, Meru County, and others that are within our area. So far, we have accredited more than 700 hospitals at our panel, and the hospital is widely spread across the country that make the service delivery very easy to our client. And through our engagement with the hospitals, we ensure that we are able to afford the healthcare services to our clients. How we work, MKL is most dynamic and innovative administrator in Kenya, and we continuously working toward improving our services. We believe in paperless transactions, so we are not going to tell you to submit claims to us, either through G4S or anything. We have developed a very robust interactive software. It's called PSMS, as most of you know. In full is patient service management system. And this software does not require any integration and is easily accessible. So for those who of us are requesting for integration, we do not require integration. Our training is provided to our service provider on the usage of the system. You know, currently we are processing over 400,000 claims plus in a month, and extraordinarily raise of the resources of the provision of compassionate state-of-the-art care. We are supposed to identify and respond to the insurance health-related needs, diverse population. Why we have chosen RUPHA? Because of the wide network of the hospital to bring closer to our clients. Non-exploitation of medical covers due to unnecessary admissions, and all services being under one roof. That is lab and radiology and consultation. We don't have to send someone to another facility for a lab service or an imaging service, and then come back to RUPHA service, to RUPHA hospitals, again for consultation or for continuation of the treatment. That's why we have chosen RUPHA, because we have all under one roof. Qualified medical personnel, as well as consultants, better equipped to offer personalized care, upscale amenities, as well as better medical equipment, and well-managed intensive cares, as well as ward and many more. So those are some of the few reasons we have chosen to work with RUPHA, and many more that are there. Our channel of communication, we have our contact center, which is 24/7. We also have a mobile app. It is still under development. We share with that once it's done. WhatsApp is there. It's called Linda. Once we have a partnership with you, we have included that as a part of our contractual agreement, that anything that we like to raise to MKL, we will raise through these platforms. Our USSD code and our social media platforms, we also there. Our contact center numbers, they are there. For TSC, we have this 0730-604-000 number. That again is for exclusively for Teacher Service Commission members. And for NPS and KPS, we have the other number, 0730-704-000. That one is for NPS, KPS. We also have our support center. We can reach them through this email, support@MKL. And these are 24/7 contact details. So you can contact us at any time of the day, any time of the night, either weekend or any time of the weekday. In service provider support, we offer an on-site training as well as an online training, either way you request. We also provide a refresher training to ensure knowledge retention. Anytime you require knowledge training about our process, we are there, not necessarily about the system. We will be there to deliver. End-to-end, no transactions are done on PSMS, as I've said. We offer 24/7 support through contact center, email, and support desks anytime you need us. PSMS is a web-based support below functionality. We do verification. That's the first thing we do when a client works in the hospital. We do verification of member through the same portfolio. Currently, we are using both the one-time PIN and biometric verification. Then we generate a code we call it a member visit code or member verification code. Then we generate a pre-authorization. We also submit necessary supporting documentation, so we don't need you to deliver them to our offices. We track our pre-authorization of the same, and we submission of the claim. And from that, now that's the head of service providers team. And now from there, it's our team that do the rest from the time of claim processing to payment using the same system. I thank you so much for listening to me. Now I invite back to our director, and we shall talk more about it. Just leave it.
Will not hold on, don't go, leave it. Thank you, Joseph, and thank you, Rhoda. Now, so I know you guys have a lot of query and question, and my team has tried to explain kidogo about the process, how we operate, but let me again rephrase it. So MAKL stands for Medical Administrator Kenya Limited, and we are the one who is handling the biggest schemes in this country. With 4 million population across the country, which is the biggest population is being handled by any insurance or third-party administrator in whole Africa. So as a MAKL, we are proud to be here with RUPHA. So now first, I think this rural is catching me. Why whoever has selected the called RUPHA, not others. So we need to understand first why rural and why RUPHA. Rural means it is service at home. Service at home. And most of the clients belongs to the village. most of the clients, they are in the interior of the country. They are serving us. We all are product of teacher. Am I or not? We all are product of teachers. So they are the one who is in village and RUPHA is in village. So that's why when we have received the letter from RUPHA, we are excited and we accepted the request. So I think it is my first meeting with this kind of crowd. So, and we are pleasure to have here. So now let me come back to MAKL. So MAKL, as I told you, MAKL is working with 4 million population across the country with 700 plus service provider. It is from level 2 to level 6 and depending on their capacity. And also our system is 100% paperless. Whoever is already in panel, they know. Whoever is not in panel, might be they have curiosity. So our system is totally paperless and we are the pioneer in this country. Pioneer means it is not easy to deal with 4 million population without your support. Without your support, MAKL is zero. Yes, we have our internal challenges. We have the challenges, but still we are surviving and we are trying to deliver the service to our respected members, which is teachers and police, and national police as well as Kenya Prison Services. Okay, this NPS and KPS is a new baby for us, and we are still trying to understand their nature. Teachers are now our old baby, and we all know how the baby behaves, how we take care of our respected members. So now I know there is a lot of things on ground where people are looking for contract for NPS, KPS, this blah blah, a lot of a story, which we will discuss. But as MAKL, as I told you, our system is 100% paperless. It means we don't need any supporting document physically to our office. I know what happens. Sometimes you send, it has gone to courier, couriers are lost, this blah blah, then you are saying, I have sent you, and I am saying I have not received. So for that, to kill that miscommunication and fighting, we have developed this system called paperless system, and it is flying. Paperless system means it is end-to-end system from the time patient is visiting to hospital and the time patient is going home. We track everything, either it is outpatient, dental, optical, or maternity. We provide comprehensive healthcare service to our members called outpatient, inpatient, dental, optical, and maternity. Yes, every department has their own benefits. You all know. So now there is a few questions, might be it will come up about this rejections. I know it will come up, so before it comes, let me give you just answer. That is the main, I know why you guys have called me, so it's better to look, see, what is our agenda as a RUPHA, as a MAKL? To provide best service to the member. What is the agenda of MAKL? To give best service to right person, irrespective of the challenges. So as MAKL, we are here to provide medical service to our respected member. As a RUPHA, you are also here to provide best service at home. RUPHA, at home, to our respected members. But as you know, as a MAKL, I'm not on ground. I'm in Nairobi. You are on ground. You are seeing physical patient. I am seeing patient on paper. So whenever you are requesting for any admission or anything, any procedure, you have to explain well actual condition of the patient. If you don't explain well on paper, it's very difficult for us to verify that member is really eligible for admission or not. Because I am a watchdog of the cover. I'm a caretaker, I'm not owner. I'm also answerable because I'm committed to deliver the service end to end, means from beginning of the scheme to end of the scheme. I have to take care not only one, their whole family from beginning to end. So also try to understand my problem, where I am sitting. Because sometimes people just write, they say sick looking. What is the meaning of sick looking? I don't know. so it is very funny, but it's okay. Okay, we are one family. So that's few challenges we are having, and we are having a lot of discussion one-to-one with all the hospitals, and we try to harmonize things, and we are giving. As sometimes also we have we experience, hospitals are saying, boss, this claims is missed because my staff has left. If your staff has left, it is not my responsibility. Me as a MAKL, I am supposed to provide you 24 into 7 support service. If you need any refresher training, feel free to let us know so that we can organize. So that you are not supposed to lose 1 cent due to non-adherence of the contract. You are not supposed, that is not the agenda. Sometimes we feel XYZ thing. That is not the agenda. That is not the agenda. Again, I am telling you, on the platform of RUPHA. So, let's have to order our own home. And that is going to make a milestone for us. Being a Kenyan, we are going to provide a better service with zero noise. So, another thing, as a MAKL, as I told you, we are committed to provide medical cover across the cover, whoever has taken our cover, called teachers, or NPS, or other county hospitals. Now you can say why you don't have corporates. Unfortunately, we don't deal with corporate clients. That is, I can say unfortunately or unluckily, I don't deal with corporate clients. We only deal with these government schemes. Why? You have in past, you have challenges where our hospitals has lost some money. At least with MAKL, that is a guarantee. Might be it will be delay, but PESA will not go anywhere because it is government secured scheme. That guarantee is there. So as a member of RUPHA, you guys are not supposed to worry about the money will become or not. Yes, might be here and there it will delay due to XYZ challenges, which we all know. But there is a guarantee money will come. Also, as a MAKL, we have control on our integrity. Sometimes we heard that XYZ person has gone on ground in the name of XYZ person. They are saying, if you give me this, we'll give you contract. One thing, our partners, they know the process and protocol of MAKL. One thing, there is zero tolerance on integrity from either side. Either side means MAKL as well as our partners. I will explain you the meaning of our partners and our respected hospitals. We don't tolerate on integrity, 0%. It means our intention to deliver service with high quality, and that only we can deliver with 100% integrity. So no one is supposed to ask, and no one is supposed to give, and no one is supposed to offer. But if anyone is asking from MAKL or partners, feel free to report us. We don't take time to send home because we want to remove corruption from the scheme, and that cannot happen without your support. Yes, sometimes few members think I am frustrated, this, let me seek the zigzag, but it is not going to help. The person who is going to give you contract is here. No one. If anyone has no power, why you are wasting your money? There is no meaning to waste money. To get contract, to get Mishra is available for everybody. So nothing called So that's what I'm saying. Let's try to support each other in different way. Forget about past, think about future. And I have already requested the chair to help me to remove corruption from this. If it is my office, let us know. Don't be shy. Your name, hospital name is going to be Chinyamaji. But that person will go home, that is 100% guarantee. That is 100% guarantee. I have lost few senior staffs in MAKL due to that reason. So let's work as a team, and I don't want to take too much time from you guys. So that is MAKL, and I'm giving you one surety through the chair. We are going to work together, and we want to work together. Thank you.
Let's give a better clap for Mr. Mishra. All right, so I know at this point there must be some feedback. And the way those hands are shooting up, please relax. Pana kuweka haraka hivyo. First of all, thank you. I know you are a very busy person. I have been to your office many times, and I can see the number of people coming in, going, phone calls ringing. So we don't take this for granted. We thank you for coming. Now, colleagues, mumesikia mambo ya MAKL, si ndio? Kuna maswali? Na nani ako na microphone? We need microphone going there. So what we do, I don't know if Mr. Mishra, you're going to note down, and then you take 3 like that. So we help note down those questions. All right? Start with my sister at the back. Thank you.
Mr. Mishra, good morning. You said something very interesting, that NPS, KPS is your newest baby, and you're still trying to understand the baby. And I wanted to let you know that, we've been taking care of this baby before you got that baby. Have you engaged the hospitals that have been taking care of that baby to let you know what the baby demands?
Thank you.
And then secondly, I noticed someone in the group asked, why do you always demand for a 10 to 15% card discount every single time you desire to make a payment? You delay the payment and then you still ask for a discount. Somebody wants to know. I'm asking on their behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Also, they can. They are not supposed to be shy. As I told you, we are one family, so we are not supposed to be shy, and we are not supposed to hide ourselves. Okay, but let my team is writing so that we answer everything together. That will be better.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Indeche from Meru. Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for appearing before RUPHA. Mine is just a concern. As we continue improving on this work relations or the partnership, we have so many hospitals under RUPHA that have been working with NHIF, that have been taking care of this new baby you are calling Kenya Prison Services and National Police Service. We have members who have shown interest with the hope that the work relations between the RUPHA and any other hospital working with MAKL will improve. And we look forward towards that partnership and improving. What are these hospitals supposed to do to get empaneled? Because it seems like there is a bit of a hardship into empaneling more facilities into your program. And most of these RUPHA guys you had, they are from the rural area. So most of these, most of your clients are suffering because of services. Others are still now coming back to where they are receiving services under NHIF, and they are paying cash because they are being frustrated, being referred to so far areas to be attended to. So the accessibility seems to be a problem. Thank you.
Hello, morning. Yeah, I'm Maina Josephat from All Saints Nursing Home, Kisii County, Nyamila. Yeah, we have partnered with you, but you take so long to pay. I don't understand the reason why. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I just want to... My question is about declining like admissions. You have a very sick patient who comes to your facility, and when you raise a query with you for admission, it's declined. And that patient ends up complicating, and it really comes back to the hospital. So my request is maybe we need to be trained, maybe how to do it, how to raise that query with you so that we can avoid those genuine rejection of admissions, because it really comes back on the facility. Then about the chronic illnesses, the new baby, some of those, the police and the prisons, some of them have chronic illnesses, so we are wondering the amount that we are receiving, is it really commensurate with what we are giving our clients? Thank you.
Thank you, Mishra, for coming to sit with us and hear our concerns. I wanted to acknowledge that we are giving service to the clients, that is the teachers and the NPS. And then we went into an agreement with you, we signed an agreement that we have to deliver service and you have to pay us. And then the moment you delay in reverting that, we compromise service delivery. Because for a whole year, no payments, what do you expect? And the fact that we are in the rural areas, when these people come to the facility, they'll come, all of them, mother, father, and all the children, and they want credit services. So we also wish that when you delay, please communicate to us. Don't keep quiet. Give apologies, because if you don't give the apologies, other people are talking on your behalf. That is why they are requesting for some tokens, and at the end of it, we end up messing up service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Kalista Swekesa. In the contract we signed with you people, the MKL, there was a place of co-payment. And since last week, from Tuesday, I've received around 10 teachers with the messages from Minet explaining to them that they are not supposed to pay the co-pay. So kindly you'll elaborate on that. Secondly, I want to congratulate you and thank you so much. Actually, what he has explained here concerning corruption, I'm one of the people who were affected one time with the officers from my region. They were actually demanding 1 million for them to help me accreditation. So when I raised the issue with him, he actually took up the issue quickly and he fired those people. And today I thank God because he helped me and he accredited my facility. So kindly continue with the same spirit, and we pray that the Lord will help you more to serve as well. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mary Muchoki. I was asking, for those facilities who are seeing the police and the hao wengine wa prisons, and we are not in MAKL, what are we going to do?
Hello, good morning everyone. Thank you, Mishra, for coming today here. I just want to ask two questions. Before you had your own criteria of selecting hospitals that you want to work with. I want to understand how that works. And now that you're working with RUPHA, would that change, and how would it change? Then secondly, the criteria used to select, to say hospital A gets capitated this amount and hospital B a different one. How do you select that? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rose Nyamoita, Chuda Healthcare. We thank you for your support. My only concern is about inpatients, especially from those patients who come from interior. You'll find if someone presents with severe malaria, you'll be told to manage as OP, outpatient. If you insist, you'll be told to write a medical report. Once you write it, it still remains to be managed as outpatient. The patient will go back home, and keeping in mind that person is supposed to be seen after 5 days. How well are we able to be helped so that even the patients feel that we have done our part?
Good morning. My name is Kefa. On the issue of accessibility, I live in a town in Maimayu. The hospitals you have accredited are in Naivasha. From Maimayu to Naivasha is about 38 to 40 kilometers. And we are slightly the biggest private hospital in Maimayu. So your clients are still coming to us, like somebody said here. But when they come, they pay because we don't have any other accredited hospital in Maimayu on your platform. So what do we do?
My name is Dr. R.K. Patel. I have a comment to make, like your modus operandi from clinics to Bliss to Mackel. How qualified is the person who pre-authorizes, as we have seen, about the patients? Thank you.
Is there anyone? Or we are done? Let me come. Michael is at home.
Yes, I'm here. So good morning, everyone. So mine is still about the baby that you adopted from us. Mine were very needy babies who came from slums of Dandora. And they are kind of still showing some resistance after being adopted. So my concern is that they still come back to us with a few concerns that I feel we can share with you. So it is good for both of us. You can advise us on how we can channel the same concerns to you and the route that we can follow. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I had a privilege of working with you sometimes back before you changed to Bliss Healthcare. And the other challenges, the number one challenge is that when the payment was taking too long. Number two challenge is that there was a push of some specific drugs to the facilities because the choice of drugs depends from facility. It ranges from facility to facility depending on the number of conditions that are very particular to specific areas. So we found out that there is a 40% maybe going to drugs, and the drugs were to be pushed to the facilities. And then again, there was a percentage I think somebody has talked about, some 15% from that given place, and we found it that we are not able to continue because during the renewal of contracts, some people were demanding for some pay to renew the contract. So such issues from time to time were coupled with the distance. The teachers and the rest have to work to get the service, really hampered the service delivery from you. So maybe you can comment about that. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mishra. Yes, so my concern is about the process of accreditation because I think I have done an application for the past 4 years. I have come to your office like for 100th time. I'm not getting you. I've done applications. I'm told come on March, come in December, come in I don't know when. So I just wanted to know how long it takes before one is accredited.
One thing I can also request the new members who is raising these concerns about accessibility, if they can also mention their hospital name, it will be better to understand. You get me? Might be your request has come to me, might be it has not come to me. If you mention the name of your hospital, I will come to know it has come to me or it has not come to me. Thank you.
But you know, when we come, they tell us do an application to provider relations at MAKL. Or Prudent Cottage Hospital, yes.
Good morning, Michelle. Mr. Anyway, I just wanted to make a joke. Yeah, we've been dull and tense, eh? My main worry, I've worked with you for a year, and the whole experience we have gotten, it is like a boy tuning a girl. The minute you get into a hook of MAKLA, when it comes to payment, my friends, it is hell on earth. Let us not meander on this. Let us go rounds and rounds, but that is the total truth. When it comes to payment, after you've done all good to teachers and the rest of the people you are serving to them, when it comes to the issue of you now being paid, my friends, let us be sincere on this. They give us hell on earth. Let the truth be told, and that is the truth.
Mr. Mishra, I think we will take a last question here. Mr. Mishra, last question for you from here.
Okay, thank you. I'm Michael Karidhi from White Rose Medical Center, Mwea. Okay, currently I'm not accredited to MKL. I wanted to know the process of accreditation. I'm from White Rose Medical Center. I'm not accredited to MKL. We are level 4 facility in Mwea. We are not accredited. We wanted to know the process of accreditation. Secondly, do MAKL have a feedback mechanism of customer satisfaction or dissatisfaction in their hierarchy to know whether the people who have been accredited to them, that is NPS and the teachers, whether they are getting quality, there is value for money for their money they pay. Do they get the value for money from the providers? That's the question.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mishra, we can now take answers.
Thank you. And it is good to vomit. Not vomit, huh? It is good to vomit. So that we release our frustration. That's why I'm here. So you can understand my intention. I know what questions are going to come because I'm receiving these complaints on day-to-day interaction with all our respected members. So if I'm here, means my intention is correct. I can avoid. Am I right, Mr. Chair? I can avoid. I can make a lot of a story. I don't have time, this, blah, 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 even end at the time. Why I came? To listen you, to hear you. Might be you are not able to get me. Might be you have gone through a lot of harassment. That's why I'm here you. It is good we are talking. And you are vomiting, so frustration goes out. Yes, MAKL is poor in communication. Let me accept this. I'm not saying why. We are also newborn baby. One thing I have heard from few members, they are saying bliss. I don't know X, Y, Z. First of all, let me tell you all, MAKL is an independent organization and it is a different entity. So, yes, we are partner. You are also partner for me as a service provider and Bliss is also partner for me as a service provider. There is no difference. One thing I want to confirm you guys. So might be you have a story in mind, Bliss, this is no. They are also service provider for us. nothing else, not more than. So don't think too much on bliss relation and all. We all are service, they are also service provider and you are also service provider. I need you as well as I need them. So that is no need to connect too much and no need to stress too much on yourself about the past history and past story. Obviously, past is always comes through, but it is good we are meeting so that we come to know. The major burning issue which I have tried to figure out, payment, discount, accessibility. So overall, if I say only these three is the major concern. So let me raise my, let me address payment in the last, which I always do. Look, see accessibility. So this is to confirm you guys, we are making a committee. Earlier it was sole ownership called Misra. And Misra is not company. I am just a servant. I am a small stone of the ocean. So we are forming a committee which is going to be led by 8 people, so that we are not going to have those challenges where someone is saying, you have to give this, you have to give this, you have to give this. That challenges are not going to be there. And we are also coming up with clear guidelines on how we are going to have an empanelment. These things, because now slowly, the way you guys are growing, I am also growing. So it cannot work like sole ownership. So we are moving in next step, and we have already formed a committee, and which we are going to inform our partners called Minet, CIC, Jubilee, Jamara, Britam, everybody, so that they can also communicate to the client. And also, you are going to see how to get empanelment and all after a month or two through my website. We are also trying to develop our website so that you are not supposed to come to MAKL. You are supposed to just open a MAKL website and you can get all the details, how to apply, how to this, how to reach, everything. So we are in process to design our, restructure our style of working as well as this process and protocol. So everything will be available on website in a month or two maximum. Me, I'm accessible for everyone in this country. My partners can confirm, whoever is working with me. Yes, since 3 months, I'm little bit not accessible. Due to the newborn baby, I'm little bit tied up. But now I'm free, almost, because I have done my part. And my members are getting service. And that's why we are trying to move in next step with the help of RUPHA. We have already started processing, and a few members have received the request with the support of Mr. Brand and his team. One thing, because in my office there is no protocol called appointment culture. So whoever comes, if I am free, they are being seen. If I am not being seen, at least they are being seen by XYZ people, whoever is in office. Since 4 days I am not in office. If someone is there, I am now, even my receptionist is saying, Misra is not around, they are thinking she is lying. But in my office, as I told you, there is no appointment culture, so anyone can come anytime. Feel free to visit MAKL office for your any concern, any query, anything. So that is called accessibility. New hospital appointment, or you can say accreditation, where the most of people are not used to work with me, but they want to work with MAKL. That's why they are raising concern how they can reach us. Yes, as I told you, we don't have called mechanism how you can reach us through email. Sorry. So currently you can reach us through email, which is called sp@makl. You can send your request through that, and from there we take it up. And something also understand, we all are in business. All the decision is being taken or going to be taken in the interest of business or in the interest of our respective member. We are here to deliver service with the we are here to deliver the service to our members in a different way. We as a MAKL, as I told you earlier also, we don't work like other insurance company or other third-party administrators. I will not mention the name, but we are different from there. That's why we are here. You understand? So feel free to come feel free to come to MAKL, and you can send your request through email about the accreditation request, and we are going to inform you guys through RUPHA how to reach MAKL. As I told you, we have already formed the committee so that we also try to harmonize our small integrity and integrity issue, so that it is not seems like one person is taking decision, and because I don't love your face, so I don't give you, and I don't love her face, so I give her. You get me? So it happens sometime, you know, because I know I'm dealing with 1,000 hospital or 700 hospital, so I know what is happening on ground. And they all, and good thing, they all are my friend. They all are my friend, and it is true. That's why I'm serving client. On discount, let me tell you, discount is not like something called push and pull. Discount is business discount. Let's say earlier you are used to do 200,000 business with MAKL. Now you are doing 2 million business, 2 million worth business. So whatever the discount and all, it is mutual agreement. It is not like you push. No, you have to give. And one thing, you are not giving to Mishra or XYZ person. The good thing with MAKL, the relation, whatever we are going to have and whatever relation we have, it is company to company, not person to person. So whatever the contract we are signing, you are not signing Mishra because you have given something. So to kill that story, we have put it this. Business, you also get benefited, I also get benefited. You support MAKL, I support you, and move together. So it is not like something, yes, we have heard that one, it is coming on ground, MAKL is asking discount, because that was not there before. This story has come, I think, last 6 months or something. It was not there before. We have put it this because everybody is growing. And due to past this pandemic and all, we are also in big debt. So indirectly, you are also trying to support us to move out from that story. Payment, yes, accept my apology on behalf of MAKL on delay of payment. You know, on delay of payment, madam, your frustration is very right and very genuine. I'm here, if I'm talking, I'm not talking as a MAKL, I'm talking as a hospital. I have already put my foot on your shoes. I can understand what pain you are feeling on ground. It is not that I don't understand. And one thing also, you are blessed with good management team. Every week they are in my office and making my life hell. Might be you guys are thinking they have gone for chai, coffee. No, I don't have time for chai, coffee. But they don't even wait for receptionists. They just in. And I'm surprised. You know. So, you are blessed with a very good and honest management who really works for you. They are fighting with me every week. Every week means every week, day and night. This Mujay calls me 11 o'clock in the night. Because he knows he's not going to catch me in the day, he's calling me 11 o'clock in the night. You know. So, I understand the frustration on ground in terms of payment. It is not, that's why I'm here. It is not like I'm trying to hide and I'm trying to run away. One thing, the source of, let's say nowadays we are facing the challenge of drought as a Kenyan. Everywhere there is no rain. If there is no rain, it means rivers are dry. Lakes are also dry. But our intention is good. Our intention is not bad. Ki I pay because mapata kidogo, this, no. So we pay, we are expecting fund anytime, we are going to release fund anytime. So accept my apology on any delay. It is not intentional. One thing I am giving you surety, it is not intentional. We all are a business partner and we need each other. So the way you are supporting us, let's keep supporting and let's keep support to our members. And we are grateful for your all the support and cooperation. The last thing, rejection. Madam, I raised concern on rejection. I have tried to explain, but again I am explaining. The Madam from Tudor is saying, you all are doctor, you almost. Me, I am non-medic. You all are saying, Madam is saying ki we have written severe malaria, and team is saying manage under outpatient. Every malaria is not severe malaria. If it is severe malaria, we have to also, I am requesting you all to also attach the lab reports and all, so that we will not hesitate to approve. Understand, as I told you, I am also being audited. I am also answerable. I am watchdog. I am a caretaker. I am not an owner. I am committed to deliver service from beginning to end. And I have to deliver. So whenever you are sending any request, try to make it a comprehensive and with the investigation and lab reports, so that we also feel, yes, whatever is happening, it is with the normal process. So it is not like we are doubting on intention and all. As I told you, we are one family. Let's support each other and grow together. Thank you. Your vice chair is raising concern on biometric. So biometric we can give, but I think we have already given most of the hospital according to their capacity. But if anyone needs more, we'll review the capacity, and based on that, we'll provide. It is not a problem.
One thing that director has not talked about, let me quickly share that, about the co-payment. In our last agreement, the co-payment was 50 shillings on all outpatient benefits, but right now we have reviewed that to 100 shillings, but only for dental, optical, and specialized outpatient services. Let me repeat that. Co-payment of 100 shillings only for dental, optical, and specialized outpatient services. Whenever we have a consultation for dental, optical, or a specialist, we will request the 100 shillings. Otherwise, any other outpatient, general outpatient visit, we will kindly not request the 100 shillings, and you will claim your full benefit. Thank you.
It is already part of contract. So if you have gone through the contract, it is clearly mentioned in the contract about the co-payment, and that whatever the co-payment is there, even 100 shilling, it is only for teachers, not for other schemes. And even for teachers, as Joseph has mentioned, it is only for dental, optical, and specialized outpatient service. So please make sure we adhere the terms and conditions, whatever we have agreed, so that our member is, will not face challenges and will not hesitate to come to the facility. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mishra, thank you. Just one more. There was the question of how MAKL decides the level of capitation.
Thank you, Chair. One thing, something called business decision. So it is, yes, we have the mechanism, but end of the day, we all are in business. So it is a one-to-one, and every individual we discuss, and then we agree on the way forward how we can work together. But yes, obviously it is based on the labels, but also the another part is called business discussion and decision, which both parties agreed and moved together. Thank you.
All right, let's have a round of applause for Mr. Mishra. Thank you. You can do better than that. Tuende kubwa kubwa. So we have, Mr. Mishra, we have a gift for you. Before you go, let's just organize. But colleagues, I think when you've listened to Mishra today, you get a taste of what your ExCom is dealing with when you send us. Mr. Mishra will answer any question on this planet. And I asked him, I got so impressed one day, I asked him, even if you call him to insult him, he will pick your phone. I asked him, so is there any phone call you don't pick? He told me, boss, every phone call I pick. And he will tell you off or he will tell you something. Which for me, as somebody who was in politics, you know we don't pick phone calls. So you know that. So this gentleman, I give him marks for one thing. He is absolutely honest. He will tell you, sikupati your contract. Or he will tell you, I will do it. Now, for us, that makes it very clear. One thing I want to give you hope, members, is as much as he is very honest, he is dealing with a RUPHA that is very persistent. You get what I'm saying? RUPHA is very what? Persistent. So we will keep knocking that door because we know somewhere it is written, knock and the door shall be, seek and you shall. That is our motto. There are members here who sent us to Mishra, and I know he has not had to say this because his office does not allow him. But we presented him with 51 names of RUPHA member facilities that are seeking accreditation. I want to tell you, to his credit, all those names as we are talking right now are under consideration. Munanisikia? Are you hearing me? I know, Prudent, you talked, I know you struggled, but they are all under consideration. And you will start seeing communication from them. It might not happen at the same rate for everyone, but communication is coming. Kwa hivyo, just stick in there. I was talking to my brother from Maimayu Kefa yesterday, and he told me he almost closed his hospital because, you know, clients went away. I told him, don't close, stick it kidogo tu, good times are coming. Sawa sawa? Vice Chairman.
All right. As RUPHA, we also want to give you a token of appreciation for taking our calls at 11 p.m. and saying good morning, and it's 11 p.m. I want to ask our mom from Denmark in Joro to be the one to present this gift on behalf of RUPHA. Thank you so much. That smiles is an invite for the next convention next year. Take it given.
So we will be grateful to again join the RUPHA in any meeting, any convention, and why next year? Let's try to make it even half yearly. But I know every organization has their own challenges, but it is good. We'll see you guys all with better spirit and positive hopes and positive comments next year. Hope for the best and wish for the best.
And next year, MAKL logo should be on this banner. Bring money. The discount we give you, you bring part of it here. Thank you so much. I know time is far much spent, and I want us to just take coffee. Mishra refused to give us coffee, but me, I'll give you. So we have our tea and snacks served there. Kindly, pardon? Yeah, if you may allow, go pick your tea and come with your cup to the table. Continue taking it with the snacks so that the meeting will run concurrently. Will that be good? So that we don't delay leaving this place. So kindly, I decree that whatever you will drink and take in this place is blessed. That table is open for you right now as the band gives us a number. Please take your snacks, come back to your table. We will run together concurrently as we take tea and the meeting. Thank you.
ya uwe wangu wa milele. Embedodo, embedodo, limelala mchangani. Embedodo, embedodo, limelala mchangani. Kwa mahuba na mazoea, uwe wangu wa milele. Kwa mahuba na mazoea, uwe wangu wa milele.
Yeah, ba. Oh, huh.
Or at the exhibition to come back so that we pick up from there. Time is really rushing from us. All members outside, those in the exhibition, please come so that we run against time. Feel free to take more tea and snacks. As you settle, we want to hear more presentations so that we can help. Oh, yeah, just here. All members, uko kwa exhibition, tafadhali kuja. Everybody out there, please come in. Westside Medical, Malaba, Busia County, please come here.
As they stream in, we can give them a number, a brief one.
Dalla dalla wa,
Hallelujah.
dalla ki Yesu dalla wa,
Hallelujah.
dalla dalla wa,
Hallelujah.
dalla ki Yesu dalla wa,
Hallelujah.
Tio tione,
Hallelujah.
Tio ki Yesu manowara,
Hallelujah.
Tio tione,
Hallelujah.
Tio ki Yesu manowara,
Hallelujah.
dalla dalla wa,
Hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Dalawa, 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 Jerusalem.
Dalawa, 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 Jerusalem.
Dalawa, 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 Jerusalem.
Dalawa, 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 Jerusalem.
Dalawa,
Hallelujah.
dala Yesu dalawa,
Hallelujah.
dalawa,
Hallelujah.
dala Yesu dalawa,
Hallelujah.
Tio tione,
Hallelujah.
Tio Yesu manowara,
Hallelujah.
Tio tione,
Hallelujah.
Tio Yesu manowara,
Hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Dalawa, 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 Jerusalem.
Dalawa, 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 Jerusalem.
Dalawa, 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 Jerusalem.
Dalawa, 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 Jerusalem.
Thank you very much, our band. We really appreciate your job. All right, it is said that at some level, you only work with the obedient. So I will not wait for the ones who have refused my call to come and sit. So let me just bring in the next presenter, who is a very good friend of us, and that is none other than Medical Credit Fund. Please, Medical Credit Fund, come. I may not say clap for him. I don't know whether they are still. Okay, those who are not busy, maybe we can welcome him. Yes. I don't know. Yes. This one doesn't hold. Maybe take a look. You need.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I'll brush.
Okay, good morning. Very well, as we wait for the presentation to pop up on the beamer. My name is Nick Motegi. I work for FarmAccess Foundation. FarmAccess is an NGO whose headquarters are based in Amsterdam, that's Netherlands, but in operations in Africa. So we are in East Africa, that's Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda. We're also in West Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria. So I'll take you through what we have today quickly. So in FarmAccess, we have two key arms. There's Safe Care, and there's also Medical Credit Fund. So I sit in the Medical Credit Fund at FarmAccess, who we do financing. But before we discuss our financing model, I'll just take you very briefly on Safe Care. So Safe Care standards really helps healthcare facilities to improve quality, and it was very nice to hear most of the names of facilities here who we think are also part of this program. We will come with our assessors who are a group of medics. They will help you to go through your facility. They do what we call a complete healthcare facility audit. They will look at your waste disposal. They will look at your sewer system, whether you're conforming. They will look at your mortuary. If you have a morgue, they will see whether you're within the standards expected in the morgue. Patient safety is one key thing. And if you look at the right side of that, or is it on the left side, there's a small graph where the assessors come and do accreditation. So they will first come and do an assessment, a quality assessment, then they will rank you. So probably today you're level 1. So when you start working with Safe Care, they'll now take you from, say, level 1 to the highest level is level 5. And every time you achieve a level, they will give you a certificate, which you display at your reception area. This certificate is very important because when partners like NHIF come to you, or probably even MAKL, they would want to know whether you're working with a quality partner. So Safe Care is very critical, and I know we partner nicely with NHIF so that now quality improvement is in your facility. One good thing about you being members of RUPHA, we have that small link down there, which we'll share, of course, with the office. If you click on that link, you'll be required to sign up. When you sign up, there are about 45 questions which look at most areas of your facility. So the questions that you'll be asked for, you need to answer. So what you'll be doing is more or less like a Safe Care self-assessment, because that is the first level. If you do a self-assessment and complete and submit, you receive a QIP. QIP is Quality Improvement Plan. So this is an advice that you're getting for free as RUPHA members. You receive that email, go through the Quality Improvement Plan. But now when we start getting in touch with you, that's where we take you through rating and now full assessment through our assessors who will come to your facility and do assessment. So that is a critical tool for you. And even better, if you get a loan from Medical Credit Fund, which is part of FarmAccess Foundation, then you get assessors interacting with you for free. MCF will pay for you Safe Care for free. So note that. You get Safe Care for free if you get a loan from us, and assessors will come and look at your facility. So I'll move away from Safe Care and talk about our MCF products. We offer working capital. These are short-term loans, and I'm looking at the conversation that just ended, where sometimes there are delay in payments from insurance companies. That's the bridging that we come in. We try and bridge that gap and ensure that you get cash to continue operating your facility as you wait for payments from the insurance companies. We'll also do equipment asset, or rather financing. It's very nice to see equipment suppliers in the house. So we have partnered with a couple of them. Intermedica is part of those that we work with. Even GE, even Philips. Mediglobe is important to us also. So once you go to them and you want an equipment and you don't have cash, then MCF is where you go to so that you can get financing from us. We'll also do construction or mortgage. Our highest ticket size is 500 million Kenya shillings. So if you are rented and you want to construct your own facility, it means you need to be bought for land. We will do that for you, and we'll construct from ground all the way up. So we can also buy existing businesses for you. So if that is what you prefer, we'll also support that. The most important product that I wanted us to go through today is our digital financing. So like any other lender, we also do digital financing. We have a product that we call Cash Advance, and I'll take you through it in a very short while. Right now, I'll show you a video, and then we'll go to that very briefly, and I'll be done. So I hope that can be seen. We can all listen to the short video. Well, we need sound, right? Okay. Let's see whether it works. Oh, the sound, sorry. Without the sound, we can't do anything. Speakers real tech. Not yet. Let's try another. Okay, let's try. Oh, so sorry. I hope we can sort out the sound, but I think I can continue as we try to see if that can be sorted out. Okay. Yeah, I can share the video as well. Sorry about that. Yeah, so Cash Advance, what you are going to hear is that it's a mobile loan product where we can give you working capital loans which are unsecured, and these are loans that are given to healthcare facilities that receive Lipa na M-Pesa payments from their patients. So we'll set you up in a way that you make these applications from your phone. We say mobile revolution in Kenya is critical, such that once you dial a certain star code which is partnered with MTBA, you'll be able to see how much you qualify for. And the amount you qualify for, you can request for it therein immediately. And once you request, we receive this application, say in the morning, and by 12 a.m., if we receive the application by 9 a.m. in the morning, we should be able to process this application and send the money to your bank or M-Pesa. So the amount for digital lending is 40 million Kenya shillings. So I think we are the highest lender in the Republic in terms of digital lending. So 40 million can buy for you equipment if it's asset financing or working capital. And the repayment is very interesting because you don't have to deposit installments to pay back this loan. You simply need to continue using the till. And the more you use the till, the faster the repayment. What happens there? Patients will come to your facility. They will pay for services that you've offered. Then we'll have agreed with you how much you'll be picking in terms of repayment. So if Nick came to your facility and I paid a bill of 1,000 shillings because I went through the lab, I went through consultation and all that, I was billed 1,000 shilling, and we have booked a loan of, say, 10 million for you because the maximum we give is 40, then when I pay this 1,000 shilling and we agreed 50%, then 500 shillings will come and repay your loan, and you can see it real time on your phone. Then 500 shillings, which is the other balance, now is what goes to your till for you to access. So providers get access to asset or rather working capital. If you ask us to buy for you, say, ambulances because we've bought them, dental units, we've bought them, we will just take that as the security. And there, since we have a security, we allow you to pay over a period of 24 months. But if you take the working capital loan, which is short-term financing to gap working capital needs, there you'll pay over a period of 6 months. So there you can see, Cash Advance is super fast, disbursement within 12 hours, sometimes it's even 3 hours. You request for the loan in the morning, by noon you have it, either in your M-Pesa if it's within Safaricom limit, or your bank account if it's a limit that is above M-Pesa. It's also easy, fully mobile. We usually say for normal borrowing, you need a credit committee in a bank to look at that. So there are so many levels of approval. But for Cash Advance, there are only 3 credit committee members. You, yourself, right? The phone, number 2, and now technology. So once we give you that, you're the only person who determines how much you get. The more the activity on the till, the faster you get, or rather the higher the limit. So those who have that, make sure you pass by our desk. It's at the back. If you don't have a till, we can help you to get it for free from Safaricom. Within 4 days, you have the till. If you have it, talk to us so that we can get to see how much you qualify for cash advance. Of course, the things I spoke about, quick turnaround time, easy, all mobile, no worries, automatic repayments. We just deduct when patients pay, whether day or night or over the weekend. It doesn't matter. The repayment is happening as long as a patient is paying into the till. The cost is flexible. We know how much digital lenders charge in the country. So we are an NGO, of course, not for profit, but also not for loss, a little cost. So we can negotiate and tell you how much we can charge you. So thank you so much. If you need to speak to us, you can take a photo of that. I'll be seated at the back with my team. There's a Flynn and Brenda in the room. We can tell you more about cash advance. Thank you so much for listening to me. If there's a question, I can take quickly.
Yeah, a round of applause for MCF. I actually want to direct you to their table so that you are answered and you come out with money. So these guys will follow you at your table.
Thank you very much.
Is that all right? Yeah, so thank you so much, Nick. Looking forward to engage more with you. Let me have Intermedica. Are they ready? Intermedica? All right. RX All. If you go that direction, I call another one. Okay, RX All are not ready. Let me bring in Equity Bank. Equity Bank. Evelyn, please come and do your presentation. Please appreciate Evelyn.
So all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Evelyn Wambogo. I manage relationships within the health sector at Equity Bank. Under the health sector, we take care of businesses such as clinics, hospitals, medical practitioners like yourselves. And this morning, we would like to really express our gratitude, and we are excited to be here. And thank you very much for the opportunity and extending an invite to us to be here with you at this RUPHA convention. So we are going to be very brief. So I would just like to mention where we are coming from as the health sector department in Equity Bank. We have there are two sections. We have the commercial section and we have health under EGF, EGF being Equity Group Foundation. So I sit at the commercial side, and at the commercial side, this is where we support those of you who are in the health business in terms of offering facilities, because we understand a challenge was actually thrown to us because we realized that majority of our customers are coming to the bank to seek borrowing, either to have their kin go out of the country, they are borrowing, to go for medical interventions. And the challenge was, why is it that we have fellow Kenyans going out of the country to seek this? Is it that we lack people who can take care of us within the country? And we actually did our research, and out of our research, we realized that sometimes it's because those in the health business are not being supported enough, where they do not have the right equipment to handle the cases that come their way. So we sat down and we came up with various products to be able to support you. And some of those products, because we understand the cost of medical equipment, it's not cheap, it is cost intensive. So we invite you to come over to the bank so that you can go, we can understand what your needs are. If it is equipment financing, we can be able to do that. If it is working capital that you require from us, we can be able to sort you out. And so many other facilities, be it development, we can have one-on-one, and we are very happy, we would be more than happy to be able to hold your hands. Other than that, just to mention on the foundation side, I know Equity Bank is well known for the Wings to Fly. because that is where we have been for the longest, that is under education sector. And under the Wings to Fly, we take the students who have really performed well, and some of those students happen to actually be doctors and those in the health profession. So as it is in our country currently, you all are aware that not all of them get an opportunity to get employed. So these students come back to us after clearing their college, and they are like, can you give me a job? Can the bank give me a job? And we would feel so bad giving them a job after so many years in investing in the education under health, and now they are coming to do things, very different things from it. So the bank decided to just listen to these students, and one of the things was to inquire, would you be interested to set up a health business? And majority of them have actually done that, and now that is where now the EGF health comes in. We have been able to set up equity affair clinics, and they are being run by the same students that we are taking through the Wings to Fly program. And so we mentor them through the health professionals that are already there. We are also able to support them in terms of giving them the money that they require to set up those businesses, basically basic clinics, but most importantly to ensure that there is good quality, they are offering quality healthcare to the population, as well as having it accessible for everyone. So that is what they do. So what we work hand in hand with the health care professionals like yourselves, and we are more than willing to take this journey, all of us together, not really as competitors, but as one. So with me here is my colleague Sarah, who is going to mention a little bit about financial literacy, because that is something else that we do. Because for you to run a business that is profitable, it is very important for us to speak to you as entrepreneurs and to also share what we do. Other than that, we would really like to welcome you to our branches. We have footprint throughout the country, so feel welcome. Come to us, ask questions. Let us see how we can be able to offer solutions to your businesses so that we can grow. Equity is about hand-holding and ensuring that we all grow for prosperity for all of us. You're most welcome to our tent. We have a tent out there. And yes, so over to you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Nyingi. I'm a financial literacy trainer. I'll just go to the bullet of the topics that we take you through. For financial literacy, it is basically managing your money. And most of us, you find, we have a challenge to manage our money. Yes, we are entrepreneurs, we have our businesses, but we have that pain of managing our money. So for our topics that we take you through the financial literacy, we train you about the savings. We also train you about debt management. We also train you about the budgeting, if it's budgeting from your businesses, how do you scale up your business through the budgeting process and financial management. We also train you about insurance, and the last topic that we normally train you is about the insurance. So basically, once you go through the training, we normally train the financial literacy bit. We also train about entrepreneurship and digital literacy. So in case that you need the training, you can walk into our branches. We have trainers who can take you through that training and also link you to our health sector that we have been taken through by Mary. So without much ado, you will visit us in the tent that is outside. Thank you.
A round of applause for Equity Bank. Their tent is on this side, not in the expo place on this other side. You can visit them there for more info. Intermedica, can I give you 2 minutes? 1? Okay, thank you, you're very generous. 1 minute for her. Intermedica? Okay, if you're not ready, I can still give you the other chance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beatrice Arum, the Director of Intermedica Limited, Kenya. I believe I've met or I've interacted with most of you, and it is my privilege to stand before you for the third time during the AG meeting. I cannot take it for granted, and I want to say thank you to the RUPHA team for inviting us. Now, today I would not talk much, but I would refer you to, sorry for that. I would refer you to the flyers that I've put on the tables. We've come up with some of the promotions that you are running, specifically for RUPHA. And always, as I say, when you meet with us through RUPHA, you always try and get some of the promotions. So this is going to encourage you to keep on coming every other time you are called for the meetings. So if you look at the flyers that we have bundles of our analyzers. You buy one, you get the next one for free. So we've tried to reduce the prices, even though the economy is very tough. The exchange rate is really so high. I believe today we are talking of around $1 US to 130 Kenya shillings. So still, we've really tried to consider that so that we still be in the business. So out of what you see in our banner, as always, we are privileged to introduce to you our 5-part hematology machine. If you have the flyer, you are going to see it there, together with the prices allocated. So if you already had a 3-part hematology machine and you want to upgrade, we are now in the market, so you can always reach out to us. So these are the range of the products you are still having. Even though we brought now the new one of Micro CC 25+, we are hoping that before the end of the year, we are also going to work on another one so that we keep on adding the products in our portfolio. So the range of the items we have is the micro hematology machine, where now we have 2 models, the 3-part and the 5-part. Then we have the biochemistry machine, where we still have our semi-automated. We have our 3 different models for fully automated, which if you look at the back of the flyer, you'll see that if you buy any of them, then you are going to get an electrolyte machine for free. So when we say free, we don't say that we are going to increase the price of the consumables at the end of the day. The prices for the consumables will always be constant. So you just buy one, the other one will put it for free, and will always sell to you at the market price. Then we also have our coagulation machine, which currently we are working on it to have an automated one. Hopefully it will be launched end of the year, if not, probably next year. So I'm looking forward to bring to you another product, and at least we'll be growing from time to time. Then we have our urinalysis machine. This is one of the smallest that we do have. So to reduce your turnaround time in the lab, instead of making the lab techs to do the comparison of the colors, which is always a problem, you are always advised to go for this particular machine. So instead of the lab tech struggling, then the machine is going to do the work for it. For this particular machine, we usually have 2 models. The other one is probably big for the county referrals, because the small one is actually able to give you 60 samples per hour. So we really feel that most of you can always go for it. I think it's one of the cheapest, only 40,000. But currently now, if you buy any of our machines, you'll find that it's part of the bundle. So it comes as a free gift. And then I think mid-last month, our CEO was in the country, and we had a meeting with the ExCom. And we believe that what we discussed is going to be shared with you guys. We are intending to offer some trainings, majorly for the lab techs and the clinicians, so that at the end of the day, we are able to offer better healthcare services to our people. So we believe at the right time that is going to take place. If you see an invite to join us in the meeting, please feel free. Ask any question, then we are able to guide you. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Intermedica. Waenda tu. I will commission someone to do it for Intermedica. Asante. And that's how RUPHA generous it is. Without much ado, I want to bring our chairman to take us through the next session, and then we'll come back to hear from our sponsors. Karibu, Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving very fast towards the end of our 2013 convention. 20? Why am I 10 years behind? 1 decade behind is crazy. 2023. The guest I am about to invite, is a friend of RUPHA. Dr. Amit, previously in his role as chairman of KHF, and now his roles have expanded. He is currently chairman of KH Power. You guys have interacted with KH Power, right? Of course you must, if you are in the industry, because they are the constitutional oversight. That is where Dr. Amit is now. And also as chairman now of Africa Health Business, which is one of our major partners. So Dr. Amit, very many years as a healthcare entrepreneur, he has so much wisdom, so much knowledge about how our health industry works. So we don't take it for granted to have Dr. Amit here. When we were a baby organization, when we had nobody to hold our hand, nobody to believe that RUPHA could sit in a room, Dr. Amit was one of the very first persons to adopt this baby organization. And if you look, you can check our old photos, our very first RUPHA convention. Dr. Amit was there. You guys remember that, isn't it? So this is truly, truly our friend. And it is a great honor. It's a great honor for us to have him. And the one thing I can assure you, every time we call Daktari, he makes a point to be available for us. And there was a time when he said, I am not in the country, but do you have a Zoom link? Do you have a link? Do you have something? I will go online, I will talk to your people. That is the kind of commitment that Daktari has to supporting us. So therefore, Daktari, we are very happy to have you here. Today, we are giving you a heavy assignment. It is our honor to request you to talk about our baby project, our newest baby project, which is the RUPHA Drug Agency, which is going to be, and we have just talked to each other here, the first private sector group purchasing organization. We are pioneers. Isn't that an amazing thing? And therefore, Daktari, I know you are up to the task. Karibu sana. Let's give a round of applause for Dr. Amit.
This might be easier. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. How are you doing? I want to talk about two things. I want to talk about hospitals in Kenya and to the entrepreneurs and owners who are based here before I then go into the RUPHA drug agency that Brian talked about. So all protocols observed, Vice Chair, Chairman, RUPHA committee members, executive members, RUPHA supporters, and RUPHA partners who I had a chance to meet when I walked through, and also all the RUPHA members who've come, especially outside Nairobi County, to come here. I want to welcome you, and I want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about healthcare opportunities that are evolving rapidly across Kenya, but across Africa. The pandemic was one of the largest wake-up calls any health worker or health entrepreneur had in Africa. The pandemic made us realize that the entire health system was in slumber. We became extremely reliant as people in Africa on everything outside Africa to treat patients. When supply chains stopped, and patients could not travel outside Africa, it dawned on to us that we have to strengthen our own health systems in our own countries by ourselves, because nobody is going to look after the needs of our health systems except for us. So we in Africa need to build for Africa a system where 1.4 billion people are treated in Africa with pride and with quality. $1 billion are being spent every year for patients traveling outside Africa to be treated. 95% of those end up going to India. And we need to do something about that by the people sitting in this room. KQ probably carries 25%. And there are many, of the passenger list going to India for medical treatment. That means how come we together can't do more to keep Kenyans in Kenya, to enable us provide these quality services within Kenya? Should the public sector do it, or should the private sector do it? It's absolutely clear that those who can afford in Kenya most likely seek services in private sector. True? You could be one of those. True? Same applies for education. You have your children, you can afford, you will buy private education for them. Is that true? Even if there was free primary education, you're going to spend because you want to buy good quality education, you want to buy good quality healthcare. Now here is the problem. The dual system in Kenya is working very well. The government is also working hand in hand with the private sector in providing appropriate regulation. Regulations and policies are in your hand to influence as RUPHA. Your job is to influence policy so that we have a progressive and a promotive legislative framework that improves overall healthcare. In fact, I believe more deaths will be caused by those who hold policies compared to those who hold guns. Wrong policies will provide wrong results in the health system, giving inadequate health services across our country. One of your functions as an entrepreneur and a businessman is to get involved in advocacy. It is not Brian's job, and it is not the vice chair's job. It is every entrepreneur who opens the hospital and treats patients every day to be part of influencing policy, so that you promote better health for people in the future. By coming together at RUPHA, your voice is being heard, your contributions is being felt, you become part of a system, and you have the local stand-eye to then talk about it. There are many others who work in silo, in counties, in their hospitals, in their clinics, and they don't come together, but they open their hospital every day, they treat patients, and they close the hospital, whatever they do. That is absolutely non-progressive for the country. Those are the members that you need to bring in. Are you working for yourself and your own business, or are you working towards a healthier country? You call. Ask your board. Ask your own colleagues in the hospitals. So my real call and appeal to you as business people is be part of a system, not just part of your own company. Think about health as a bigger entity and not just the bottom line of your profits per month. Narrow thinking gives narrow health systems, gives narrow health. Together, you are so much stronger. Collaboration between counties, referral systems between counties, cooperation between organizations. You are changing the life of women, children, and the citizens through collaboration and cooperation. I want you to stop using the word competition. There are no competitors in business. There are no competitors in, you only have other players in business. If your mindset shifts from competition to collaboration and other players, your bottom line will grow. The day you think there is competition, it's the beginning of how your turnover will be affected. Don't think of competition. Change your model in healthcare from competition to collaboration. This will be your winning formula. 95, we were 2 staff. I started a mobile clinic, opened a facility in Parklands, started doing in-house clinics. Soon I had 450 clients, corporate clients, in about 3 years. From 1 clinic, we opened 14 clinics. From 1 hospital, we opened 3 hospitals. Avenue Healthcare was a plan that grew out from Kenyatta National Hospital while I was an intern. It was only me and the nurse. That's how the entire process began. Right now, you can see through the new partners that we brought in, expansion is on the way. I replicated the same models in 4 countries: Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Dar es Salaam. Hospitals were known as AMI. You can still see them. And these were models that were clear to me are needed in all these countries in Africa. You're embarking on a venture called RDA, which Brian was telling me about. You're going into a foray that is extremely important. Healthcare is not really well understood by many people across Africa. Many of you will find backlash from many other health experts, including those in Kenya, if you say you're in it for profit. Are you for profit? Is there anybody here not for profit? Feel free to raise your hand. It would be a very, very difficult crowd for many of the NGOs to come here and talk, because they would find you very profit-oriented. They might even feel they're in a group of evil people. You must have heard this before, true? Is it okay to make profits in healthcare? It's necessary. Do you think there are groups of people out there who believe that if you make profit from sick people, you are evil? Have you heard those people? Have you been subject to being questioned, how dare you make profits from sickness? How do you answer that? Do you sometimes go to Sunday church feeling, am I in the right business? I should be selling maybe pineapples or shoes. Do you feel awkward making profits by offering health services? No? There is someone in this crowd who might say yes. So you are all for profit? Yes. Are you proudly going to say we are for profit hospitals? Yes? Yes? Yes. Are you for loss? No. You are not for loss. You are in business. Let me tell you what the problem is, and I'd like you to go out there and be the advocates of profit and loss and business. There is a difference between profit and plunder. What I would really like RUPHA members not to be involved in is plunder. It's a major difference. Many people confuse profits and plunder, and they believe that you end up charging more than necessary because patients don't know the science of medicine. It's a technical subject, and you take advantage when they're vulnerable. This is why I believe transparency in a restaurant is so clear, because when the menu is opened, you get to see the bill. Before you order Whereas sometimes in hospital, you don't get to see the bill. But what you can do, because every patient is different, I want you to actively make your patients know how the bill is progressing and what it means day to day, what it means by surgeons' fees, what it means by anesthetist fees. I also want you to try and provide clarity around this space so that people are pretty clear on billing, disclosure, honesty. They want you to be known as value for money. Do you know the public out there in Kenya still believe that private sector healthcare in Kenya is what? What do they think? It's expensive. Are we part of the problem or are we part of the solution? Why do they think it's expensive? Why do they think it's expensive? Because do they believe healthcare should be free? Do they believe all of us should be paid by government? You think you should be paid by treasury? All your salaries, all your supplies, and you just... The issue is not about charging or paying for services. The issue is they don't understand the billing system. They don't understand the billing system. They think you are charging for the whole box of gloves when you're using one pair of gloves. And nobody in your hospital takes time to explain this, and your financial team are not very well equipped or trained to give this complete openness. If you charge a markup on Augmentin, it's okay. There's no problem. But let it be clear that, you know, Augmentin, the genuine one is 1,000, we're charging 1,300, but don't start charging them 4,000. And if there is any kind of irregular accounting happening, it will lose faith in the Kenyan public. And by the way, we have not done well. You and I have not done well to make the public understand the value of private health sector in Kenya. This is a journey for suppliers, it's a journey for providers, it's a journey for owners. 10 years from now, I'd be very pleased if the public can say the private health sector is doing a wonderful job to give us value services. And I think we are. I genuinely believe we work hard. You know, so many hard workers in your hospitals. You know, so many nurses who do a great job, so many doctors. But the messaging that we've put out there is absolutely weak. So Brian, for you and your team, as you do new ideas, don't forget the advocacy to hold high the name of private health sector. Number one, demystify profits from plunder. Number two, quality defines success for all RUPHA members. Quality defines success. Don't use counterfeit professionals, don't use counterfeit products, and don't buy low in order to sell high. If you ever found yourself buying something low so that you can sell high, you are the beginning of a problem. It's tempting. It's tempting. I've been in that situation. I've had people come to my hospital with a truckload of Suprapen. Not for sale, GOK, the label has been rubbed. Tells me, buy it. Buy it, 100 shillings. Retail price, 1,000 shillings. I can buy for 100. I could sell for more. You see the profit? You know the numbers, right? The day you buy government products that are meant for the public and you sell it from your hospital, you should be suspended from RUPHA membership. straight away. No two questions about it. No two. This will be the beginning of men and boys. Men and boys. This will make our children, after a few years, realize that private sector is of value. This will make the Kenyan public know that we are in it because we like healthcare, but we are altruistic about the business we do. If you find people more interested in trade than aiding patients, then I think you should go into a business called real estate and do other things. Healthcare is special. You chose healthcare because you care, because there is compassion. Be true to that. Be ethical. Moving towards togetherness in RUPHA is what I felt really moved by when Brian says, your baby days. The why is very important to me. And I go back to the story. Together, we are stronger. Together, your business will grow faster. It's been my philosophy from the time I started Avenue Clinics, to the time I did Amini Management, to the time I'm doing Africa Health Business. And I commend you for your growth of membership. I commend you. Kenya Healthcare Federation was formed purely because of that reason. It was the NHIF bill in Parliament, which I felt was going to affect business and was going to affect the market. And when I started talking to the ministry, I was singled out as a profiteer, only interested in your own business. When we then lobbied as Kenya Healthcare Federation, the then President Mwai Kibaki understood that this bill is economically retrogressive for the country. We are not in a different situation now. NHIF is on the microscope. The Kenya Kwanza administration is very, very focused on doing something different. It's a journey we've been talking about for the last many years. It's not a new subject. If I was to collect debt, if each one of you put your debt of NHIF owed to you, how much money do you think RUPHA will make? Do you know how much is in the books that NHIF owes you? Have you ever costed the cost of finance? Have you ever costed that to your hospital? And yet, many of us still want to be accredited and work with NHIF as the payer. We are in a tough situation. You want the payer, but you don't like the payer. True? It's clear. In fact, let me do a poll here. How many of you trust NHIF as an organization? Raise your hand if you trust it. No problem. How many of you don't trust NHIF? You don't trust NHIF. How many of you are hoping that NHIF was not your largest payer and you had other sources of income? This is your problem, Brian. You need to salvage and save businessmen who are trapped in a single payer system and are being caught up every day for payroll and work through a payer who has become a sort of an economic bully. It doesn't have to be like that. By the way, NHIF is our company. It belongs to you. It belongs to me. It doesn't belong to anybody. It's a public organization. If you don't like it, you fix it. We have to be part of, you're a shareholder in NHIF. You know that? Yeah, it's owned by you. You're a contributor. So we have to fix, it should not be like that. $650 million annual revenue. And yet not able to create this incredible, amazing space between public and private that will enable it to thrive. How many of you trust Jubilee Insurance? How many of you don't trust Jubilee? You don't trust Jubilee? I see one hand. How many of you don't trust private medical insurance? You are happy having private insurance companies be your customers. There you go. You see the difference? If private insurance company is a pride and joy for so many of you, how come so many of you find a pain and worry to have a public insurance company? We have to fix this, Mr. Vice President. The number of hands in your membership on NHIF becoming a major concern and worry for them is huge. I wish you all the best. You have to work together. Capitation or no capitation. Bed fee, different bed fee. Do your mathematics. Doctors never learned economics well in medical school. In fact, many of you find it even hard to look at annual accounts and financial statements. And it's an extremely poor subject by most doctor businessmen. So find financial people to help you manage your economic engagement with payers like NHIF, with private insurance, corporates, and carry on thinking about other sources, diversified income. Don't put your eggs in one. If your income is 80% plus from one payer, it already tells you it's a danger. One carpet moved under your feet of a single payer, and you will erode the gains that you've had. Generally in business, the principle is diversify your market. Each one of you should do a mathematical formula of what percent is NHIF your payer of your turnover a month. Those of you who say more than 50%, I would suggest you form a new club. You call it the Rescue Club. Call it the Hospital Rescue Club. You will teach the 50% plus people who are hospital owners in Kenya how to make NHIF less than 50% of your income, to drive better quality healthcare across. Why not? Why not? Future is bright like that. So I really want to congratulate you on being entrepreneurs in a sector that is difficult. I want to tell you something. The conversation I would have with somebody who's doing mobile telecommunications would be different. Somebody who's doing agriculture would be different. Energy would be different. Even hotels will be different. But this is a tough subject, and it's a tough one. But one thing is really good about this business, and that is the joy you see in your patients and your clients. That is the non-tangible success that will be with you no matter where you go. So take joy and pride. You're making Kenyans live longer. Our life expectancy has changed. In the last few years, in 20 years, I think our life expectancy has increased by 10 to 12 years. So Kenyans are living longer. And with your work, we are living healthier longer. And you fix the problems in good time so that we have a prosperous, robust Kenya, which will be the lion of East Africa and will have growth and progressive movement as we move towards the new era. The Africa we want and the Kenya we want. Let me now just congratulate Brian and do the needful. You know, procurement, he talked to us about, and I know this is a big move for RUPHA. And the RDA is a group purchasing. Sub-Saharan Africa buys $20 billion every year. That's the pharmaceutical and the medicines market. Kenya is about 1 billion. And we spend 700 million in imported medications every year. We spend about 300 million from locally manufactured medications. And we believe that this is an area that I think we can do much better, because the multiple agents in between before the product reaches your hospital is huge. It's known as the spaghetti diagram. So from the factory, by the time it reaches your shelf, sometimes it's 2x, and sometimes it's 3x. And there's no way the patient is going to get less than what you buy, right? The patient is always going to get a markup from whatever you buy. So the patient ends up becoming 5x. Medications are at least 67% of the cost for outpatient therapy. Correct? It's a huge burden on Kenyans that we are putting by multiplying it by 5x. And now we say cost of healthcare in Kenya is high. One of the biggest drivers of cost is medical supplies and medicines. And if you can do group purchasing and you can buy low, make sure you give to the patient low. Don't buy low for yourself. Transfer the saving to the patient. That will make Kenyans believe that RDA is useful. Are you doing this for you? Are you doing this for the health systems in Kenya? Make it very clear. Is the objective to put more money in RUPHA members, or both? More money in RUPHA members, but also making the population believe that healthcare is coming? Is that the objective? If that is the objective, I believe that your drug agency should procure the best way possible. You become a large buyer and become the store that will enable you purchase these products well. I may want to tell you one thing before we launch on this, Brian, that globally, people are moving away from warehousing. If you are thinking of creating a warehouse to store products so that you can stock many products, it's a brilliant mistake. And that mistake is absolutely the cost of what you will enable a patient to get. It's not warehouses that treat members. KEMSA invited us for a new warehouse opening the other day. And we had a debate. Should we be clapping or should we be mourning? 70% of some of the KEMSA stores were filled with condoms. And you know what happens to stocks? Stocks that get unused finds legs. You know that. You've seen it in your own pharmacy, right? At a small level. Now imagine at a big level if you are just a stockist. Use the just-in-time policy when you do your drug agency. Make sure products reach just in time. On time, in full, with quality. That's what you need. Your theory of your agency should be on time, in full, with quality. That will enable your drug agency prosper. I believe that this drug agency is high time. It's the first one in the private sector. I think if through collaboration and cooperation is important, and financial management and quality will make this RDA successful. So really on behalf of the hats that I wear in the private health sector, but also on behalf of KHPOA, I take this opportunity to congratulate you and officially ask Brian to launch the RDA. Thank you very much.
A better round of applause for Daktari. And without much ado, I just want to ask Dr. Brian to come on one end. Daktari will be on this other end. Okay, and I want one member of RUPHA from each county to come and represent your county here. Machakos, we are represented. Our representative is here. Please come, Machakos, our representative. Meru, Daktari, ya karibu. Mombasa, the coordinator is here. Embu, please come. Come to the front. Come to the front. This is Uasin Gishu, Nyamira. Please come. Baringo, Kirinyaga, Kwale County. Which other one? Homa Bay, Karibu. Yeah. Nairobi. Where is Nairobi? Nakuru. Oh, Nakuru is here. Awesome. And Nairobi, come. Which other county am I missing? Pardon? Kisumu County. Murang'a is here. Murang'a is here. Trans Nzoia is here. Kirinyaga is here. Pungoma. Pungoma imewakilishwa. Kajiado is wakilishwa here. Nice. Which other county? Kilifi? Kijana Heri. Good. Kilifi, Nyeri. Northern Kenya, Mandera, Garissa. Yeah. Mother and child ya Garissa bado. Turkana, Lodwar Hills, no representative. Mandera, there is, which one in Mandera? Limuru iko county gani? Kiambu? Please, daktari kuja. Kiambu. Yeah. Kiambu. There is any other county that I'm missing? Makueni County. Kitui. There was Afya Bora. Oh, Kitui is here. Okay. And Ikudha. Makueni, we said, do we have a representative for Makueni? Taita Taveta. Which other one? Migori. Oh, Migori iko hapa. Some German. Uasin Gishu imerepresentiwa. I saw my brother here. Oh, okay. So I want Dr. Brian and Dr. Amit to come to the front. Kisii, do we have Kisii? All right. I will ask the rest of us to rise up on our feet. Pacifica, please come here. Daisy, please come here. Yeah. Let me have the other microphone, my guys. Oh, we can move this one, eh? Sorry. This.
Yes.
We will go all the way.
So, this is a unique moment and actually maybe a historic moment where we are now very happy to launch the Rural Private Hospital Association Drug Agency, RDA, officially here in Nairobi. So on behalf of all of us, we congratulate all the members and the partners.
Leshumata ngonye yodo nano leshumata ndeli yo babala elize maishino babaya le malise dile age shirambaba age katokito Negi sana dita ile ile olo Negi sana kita ile ile olo Negi sana kita Iwende Ruka kidogo kama Masai kidogo tu Ruka kama Masai.
Celebrate your baby.
La se la she la she ta. 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 Hare Shri Ram Baba, 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 Hare Shri Ram Baba.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you. As we go back to our seats, we will. Okay, I will ask the band to give us another number for a little bio break, and then we will come back. We'll come back and get some details about the RDA, so that we know how to plug in as we leave this place. Are you excited?
Yes.
And I'm glad that every other thing is happening for our good. Let's take our bio break. Our band, please.
Thank you, thank you. Do we have people from Rift Valley? Akina Chebge mimi, Chebge wewe, Chebge sisi wote.
Watu wa Rift.
Wako. Okay. We also take you, make sure that at least we take you around the county so everyone can feel at home. So for this one, Akina Chebge mimi. It's the run, huh? Keilai, Kongoi. Ioni Sero, Ioni Asa, Ioni Lele, Ioni go say yo, Ioni Asa, Ioni Olele, Ioni Olele, Ioni Asa, Ioni Olele, Ioni Olele, Ioni Asa, Ioni Asai, Ioni Asai, Ioni Mdumbu, Ioni Tedela, Ioni Asai, Ioni Oyondo Chambe, Ioni Jambe Lolido, Ioni Asai, Ioni Olele, Ioni Ilelu, Ioni Asai, Ioni Olele, Ioni Olele, Ioni Asai, Ioni Kongoi, Koyogi, Kitimbe Takije, Kitimbe Kesi, yo, Kitimbe Nice, lo, Ioni Awo, Kitimbe yo, Kitimbe boy, yes, Kitimbe yella, Ioni Awo, Kitimbe no, Kitimbe yo, Nato, the pants and Lila, Kitimbe yo, Kitimbe boy, then no, Kitimbe boy, Nalo, the pants. Kimbolo, Gitinye woy, Gitinye, the Mande no, Gitinye Mabuto, Gitinye Matola, Gitinye woy, Gitinye the bow, Gitinye Bone Meister, Gitinye woy, Gitinye. Nando, Gitinye Nando, Mamma Pants and Novo, Gitinye woy, Gitinye. Kongoi, Bongoi, Kongoi,
Chambe uto pan senna yamune Kongo ikamezana chambe o gaube chambe chambe cho chambe chambe cho chambe 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 yo senebu chambe chambe doembe cho chambe chambe cho
Yes, let's give a round of applause to our band. I think after that song, we can all say Shamuge. What is missing? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. It is now my humble duty and pleasure to bring to us the chairman of the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, Dr. Brian Lishenga, to come and give us an overview of the RUPHA Drug Agency and our next steps forward. Karibu, Daktari.
Members, the RUPHA Drug Agency is coming out of our strategic plan. Allow me to move around. We in 2020, those who are there, I know we have a lot of new members, so I will recap. In 2020, we launched the association's strategic plan. In that plan, strategic objective D, I think there are some copies here. If you look, talks about affordability, and it talks about commodities. Now, one of the mandates that you gave us as your ExCom at that time was to find ways in which together we can harness the collective purchasing power, the collective bargaining power of the membership of RUPHA to drive down the cost of commodities, the cost of products, so that if we are able, because we realize that commodities are a big chunk of our overheads, if we are able to make some savings on commodities, we can increase our competitive advantage by passing down those savings to the patients who come to our facilities to seek care. Now, where we have reached under the assignment that you gave us is what you are witnessing today. We have gotten to a point where we went ahead and created this agency, RUPHA Drug Agency. It is registered now. I think we shared at some point in our platform the certificate of registration. It is there. But that is not enough. Now the real work is beginning. But my task today is very simple. I want to remind you, if your memory has become a bit hazy, why this journey is so important to us. I want to remind you that. If you are a bit not sure, today that is my task. So, that is the logo you can see there. Now, on that page, colleagues, it says a group purchasing organization of the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya. Now, that page there is about mission and vision. I was told they are very important to start with these things from early. In summary, our vision is to become the premier group purchasing organization in the healthcare industry, delivering innovative solutions and unparalleled value for our members. We want to become the #1 group purchasing organization. Always the vision, you set it very high. They say, aim for the stars so that at least you can land on the moon, isn't it? So we want to become #1. And what is our mission? What will we be doing from day to day? The people who will be running this will be making sure that our network has access to a wide range of high-quality products, medical supplies, pharmaceuticals, and other products at discounted prices by leveraging the collective purchasing power to negotiate favorable contracts with suppliers. That is the day-to-day. The day-to-day is that our aim is that the price available at RDA for that product should be the best available price in the market. That will be the aim. Now, let me move to the next one. Now, in terms of the company description, that is a quick one. I have already said it is a limited liability company, majority owned is a keyword, by healthcare providers within RUPHA. And those three circles there show who are the people who will be managing day to day. You can see the executive committee / trustees up there. And then those ones interact with the RUPHA members. And then those ones interact with the investors and partners. And you can see all of them are tied in some way of interaction. But the key thing, three things I want you to note from there. One, that it might not be clear there, but in brackets it says RUPHA members 60%. And then it says investors and partners 40%. This is the shareholding structure that has been proposed. That we, as long as you are a RUPHA member, 60% of RDA is available for you to own a piece. But we are also opening the door, it is open, for an investor, a partner, somebody out there who has our best interest at heart, to come in and own a piece of RDA. So for instance, Benmark is a member of RUPHA, ma'am. So Benmark, by virtue of being a member of RUPHA, we will be issuing you with an expression of interest. Do you want to buy some shares? Then you will say, I want to buy some shares. In which case, those shares will belong to Benmark. But say you have an organization somewhere, a chama, where you are very organized as a people, and you have put some money together, and you say, okay, you take the idea to them, and they say, that one we can put some money in. That chama can still come through the investors and partners. The door is open. Next slide, capitalization. This is to show you where the money is going. Our current proposal is to issue 1.8 million shares, 1,800,000 shares. Now, if you say 60% belong to RUPHA members, what it means is that about 1,080,000 shares will be available for those who are RUPHA members. Remember, our constitution describes very clearly who is a RUPHA member. A RUPHA member is described, you can check. So if you meet that criteria of a member of RUPHA in good standing, these shares are available. Current proposal based on our budget projections is that each share will be available at 50 bob. Now, which means what we are seeking to raise, and here I am talking by faith now. You know me, I don't know where the money is, just talking. But I believe it will happen. What we are seeking to raise there, through shares issued to RUPHA, and RUPHA is growing every day, new people are coming, is 54 million shillings. Now, external investors, 35%. And the external investors are combined, what we are calling investors and partners. 35%, we seek to raise 31.5 million from there. It might happen in a week, it might happen in a year, it will depend as how they come in. And then ESOP stands for Employee Stock Ownership Plan. Eventually, when RDA is up and running at some point, all good companies allow employees to own a piece. All good companies, they allow, and it is a motivator for the employees to own a piece. 5% at this point will be held in trust for those employees at that time. But you can see the pricing there is different. The others were 50-50. This one here is 111, because we assume by the time employees will be ready to own, the value of that company will have increased. Membership, this one you will read later, but in summary, 3 types of membership for RDA. We have full memberships, we are proposing affiliate membership and limited membership. Let me explain very quickly. A full member of RDA, number one, shall be a member of RUPHA by definition, but number two, a full member of RDA shall be what you call a member shareholder. That is, a member of RUPHA who has also purchased a stake in RDA. And therefore, their rights and benefits will be those of a full member. An affiliate member of RDA, our proposal is also, shall be a member of RUPHA. However, their relationship with RDA shall end at being a member of RUPHA. So a member of RUPHA who did not subscribe, who did not take up shares in RDA, can still be a member of RDA but as an affiliate, and the rights will be different. And then we have limited membership. Limited membership will be open to other people in the market who want to simply buy from RDA. And here we are talking about the way you, for instance, buy from MEDS. You subscribe to MEDS, you sign a contract, you go and buy from, you go and buy from there. That is a limited relationship. Thanks. Now, some of you might be wondering at this point, can this work or can it not work? I want to give you an appetite like never before. Let me give you some numbers. And this information has come from you. You've done research. In Kenya, you might be asking yourself, what is this thing called group purchasing organization? Does it even exist in Kenya? Yes, it exists. There are two. Already we have two in existence. One is KEMSA. KEMSA is a group purchasing organization for public health facilities. That is what it is. Public health facilities buy together. They assemble their purchasing power within KEMSA. That is what KEMSA is a GPO for public hospitals. MEDS, Mission for Essential Drugs and Services, is the group purchasing organization for mission hospitals. So, we are not bringing an idea from heaven. This idea is already existing in the market. Sorry. This is troublesome. It's okay. I will watch it. Now, you heard our friend Dr. Amit saying the commodities market in Africa, and I did not talk to him. These are numbers which are publicly available. Verify for yourself. Commodities market in Africa is $20 billion, not shillings. Kenya is worth every year $1 billion. Okay? The current exchange rate tells you that that is at least how many billions? 130 billion. The numbers we used here from the research, you can see I'm writing there 134 billion. That number is coming from the Kenyan National Health Accounts, which are publicly published, you can find them, which estimate that today in Kenya in 2022, these are 2022 numbers, that's how much commodities we are buying. This translates to about 11 billion per month. Now, KEMSA and county governments are buying about 80.4 billion every year. I was at KEMSA 2 weeks ago and I verified the numbers. Last year, KEMSA supplied goods worth 66 billion and counties bought the rest kando. So it is really 80 billion what they are buying. And remember, KEMSA is not selling medical equipment. They are selling pharmaceuticals and non-farms. We are talking about those ones. MEDS, we did some research. MEDS, the way you see it, is selling goods worth almost 22 billion per year. Now, which means what we are buying as private sector, all of us, is worth right now about 32 billion. Question is, how much of that is the RUPHA market size? We did our numbers. Currently, our membership stands at 323 members who have joined RUPHA. We did some research. We found out that when you cut across all the RUPHA, we are spending on drugs an average of 448,000 per month. Now, some of you are spending 50, some of you are 100, but some members of RUPHA are spending as much as 5 million per month on drugs. So in essence, and even more than that. So in essence, the average here is about 448 across. So if you just take the current RUPHA membership, you might think we are small. We are not. In a year, on drugs only, we are spending 1.6 billion. On medical consumables, our research shows that on average, we are spending 98,000 per month on gloves, gauzes, things like that across the network. Some are spending as low as 15K, others are spending as much as 2 million shillings, cancer centers and things like that. Sorry. I think this moved forward. All right. So in total, we are spending 355 million at our current size per year on consumables, which means consumables and drugs combined at our current membership is almost 2 billion. That is what we are spending. Now, what is the total acquirable market? If RUPHA was to grow and become the way it is supposed to be, right now we estimate that we control about 20% of the private sector rural market. 1 in 5 facilities are with us. So we are about 1,500 facilities out there that are not members of RUPHA. There are many. If we were to bring all those facilities on board and they were buying from our agency, that market is worth 9.8 billion. It still tells you non-RUPHA members, remember I told you the whole private sector market is 32 billion. It still tells you that non-RUPHA members will still be buying somewhere close to 23 billion worth of goods. I mean, if you imagine Aga Khan, Nairobi Hospital, all these guys, they are not our members. They will still be buying the majority. But our market is almost 10 billion if we got all of it. Now, for example, let me give an example of some products here quickly. Gloves. So on gloves, can I tell you that the 300 so members of RUPHA are using about 19,000 boxes of gloves every month. That one is a 120-foot container of gloves. We did the research. That is what you guys are using per month. Kila mwezi, 120-foot container of gloves, RUPHA inatumia at 300 members. The value of that at current price you're buying, the average buying price of gloves a box is about 350. And that came from the data we collected. So it means every month, we are spending 6.7 million on gloves today. But if you continue, it means per year, we are spending 81 million on gloves only. And if we were to take all the possible hospitals into our membership, gloves only are worth 406 million. It's a lot, isn't it? If you take gauze roll, and we were using the most simple basic products, gauze roll. Gauze roll, we are buying 4,600 gauze rolls per month. Zinakaa kidogo, 4,600. Until you realize 4,600 gauze rolls per month is 6.1 million. And per year on gauze rolls is 73 million, and the total market available is 368 million. Paracetamol is another one, interesting. Today we know from our statistics that roughly you guys are buying 3.5 million tablets of paracetamol a month. And we know the value of that is about 4 million shillings because paracetamol is fairly cheap. But per year we are spending 46 million as our network on that one tablet. The total market in Kenya for paracetamol, rural areas, is almost 230 million. You just don't see somebody manufacturing paracetamol. They know what they are aiming for. That is the market. Now, so the other thing we found out is the supply chain is very complex. Members, the way you are seated here, each one of you has at least 3 different suppliers for things, at least the way you are seated here. And the way Dr. Amit was saying, this is really the spaghetti chain. Your guy you are buying from is buying from another guy who's buying from another guy. By the time the commodity is at you, the price is something you don't know about. So this is the reality. Now we estimate that for the 300 RUPHA members that are here, we have almost 750 unique suppliers. That is crazy. That is a lot of suppliers. Now, I'm trying to go through this very quickly. So, some of the information we have already. What is the supplier share, market share for medicines, for instance? to show you that we did some good research. We know now that from the people we surveyed, we checked 48 members, and out of the 48, they had 54 different suppliers. But we are able to know from that, using statistics, that FilmMed, si mnajua FilmMed? Nani hajui FilmMed? You guys know FilmMed, isn't it? For RUPHA members, FilmMed is the single largest supplier of drugs, accounting for about 12% of our market. So it means once we form RDA, we launch it like this, one of the first companies we want to talk to is FilmMed. We'll tell them, you guys, we know you are selling really to our members. Let us talk about prices. Do you understand how we are approaching this? Because we have the data. And then we have cantons, and it continues. For consumables, again, we found 59 unique suppliers, but surprisingly, there are 59, but only 9 are needed to control 50% of the market. So it means there are many others, but they are just selling very little, which means they are probably buying from the big ones. Which means if you're buying from them, you're probably not getting the right price. So here again, FilmMed is ahead. Hospital equipment. Again, we did intense research here, and we found that Crown is controlling almost 16% of the market. And then there is Accord. I'm very happy Accord are here. Accord came. They are here. Accord are number 2 in terms of equipment. Then there's Shadon, etc. These are names which you know. Lab supplies. In lab supplies, we found something interesting. There is no single dominant player in lab supplies. All these guys in lab supplies are fighting for space, depending with where you are. So if you are in Mombasa, for instance, in Coast, almost everyone in Coast is buying from the Heart Clinic pharmacy there. Almost everyone buying from the same supplier. So do we want to talk to them? Yes. Probably they are doing something different. Now, what is our business model? I'm running through this as fast as I can. We have, how are we going to popularize RDA? Here, simple ideas, trade shows, direct email, networking events. We will have a website. We will sponsor educational content. We will rely on you for referrals. Anything possible that a marketer can do shall be done to make sure that the word on RDA gets out there. Now, let me get into the nitty-gritty here. Shareholding. How will you relate to RDA? We must have a shareholders agreement. Na kila mtu akwe na yake mwenye atasubscribe. But the terms will be the same across board, except for how much stake you are buying. Now, this shareholders agreement will talk about investment amount, how much, what is your share ownership for the money you have put in, what are your voting rights, how will we earn dividends and distribute them, how will we restrict transfer of shares. Something very dangerous can happen. People can band together and be bought out by one person, and then you wake up one day and you realize RDA went somewhere, isn't it? How do we control that? That will be there in the agreement. Shareholder rights and obligations, termination and liquidation. We will look at everything, and this will require some legal expert to advise us, but we make it watertight, it protects everyone. But this will be there. How will we engage members? We will do a lot of things. Member surveys, which we have already started. We will make advisory committees, which those of you who will be full members will be part of. What will be the work of these advisory committees? These committees will meet to discuss issues around RDA. Are we sourcing correctly? Can we do better? etc. Customer service, very critical. We need to be able to feel the pulse of your hospital to make sure we're giving you the right things. And even site visits. I will make this available. Let me just show you that. Suppliers. We must identify who to work with. So how will supplier identification be done? Industry research, member feedback. This is already happening. You have already told us which suppliers you are working with, but we will go deeper and find out who is really strong. Who do we need to talk to? RDA will also send out what we call a request for information. You can write a letter to all these suppliers and tell them, we have 300 plus members, send us your price lists, send us your best items. They will send you this information. Once you compare all of them and you know who's doing the best, you go back to them and you sit down and you negotiate. So this will happen. We will tell our suppliers that there are benefits for working with RDA. For example, if you are a supplier in this room, and I know some of you who are RUPHA members, you are playing on both sides. You are a hospital, isn't it? But maybe on the side you also have a supply business. No problem. This conversation also involves you. And some of those benefits are increased volume, we streamline the sales process, improved cash flow, we will give you data about the market, you will know what is happening in Embu if you are in Kisumu, you will know what is happening in Mombasa if you are in Meru. This is information will come to you. Brand exposure, such things. What will be the supplier financial relationship? Out of all this, the point is, can we save some money? Can I give you an example? Today, I found out this when we were doing research. Today, for instance, the average buying price of gloves in this room is $350. But do you know from our research, we know some of you are buying at $260. Some of you are buying at $280. There are some buying at $600 in this room. You understand? This information will become more clearer when we have RDA. We will be able to see what is going on wrong in the market. So today, if you choose for some reason to continue buying at 600, you have the right to continue. But what RDA will do, it will make you aware that you can also get it at 260. So you make the choice. Today, if we went to the market as RDA and we had money, and we told suppliers of gloves we want to buy, the price will drop instantly. If you have the money or letters of credit, it will drop. We're not going to buy at 350. We will buy it at 260, 270, 280. The price difference between 350 and 280, for instance, is 70 shillings. Even if those of you who are buying at 350, I was to tell you that now you can buy at 310 or 300, isn't it? It means you already have cost savings. Now that difference, that 30 bob that remains there, will be stored by RDA and shared at the end of the year as dividends for those who are member share holders. This is where we are going with this. Dr. Amit said we are not going into logistics, etc. And I agree, and we already had that idea. That is why that slide is called third-party logistics contracts. Today in Kenya, you don't need to own warehouses, and you don't need to own vehicles to take drugs anywhere. You guys know that, isn't it? There are companies everywhere. We just organize. In fact, if we enter into supplier contracts, we don't even need to own warehouses. The suppliers already have warehouses. We just need to organize for the things to get from the supplier to your desk. But it will mean third-party contracts. Is there a business opportunity for some of you in the house here? Yes. Maybe your side hustle is you have some motorbikes, you have some vans, you have some of those things. Why don't you think about becoming third-party contractor for RDA in your region? Can we work with you? Can you make extra money out of there? Yes, for sure you can. So this is what we are going to do there. This is my second last slide. Third-party financial contracts. In our survey, we found out that 52% of the time you buy your drugs on cash. Most of you, half the time you're buying cash. It's only in a few conditions where you are using credit. And I know credit has become hard because cash flow has been a problem, so suppliers have refused to extend you credit. This is the reality, isn't it? So right now, if you have an order for 1 million for drugs, ukipigia supplier wako anakuambia account yako bado iko na deni ya 1.5. Hiyo hatuwezi kupatia. Then you are forced, you see how much cash do I have? Maybe you have 200K. Anakuambia, okay, 200K cash, nitakusupply. This is what is happening in the market. Now, what do we want to do? With RDA, when we put the money there together, we will get letters of credit, and there are already banks talking to us. They are saying, look, you guys don't even have to spend that money you will raise. Just raise the money, put it in the account. Every single supplier in Kenya whom you work with, sisi tutawapatia letter of credit. Tutawaambia RDA can pay. So what will happen? Suppliers give us, the letters of credit are 90, 120 days. We wait until you get paid. Mishra atulipe, nani atulipe, we offload. But the suppliers are always happy because our third-party financial institutions gave them a guarantee that they will be paid. We don't need to touch the money. Now, it is even better. There are those who are saying they want to give us inventory financing. What does that mean? Your facility gets that credit facility, your hospital gets it. They write to RDA, they say, Buckstone has a line of 200K. As we send you inventory. The reason why we are doing that is we know biashara inakuanga ngumu. Our medical credit fund wakikupatia 200K unaweza nunua plot, ununue shamba, na stock haitaifika kwa hospitali. But we are talking to them and they are very happy as long as the guarantee is the credit is tied to inventory. We can help solve these problems. So the last slide here. This one is a bit difficult to see. But before that, it is called financial ask. What is the EXCOM proposing that we do financially to make RDA possible? Here. So these slides, I will make them available. Remember I said we are looking to raise 54 million. Assuming from us, the way we plan for business is you don't rely on other people's money, you rely on the money that only you can raise. Hiyo ingine ikikuja ni sawa. Isipokuja, you should be able to still move on. So we are saying we want to raise 31 million from investors, but it may take 2 years to come. Should we wait until they come? No, we should be able to move. 54 million divided by 300 members means if every member raised 180,000, we will get there. So we are setting a minimum. We have not set the limit yet. This will be ratified by you. But we are asking that we have a minimum of 180K investment. Kuingia hapo. Now, when we did the survey, we asked you, how fast can you pay if you were to invest in RDA? Most of you said 6 months to 1 year. So we will agree as RUPHA family. If it is 6 months, it's fine. Can we have somebody raising the capital 30K at a time until it reaches? If it is 1 year, can we have somebody raising it 15,000 at a time until it gets there? But I know some of you will raise 180,000 immediately. Some of you might not even want to do 180,000. You might want to do 500,000. You might want to do 1 million. That upper limit also is something we must discuss because I'm pretty sure there is 1 or 2 people in this room anataka hata kununua RDA yote mwenyewe. Anasema hawa jamaa wanataka 254, mimi nitanunua hii chama ikuwe yangu, wakiwa wakilipa kwangu. It's possible. So we must safeguard the small member as well as provide opportunity for the one who has more muscle. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening to me. This is the end of the RDA presentation. Now, so in the interest of time, we put mic and allow some feedback questions quickly. The ones which I cannot answer, we will note them down because this is an ongoing conversation. We can't finish here. We have to keep talking. Part of the engagement we will do is to come and visit you where you are and talk to you about RDA. So, Mike, let's get some questions. A few questions. Iko wapi? Ndio ile. Mike iko wapi? Nani ameenda na microphone? Hiyo ni mali ya wenyewe tafadhali. Sio yetu. Is there any desk where there is a mic? Check your desk if there is a microphone. Ama mtu atuflashie hiyo microphone. Okay, so you can use this. There's one hapa katikati hapa.
Thank you, Brian, for the presentation. My question is on the membership, is it limited to organizations or you also individuals can be members?
Thank you for that. Let me just answer that quickly. The definition of the members is full membership, affiliate members, and limited members. By definition, what we are proposing is a full member can only be, you can only be a full member if you meet the criteria to be a RUPHA member, which we know, plus you buy into the company. So if you buy into the company, you are a full member. You understand, eh? But if you are a RUPHA member, but you don't wish to buy into the company, you can still register as an affiliate member. You understand what I'm saying? So what we will do, the difference between an affiliate member and a full member is a full member will earn dividends. An affiliate member who is a RUPHA member but didn't purchase shares will buy products at discounted prices. That's the key difference there. So you didn't subscribe, fine, but since you are a RUPHA member, you will still be able to buy commodities at lower prices. But if you subscribed and became a full member, you will be able to earn dividends when they are declared. Understood? So individual members, as a person, the window to come in is through the investor partner side. Remember, 60% of the company is RUPHA family. Strictly. 40% is for any other person, the way I gave the example to using our mom from Denmark. If you have a chama, say, or you are yourself have saved some money and you wanted to invest in this, you can come through that side. But what is available there is 35% of the business. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Makori from Buxton Hospital, Mombasa. I want to say that as a founder member of RUPHA, I want to confirm that whatever has been presented today is what actually we committed and asked the ExCom to do. And because it's true that when somebody performs good work and we don't compliment or we don't confirm or we don't say that's the right work, then we have actually not done justice to them. I want to say that, Chairman, with your committee, I want to confirm, I think on behalf of those founder members, that truly we actually appreciate what you have done and we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. If we go home without telling you that, we would have failed. So congratulations, Chairman, and we hope to see much more. There are a lot of things that we said the other time. I believe in the same gusto we are going to take the same steps because I believe there's more coming. Secondly, I want to talk about what Dr. Amit Thaka said, but unfortunately it's gone, but it's okay. I think it was intended for us. There's this thing he said, Hospital Rescue Club, which he said, and they told us that if we depend 50% on one client or customer, we are doomed to fail. I want to tell you that it's true because I've experienced it myself. When NHIF comes and tells you, you have a problem and therefore we are not going to do business with you, and some of us have invested all our life in hospitals, you are devastated. You are devastated. I know members who we started with here and we've had problems because of NHIF. So I really want us to take this issue of Hospital Rescue Club very seriously with your office. If it's possible, we need to talk and educate our customers on why we should not rely on NHIF alone, number one. Number two, we should actually try to teach and use it as a way of recruiting more members to come to RUPHA. So thank you. That's what I wanted to comment.
Thank you, George. Any other comments around RDA? Mzeako, oh, there's Francis.
Yes,
Francis.
thank you. Thank you, my brother from Kakamega. One, I would like to congratulate you for this effort. The founder members, congratulations for the far you come from. You are actually doing great. My concern is on I would like to know if the chair will share the same information to our emails, because someone like me, I'm here as a proxy to my boss. I need to have a very lengthy discussion with my boss on this RDA so that I can convince him and the management there to buy the idea of RDA. Kindly share the same information with us. I would like also to know how the shares will be subscribed. Is it the director in a director's name of a facility or the corporate, the facility itself? Is it subscribing as Nala Hospital or Francis Hospital, like that, something like that?
Thank you, Francis. Just a quick answer. Dr. Espira, who I know, director of NALA, can only come in as an investor partner. You get? So can subscribe through investor partner route, which is available 35%. NALA Hospital is the one which will come in through the 60% by being a member of RUPHA. And it will come in as a corporate entity. Is that clear? But tell him he is free kukuja huku kwa 35. Thanks. Mzee Makoha ako na swali hapa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm standing between right now and the food, so I'll be very short. Daktari, I'm so impressed that we gave you the task and your team, and you have delivered on the task. RUPHA is known for the fast. I think this is the first, again, group of private hospitals to come up with such initiative. I was taking the data as you are reading, and I was looking at the business perspective. And I also looked at what Dr. Thaka said. I think Kenya is exporting millions of dollars outside our country, and yet we don't have that money. So as we start RDA, we should also think about manufacturing. We can partner.
Yes.
Or can look for investors to come in this country. I remember during our studies, Kenyatta National Hospital was manufacturing 3 things: Panadol, IV fluids, and antacids. What happened with Kenyatta? I don't understand. But I'm now seeing Panadol among the top drugs that we are buying. If we can think about that, maybe 5 years or 3 years to come, or even now with the available data, I'm pretty sure we can get an investor to come on board and help us set up a factory, produce the medicine at a low cost, sell to RUPHA, make money, employ more people.
Absolutely.
But as of now, I'm really impressed where we are now. I am ready to become the shareholder as soon as possible. Wangapi wako tayari? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daktari. As one, yeah. And then we go to...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace. I work for South Lake Medical Center, Nakuru. First is to congratulate you, team. Great work. I personally work for an organization that is formed on that concept. So what I want to encourage us is when you're calling investors, you also need to put something on the table. So for us to have that 40% field, you've also got to put our investment. So let's enroll and buy the shares so that we can be a beautiful bride. That's what I wanted to say.
Asante sana. Wewe umeenda rorashio za kutosha wewe. Job.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, my name is Indeche from Covenant Medical Center, that is Meru. I want to congratulate you, the EXCOM and the chairman, for the good work you guys have done. It's a noble idea and we really need to pick it up. Now, my concern is one, we are all endowed differently. And looking at the shareholdership, I'm seeing a loophole whereby if I'm properly and well financially endowed, I can take over the RUPHA drug agency. How can I do this? If I'm the director and the owner of Covenant Medical Center, I'll come in and buy quite a lot of shares, isn't it? Yeah, we have 60%. If I can be able to buy 40% of those shares, and I'm allowed as a registered member of RDA, and then I come in as an individual again from the other side, the 40% you're talking about. I've already picked maybe 30, and I managed to pick another 20 or 25% of that. I'll be having 55% of shares in this RDA. So I'll be, in other words,
it will be
the
yours.
owner of RDA. So I would really want us to look at it and look for advice on that area. I don't know how you look at that.
Okay, so good comment, my brother Indeche. Number one, let me just say, personally, from where we are standing as EXCOM, that is a problem we want. We welcome that problem, because right now we will return back to these people. But, number two, we have not set a ceiling, because that must be ratified by you. We want to send a proposal to you for ratifying a ceiling. Today, if we put the ceiling at 600K, maybe we are dreaming too little. If we put it at 400K, what happens to the person who will only invest if it was at least $1 million? So we have a huge question there. What we are trying to do, and we are seeking advice, it's good you've said that. What we are trying to do is to say, okay, if we go below 180K, we don't have a business. We know that. There is no business below that. But up here, it is a matter of protecting minority shareholders. That's a question we haven't answered yet. So we will do it. But then again, you know, maybe as people subscribe, it becomes easier for us to determine where we should put the ceiling. But right now, we don't have an answer for that. The one thing I know from the lawyers we have gotten advice, you will need to disclose your interests for you to come through the investor door. So you cannot come through the investor door blindly. You will need to disclose your connected interests. So if you come through this way, and you also want to come through RUPHA, you will disclose. We will know who you are before you get any shareholding, or you don't get. But I agree, legal problem, and we need good commercial legal advice. Agreed.
Thank you, Brian. My name is Emily from Vantage. Actually, you've just answered, because I was looking at the 60-40, whereby there could be somebody from the 40 side who can actually pick more from even the 60. I think you've answered most of what I wanted to ask, because there is that possibility that what has been given for the individual investor attracting more people than what is available for us as RUPHA members. Thank you very much.
We have a financial expert who wants to ask. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Just.
My name is CP Michael Wanjala. And it's a good problem if there are people who want to invest from both sides. But do you know that as shareholders, all you need is to meet in the AGM and increase the shareholding? So he can put in his 54 million for, say, 1,000 shares. Then you meet in the AGM and you say, okay, we are now raising it to 2,000 at 108 million. His shareholding comes to below 50%. So if he has more muscle, aweke 108, you meet in the next meeting again. Okay? So as long as you are united as a team, it is not possible for somebody, just because they have money, it is not possible for them to run over you. You have other safeguards within the company law to deal with them. The only thing you need to be careful about is the tip off to 51. Okay? Because now once they tip off to 51, they can stop you from meeting. Okay? So that is the only area you need to safeguard. So some under here said you'll get a lot of advice. In some organizations I've seen, they cap it to below 22%. So that you are not a significant minority shareholder. Remember, if they go beyond 22%, they can requisition for a meeting. And then together with a few others, they can run it over you. Tumeelewana? So it's good to watch. As long as somebody is increasing his shareholding, munaenda mbele yake. Akifika 30, munamrudisha 15. Akifika 40, munamrudisha 12. Okay? But it requires you to to watch over. Sindio? Because the numbers that have been presented here, those billions are very interesting, if I had the money.
Mohammed.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't contain my excitement about this, and perhaps I'm jumping ahead of time here. I just wanted perhaps a picture to be painted over the next 12 months in this journey into RUPHA Drug Agency. If that can be shared, I will be really appreciative. And perhaps maybe give us an optimistic time to market entry or a pessimistic one for that matter. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Engineer. Thank you for that. What we haven't gotten into today are projections going forward because we don't have time. But now that we have introduced the concept here, expect a lot of correspondence from us over a lot of things. The legal issues, all those things, they will be coming. So that's a good one. So I'm trying to see if we can close. Yes.
Okay, I got the answer to my question through Mr. Wanjala, but though what Mr. Wanjala is saying, I have gone through that. We started a company, somebody started increasing his shares. All of a sudden, he was able to call the meeting and he just threw us out. One day he just came and said, no. So this is realities of life. People have very ulterior motives. They hide in sheepskin when they have very bad motives. So the concerns members are raising is always good to take them on board. But I wanted to ask, would there be a minimum subscription? We are talking about the highest subscription. Is there a minimum subscription for members?
What we have proposed now is 180,000, okay, minimum. If we all bought at 180,000, we will all be equal shareholders. You understand? If we all subscribed at 180, we will all be equal shareholders across RUPHA. So that is the lower ceiling. And then we can, the upper ceiling is what we need legal advice on how to proceed.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Odhiambo from Palm Care, Eldoret. I think this is a very good and exciting moment because we've been fighting to have RDA. So I just had a question. What consideration did we have to put the share value for RUPHA members and investors, each at, is it 50 shillings? Would we have put the investor coming out, coming from the external to be slightly higher so that members are not tempted to go to the investor because there's nothing to really make them stay on one side?
All right, so that's a good question. So the 50 shillings, first of all, is based on projections for what it will cost us to set up and run, which we have shown some of them there. Just going through the first 1 year, our payroll expenses, setting up an office, IT, such things. But what we realize is that we are requesting investors to enter, to subscribe to RUPHA at a startup position. We have nothing. We have no offices, we have no, you understand what I'm saying? So for most of them, being rational people about their money, they will want to come in at the point where you are. It's very difficult when you have no value built yet to tell somebody, bring in more money than the actual company owners are willing to put down. So that is where that is. But say somebody comes in 12 months from now, when we are up and running, the game will probably be very different. So this, consider this as an initial share offering. So today, if you are excited, you've not seen our office, you've not seen anything, but you want to participate today as external, it's available at 50. But 6 months from now, that might be a very different story. Yeah. All right, members, Bunny. Vice Chairman, you have to get me out of this place. Yeah.
Thank you, members. I think this is a very great move that we are realizing today. I have 1 or 2 questions and also an observation that I'm making. when we want to look at it from the principles of insurance, most of the time insurance doesn't want to make you to get rich, but just to maintain you and keep you going. I don't know, from this movement that we are launching today, will there be, in terms of controlling the cost? By this, what I mean is, we have the agency, we are the members of this association, and I want to buy maybe drugs through this agent at a very bulk quantity. I go, take it to the supplier, who will again sell it to the market at a very low price. Will there be control that will be put in place to ensure that there is this quantity that you cannot go beyond? Two, if I am a member of RUPHA, I'm a shareholder, I've registered another company that supply drugs, can I become an agent of the RDA? I think that's also another thing that we really need to look into. Another thing that members have also given their view that we should also be very careful is in terms of the transfer of the shares. At this moment, we are giving opinions and also, the views. So I will really request if we can give a grace period of time where members can also give their views on the areas that they find maybe there are loopholes, the areas that needs to be strengthened, so that we have got a tight rules that will govern this institution to make it strong and so that it succeeds. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And when you go back, send our greetings to Daktari in Eldama Ravine. Now, just quick answer. You said you buy as a RUPHA member at a low price, you give to a supplier who sells it to the market. One, there are many ways of skinning that cat. One of them is this, that we will have supplier contracts. So for instance, if that supplier is contracted by us already, they will not be able to accept your goods because they will be in breach of contract. Number two, they cannot sell to RUPHA members. Maybe they sell to other people. If you understand what I'm saying, because RUPHA members will already be getting it at the price which you got at. So they cannot sell it to RUPHA members. If they are buying at that volume to sell to chemists in Uganda, who is RDA to complain? Do you understand what I'm saying? If they are buying the whole 3.5 million tablets of paracetamol, that is a good problem for us. If they have a market to place it, we already have made our money. You understand what I'm saying? So it is not possible. You will only be exploited as a RUPHA member if you choose to buy from that supplier instead of using your rights to buy from within RUPHA itself. I hope that is clear. Your second question was, you've forgotten it? If we have both forgotten, it's fine. Okay. Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Please, a round of applause for our chairman. I stand in the middle in a very precarious situation because I want the members to ask many questions and go home satisfied. On the other hand, I can count the number of hours that the chairman has been working and standing in the last 3 weeks to have this conference, and I just wish that he sits down the soonest possible. This man has really on his foot. In fact, at some point, let me just say this because you know I don't lie. We had to take him to Ngong Road to buy a pair of shoes. Yake iliisha. So please understand that and accept that a lot of correspondence will be coming from the office towards your direction with more information. And also speak to us. Let us know the questions that you have so that we can go to CPA, the lawyers, and every other person, get information that can be a good answer for you. Thank you so much for your patience. I also want to engage you a bit on something that I'm also struggling with. Are you ready to help me? Are you ready to help me? You know that silence is also an answer. Our lunch is almost ready, or is it ready? I think it's ready. And I have 4 of our sponsors that have not spoken here. And I want to give them this opportunity before we go for lunch. So that when we go for lunch and come back, we come and do our internals. Yeah? Wasirudi kwa hii hall, wakae pande ile. For audit report, and for the amendments of our constitution, and the elections that are supposed to be there. Will you go by my proposal that I stand behind them here for 3 minutes, the 4 of them, they talk, and then waende, tukienda lunch, we just come back for our internals. Is that okay? Okay. Daktari, he supports me very much. And he, you know, he's a Gaina, and the other day I introduced him to my friend. This is a Gaina, a friend of mine. I say, Okay, I think that's good. So in that breath, let me have RX All, please, to come, and I will not sit myself. Nitakaa nyuma yako. You understand why, yeah? Good.
I understand why, thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, so my name is Samuel Opar from RX Hall. I would have set a timer for 5 minutes exactly to actually do my presentation. I'm not new to RUPHA, but at the same time, I'm bringing something new to RUPHA at this particular point. I come from a company called RX Hall. Basically, we've been talking about digital for the last 2 days, and I do believe it's something that was themed to be here today. One of the key elements, or rather what RX All encompasses, is not so much as to what we bring to you, but it's so much about what we have and how it can be coined to actually add value to the healthcare system. So it's a digital infrastructure platform that basically digitizes hospitals and pharmacies. Some of the key elements about our platform basically will include ability to actually maintain and manage inventory. As RDA has actually been launched, this will be quite a good time for us to actually come in with this. Once you actually get your products from the agency, then at that particular facility you're in, as you're seated here, you should be able to actually know what exactly is going on in your facility in terms of your medicines. You should also be able to sell online. Some pharmacies actually require some of your members who come that might actually need drugs taken to their homes. This is a platform that can actually give you that particular advantage. We also have a way of accepting payments through the online platform. There's also access to financing and purchase of inventory, which is something, again, as we are discussing with the agency, to see how we can come in and also add what we refer to as the financing that we are also able to offer through our platform. And finally, there's a way that we actually are looking to cover the gap left by the insurers in terms of the time period they take to pay after you treat the patients, to actually come in and do that particular financing again, less a certain percentage. Go to 3 particular products that I have. One is RX POS. This is actually a point of sale system that looks at the facility in 2 ways. It's an online platform allowing you to be able to access your records and documents at any given time, online, globally. Even as you're seated here, you could actually be able to see what's actually happening in your pharmacies. And be able to generate reports and see exactly what you need to know. So if I came and stood here and told you I'm akin to the President of the United States, Obama, people will ask, of what use is that information to me? But when you have a digitized platform, it can actually be able to generate to you reports that can be useful. Because it's not just important for you to know patient X, Y, Z has bought. It's important for you to understand exactly what does this data mean to me on a year-to-year basis. That particular platform will also allow you to sell outside, so it covers both inventory management, giving notifications on expiries and stock levels and everything, But at the same time, e-commerce is also a function of this POS. In most cases, you'll have POSs that do not have an e-commerce, so you'll actually be able to generate reports regarding your internal affairs. But anything to do with a patient requiring medicine outside, you wouldn't be able to do that. We're offering a POS system that has that ability. Second products, basically our financing, that basically we refer to as the RX Parcel Lite. Once you've been able to use our POS system, say for 3 months, we can actually allow you to get financing up to $1 million. For those ones who have not used it, but with referral from, say, RUPHA, which is things that we're already discussing, then you can be able to get up to 48,000 on a 28-day cycle at 10% service fee. So these are some of the items that we do have. The third item, and I think this one is quite important because we need your assistance with this, is what we refer to as the RX HMO. As you have been discussing on day in, day out about insurers, there is always that gap that has come up. So as I said, we are not here to give you what you have, but we are here to also understand what are your needs. So the gap between the time a patient is actually treated and the time you actually get your payment from the insurers is a pain point to most hospitals, if not all. So our RX HMO product basically comes in to cover that gap, where we actually pay you instantly once that particular patient has been treated and that particular item has been approved. And once we actually make that payment, at the end of that particular period, we are the ones that will actually go for that particular claim from the insurance. So we are looking at a way of closing the gap and ensuring hospitals remain with cash flows at any given time. Why are we doing this? Because we realize that during this particular gap, quite a number of things happen. You might find guys going for cheaper products. Sometimes you actually are not able to have enough stocks in your facilities. And our basic mission is to basically ensure all hospitals have what we refer to as quality and affordable medicines at all times. So without that financing, this particular part actually is taken out. So those are 3 particular products. And why I said we need your help, we have approached quite a number of insurance firms. And we are looking to actually have a software that can actually be integrated both at the insurer, at your hospitals, and with us, so that that particular process becomes seamless. Once you actually process your patient at the hospital and the insurer has actually approved, we get that prompt and the payment is made immediately to your facility for you to continue having your cash flow. You leave the headache of dealing with the insurers to actually get that money back at a specific period of time. What is the cost to this? 10% cash discounting is what we actually are putting on that. So we'll pay you less 10%. That is what we'll actually use to go and deal with that. So we need the push from the hospital because the insurers are saying, who are these people who need that? If they're willing to forgo the 10%, then let them come on board. But we need you to come as a team, just as you are. Tell us we need insurance XYZ to come on board so that we can actually be able to have that payment coming to you directly for you to cover that slot or that space that you have. So we have quite a number of other items. I'll not go into them. I think Reverend here is already on my neck. But as I said earlier, information is as important as we get from you and as we give to you. So the 3 items, the POS system is available currently. Our financing is ongoing. Anybody who actually needs financing can approach our desk and we can discuss with you on the modalities of getting those particular items. And then the third part on the HMO, I think this is something that we'll work with RUPHA quite closely to actually ensure that you as our members can actually strike a deal and actually tell them you need this particular item so that you can be able to give it back to you as cash for you to continue having products available in your facilities. I'll choose to leave it at that. If there'll be any questions, if there are any questions, kindly you can come to our desk. We are right outside you guys, so kindly approach us. We'll discuss more. We'll also talk to you more on mobile, SMSs, and what have you. So if you find any particular communication from us, kindly just reply so that we can actually be able to get in touch with you directly. So thank you.
Asante sana. And you know, this gentleman has been here yesterday, the whole of yesterday, and today you must have interacted with him. So, nikikwambia uende pale, you could be going there maybe for the 3rd or 4th time, which you have to do. Thank you so much.
The Obama story is actually real.
And the Obama story is actually real, he said that. Almond. Let me have Almond. And I know Almond is a preacher. And a preacher with microphone, with audience, I can't take chance. Hiyo nitasimama hapo.
Simama kabisa. Asante. Good afternoon. I've been given a moment that is actually
too difficult, but all the same, I am Crispus Washira. I run a company called Armod. I'm the MD. Armod is a real estate company. I will do a script so that I don't, I take 3 minutes, and less than 3 minutes. So we are a real estate company, registered in 2014. Our duty is to empower our people, the Kenyan people, and those who are across the diaspora. And how do we do that? We are in the space of affordability, affordable housing, affordable land. We say so because our market segment and definition is at the bottom and the middle of the population case. And so we are talking to the middle class or and the lower bottom, and we are saying we need to offer them an opportunity to empower them. How are we doing it? As people in real estate, we are doing it differently. How differently? I'm looking at investors in the house, and I'm also looking at your back. I'm seeing that you have persons who are members of your organization. And over the last 14 years, we have been there offering opportunities in land ownership. Niliambiwa na somebody ya kwamba sasa enda tibiwa nyumbani. And I was wondering, wapi nyumbani kama sina nyumba yangu? I was wondering, wapi nyumbani kama sina pahala ya kujenga nyumba? Na diposa as Armod, we are here to enable and offer opportunities. Your hospitals are premised on land. And so we know that land is quite a great thing in our lives. How do we do what we do in housing? Let me, number one, say this. We are an organization that come with money to do the construction. So we are not on off-plan. Najua, that is something people say, unalitisha pesa yangu so that I build your house. I build for you your house. But here we are saying that we have the money to do the construction. We have done it, and we continue to do so. What you are seeing over there is a project that is ongoing. We have others that people are already settled in. And let me say this, as doctors, how shall you deal with demotivated people or staff who have burdens of rent, burdens of lack of a house, and so forth? We are the go-to people who will offer you that opportunity. And my ask to all of you this afternoon is kindly, through RUPHA, allow us to access your institutions and do what? Have a talk with members of your organization. We have exciting programs. We are an organization that is offering even 100% financing for any of our product. Why? Because we have partnered with the people. Remember, we have come with our money. We have put our money as risk number one, putting up a building, putting up that house. But we are telling you, allow us to access your people so that they buy into our product, and we shall also complete the supply chain by allowing them a financing program. Coming with your pay slip, you have zero deposit. Coming with your pay slip, we know that we shall have that finance. Finally, because I said we are in the affordable space, allow me, Chair and RUPHA, to tell you that as Armod, we are already appointed by the government of the Republic of Kenya as strategic partners in their affordable housing program. And therefore, they have carried out a thorough due diligence on who we are and what we are doing. And the first of our program in this shall be a housing project in Kiserian, a project of 270 units, where I know not only shall your people come and find residence, but I also know that us as entrepreneurs and you as a business person, you have an opportunity to become an investor. Buying that house, you are an investor. You have return on investment on it, either as rental unit or as an Airbnb, where you are carrying out a business. What about my brothers coming from Migori and have no place to stay in Nairobi? With us here, you have a unit where you can come and find residence because you are an owner of a house. Therefore, my ask is, kindly, on the card that you are receiving, just give me your text. I will come to you, and outside there, for more information, we are there, and we shall give you the info you require. Thank you, Reverend. I'm not a sinner. Sasa,
and we all say amen. So let me have HCS come. Hospak, come here. Accord, come here. Come. Yes. Accord, panda hapa juu. The other one is who? Kuna mmoja tumewacha. Hospak is here. Accord. Kuja boss. You went to sit down, mommy. HCS. You are just saying hi. That's why I wanted all of you here. Nitia Accord, tafadhali. Kuja, mom. Yeah, just say hi. Ninakushikia microphone.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Joaquim Wehia. I run a HR or Human Capital Solutions or service company. And why am I here? Just picking up quickly on what Dr. Thaka said. He talked about private sector institutions leveraging on challenges and opportunities. But you can only do that by having a strong team within your organization. So we are here as people doctors for your people. So without getting into too much details, we actually offer over 15 solutions, from payroll management to outsourced staff, to recruitment, to soft skills training, team building, anything human capital we're able to address. My quick question is, who are proprietors or owners of institutions, medical institutions here? Could you kindly raise your hand? A number of you. Wonderful. So Leila is going to come around and just give you a little bit of a form that will give us more information on any of your human capital challenges we have, and we can reach out to you independently. We're able to offer pragmatic solutions tailored around your specific needs. So once again, we are called HCS Affiliates Group. We've been operating for 13 years. We're in our 14th year. So we thank you for the opportunity. Congratulations to RUPHA. And thank you, Chairman, for giving us this opportunity. And hopefully we'll also be one of your investors in one way or another. Yeah? Yes, thank you so much. Please indulge Leila. Please give her your details, and then we can come back to you individually. Thank you very much, and all the best. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Washira from a company called Hospak Medical Solutions Limited. Hospak is an engineering company in the healthcare space. We assist facilities who are setting up, who need the hospital designs, who need mechanical installations, if you need medical gases in your facilities, if you need even radiation shielding, or you need to be compliant to the NHIF NEMA standards. That is what we do. We are a group of engineers. We try to bring these solutions tailor-made to your facilities. We have a table outside there. You can pay us a visit, and all of us, you represent a facility, or you are either, if you're looking to expand, if you have an existing facility, if you need to convert a space, maybe to become an operating theater that is compliant, you need epoxy flooring, you need stainless steel fixtures, you need modular theaters, clean rooms, automatic doors, you can give us a visit. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Oxygen piping, did I hear? Ama nilikuwa? Oh, you said it, eh? Okay, that's how I know you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am good with the people that I wanted them to greet you, and I want to request one more. Should we break for lunch and then come back for our agendas? Or should we do everything, go eat as we go home? Hiyo mtihani ni ngumu, the way you're looking at me. So should we go for lunch and then come back for our activities? Yes. So we have to agree again. Because when we eat, you don't go home. Mtuachie audit report namna hii. Hata sisi tunataka kuelewa kama nyinyi when the auditors are presenting, and also we do the other activities for the house. Tumekubaliana hivyo? All right. So let me ask our sister from Salt Lake to come and bless the food. that we will go and take. Yeah, Msimame.
Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this wonderful day. Indeed, it's a day you have made and shall rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for all that has been accomplished, and we pray that it's going to be all well, all according to your will. We just want to thank you for what you have taken, and right now we are just about to partake food. We thank you, God, because we have the food that we can take. We know there are those who have food and they can't take because of one reason or another, or those who can take but they don't have the food, but we have both, and we thank you and we honor you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you so much. Bon appetit. See you in the next 25-30 minutes.
As we await for the rest of the team to finish their lunch, I would request that we be walking around our sponsors' tables, and also for those who have not collected their certificates for 2022-2023. On my right at the exit, there's a team seated there, so you can pick your certificates kindly.
Nderire kũrĩo nĩ nyamũ mwendwa gwĩtereire. Nderire kũrĩo nĩ nyamũ mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire, gwĩtereire, mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire, njetaga nyamũ cia gĩthaka mwendwa rĩtwa rĩaku. Njetaga nyamũ cia gĩthaka mwendwa rĩtwa rĩaku. Rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, nyamũ cia gĩthaka. Rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, nyamũ cia gĩthaka. Rĩtwa rĩaku. Ndendire kũhũrwo nĩ anake mwendwa gwĩtereire. Ndendire kũhũrwo nĩ anake mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire, gwĩtereire, mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire, 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 mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire. Njetaga nyamũ cia gĩthaka mwendwa rĩtwa rĩaku. Njetaga nyamũ cia gĩthaka mwendwa rĩtwa rĩaku. Rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, nyamũ cia gĩthaka. Rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, nyamũ cia gĩthaka. Rĩtwa rĩaku. Gwĩtereire, gwĩtereire, mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire, 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 mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire. Rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, nyamũ cia gĩthaka. Rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, rĩtwa rĩaku, nyamũ cia gĩthaka. Rĩtwa rĩaku. Ndendire kũhũrwo nĩ airĩtu mwendwa gwĩtereire. Ndendire kũhũrwo nĩ airĩtu mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire, gwĩtereire, mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire, 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 mwendwa gwĩtereire. Gwĩtereire.
Hello, good afternoon. We are about to start our afternoon session, and we are looking at the audited reports. I'm sure everyone who has joined the WhatsApp group has it. Members of RUPHA, you have it on WhatsApp. So we are going to display it, yes, at the front here as the auditor goes through it. But if you have, for easier tracking, you better just open your document so that you can ask or interrogate the document as you look at it. Sawa sawa. So angalieni WhatsApp zenu. It was sent earlier, I think today morning, by Cynthia. Mnaiona kwa RUPHA Kenya WhatsApp. Members, RUPHA Kenya WhatsApp. Yeah? Audited accounts. Mumeiona? Ama mnahang, yani hamkufungua hata hiyo WhatsApp. Na mlikuwa mnatumiwa mapema ndio tusonge mbio. Mumeiona? Nani ameiona? Hakuna? You have it. Yes, Daktari Mohammed, you have it. It's in the RUPHA Kenya WhatsApp. Or is it in RUPHA Telegram? It's in Telegram. Share it on WhatsApp. It was? Mail. No. Karaoke. Nisaidie na kutuma. Tuma kwa sawa, endeleeni. You're going to be sent for RUPHA Kenya.
Likwela yangai na mobali nangai mamai nalipoko napo nisoni na piko yangai lapa na mifoli pondi na sonyo ni palata na misoni kome na likombe ngai ndaya na yebi kombo yambandate Oyangai ndaya Ibalango ya bombandate aye Ngai ndaya na yebi kombo ya mbandate Oyangai ndaya Libalango ya bombandate aye Na hebaki suka siko tingamai Yangai na mobali nangai Pantalomo kaba mama Balanda Tosuki sobilo belango ya bato Likwela yanga ina sheri Sukalilitama Ngai ndaya na ibi kombo ya mbandate Oyangai ndaya Ibalango ya bombandate aye Ngai ndaya na ibi kombo ya mbandate Oyangai ndaya Ibalango ya bombandate aye Likwela yangai na mobali nangai mamai Nalipoko na polisoni na pikoko Nayaila pa na mifolisoni na ponyoko Libala ya mbuste na kome na likombeo Ongai na yaho Na yebi kombo ya mbandate Oyangai na yaho Ibalango ya gombandate aye Ongai na yaho Na yebi kombo ya mbandate Oyangai na yaho Ibalango ya gombandate aye Nayebaki suka sikotinga mai Yangai na mobali nangai Pantalo mokaba mama Tubalala Tusuki sobilo belango ya batu Likwela yangai na sheri Suka lilitama Nayebaki suka sikotinga mai Yangai na mobali nangai Pantalo mokaba mama Balala Tosuki sobilo belango ya bato Likwela yangai na sheri Suka lilitama Africa, oh Africa, oh liberté. Aye, Africa, oh Africa, oh liberté. Aye, Africa, oh Africa, oh liberté. Aye, Africa, oh Africa, oh liberté.
Good afternoon, RUPHA family. We are grateful for this day that we are here. We are not really new here. We come by the name Kagomokunya and Associate, the auditors. My name is Patrick Mwangi, and we are here to just do some very brief tasks which have been accorded to present the accounts for the year. And the year in question that we are presenting is the year which ended 31st May 2022. That is the year in question. Somebody may be saying it's already 9 months down the line, but actually that is the financial year which ended at that point. So The document which I am reading from, I am meant to understand that it's already with the members, maybe on your gadgets. So my task will be easy because we shall just flow together as we see what transpired during that period or that financial year. So just I believe I'm not the one who is going to do the presentation. I have a friend and a colleague of mine who is going to take us through. But if I can say something on the overview, RUPHA is great. RUPHA is going far. RUPHA is here to stay. Because the year that is in question, if I can say briefly, had an incremental members up to 51. And the previous year, you remember, you had another incremental of 49. That means you can see that incremental trend. And I believe the year which is almost ending, there is also going to be increase. And I believe so. So, members, that is the belief analysis. And what we are going to do right now is just to go through the accounts for the year 2020, for the year ended 31st May 2021. So, thank you, members. I think we can proceed now. And it's my duty and also very humble to come before you with these accounts. What we shall do, we shall go through, take your notes. We shall stay around to hear your reactions. And also, if at all there is 1 or 2, 3 questions, we shall be able to be with you around. And we shall always be grateful. So let me just take this opportunity now to welcome my friend and also a colleague, John, to come and take over and do the presentation.
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. CPA John Kingori. From Kago Mukunya and Associates, member of Institute of Public Accountants of Kenya, ISPAC. And I'm grateful this afternoon for being the person or the firm who will be doing the presentation of audited financial statements. Our presentation is based on 3 fundamental principles. One, we'll be using IAS, International Accounting Standards, number 1. That is presentation of financial statements. We'll be using IAS number 5, information necessary for disclosure for financial statements. And finally, we'll be guided by International Financial Reporting Standards, number 7, statement of cash flows. And with that, I know and believe that time is not on our side. So I'd like to touch first on income. Before even we get to talk on anything else, I want to explain how we normally derive our income. And for those of us who are having the account, we go to page 9. Okay. Thank you. Okay, page 9. Here we have income. I want to take the members through what entails our income at RUPHA. There are 4 main items of income. One is membership subscriptions, and this composes of the new members. As my colleague has just mentioned, the year ended May 2022. Our membership grew with 51 members. Each member contributes 2,000 shillings. So that's how we are deriving amount of 102,000. Then we have sale of merchandise. Once in a while, we normally sell items. We are able to gather 19,250. Then there is sponsorship and partnership income. We're able to get around 1.6 million. And then we have the annual subscription fees that we normally subscribe every year at an amount of like 3,120,000. At this juncture, let me mention this. Income is normally accrued. The membership that was there during the year, even if you are not able to make your contributions, we normally accrue because you are not leaving us, so that's part of income. And now that is what we normally derive to get the accounts receivables. That money which is outside and we expect to collect in the subsequent year. Having mentioned that, I want now to go straight to P&L, profit and loss. Page 6. We have income that I have just enumerated of 4.8. This one is charged. We are charging both administration expenses and operational expenses. We have the staff costs, we have the printing and all that. What cost or what constituted the operation expenses is totaling to 1.7 million. Then we go to, sorry. Operation expenses and admin. Operational annual convention and event like for today, county visits, internet and all that, 1.4 million. Because now we come to professional fees, which entails the audit fees, professional and legal fees. Then you have the finance costs, bank and M-Pesa charges for transaction. Total element of expenditure adds to 3.4 million and have a surplus or 1.4 million. That is what we were able to do, or financial performance, is that 1st of May, 2022. Another disclosure that we need to make is on financial position. Financial position, this ideally gives us both the assets and liabilities. What the money that we are able to put in, the assets that we acquired in the bank balances, and what we owe people. The capital that we put in as RUPHA, and what probably we are owed. That's where we are. Assets, non-current assets. Basically, these are all only laptops. We don't have heavy elements of property, PPE. We don't have cash and cash equivalent. We have a figure of 241,000. These are the bank balances. Then you have subscription receivables. I mentioned when we reported the income of like 3.2. That income was actually accrued. So money that is actually outside. And probably ESCOM, this is probably where we need also to remind members that we have a whopping 2.9 million subscription fees outside that we need to collect from members. Then in terms of liabilities, it's not much. We have only a liability of 77,000. We have something to do with payroll, around 12,000. And now during the year, we had accumulated funds. Accumulated funds, note number 7. This is funds that have already been brought in, but have not been applied in our shareholding. This is now what constitutes the accumulated funds. And in the income and expenditure account, we've reported a profit of 1.4. So that which we already brought in, plus the profit that we already made, that is now constitutes the 3.227. So that is the balancing amount. So something to note there is the amount that is supposed to be brought in. It's an income. Vis-a-vis what need to be applied, what we've already paid into RUPHA, but has not been applied. The next item probably I'd like to mention is on cash flow. As indicated in IS number 7, Statement of Cash Flows. We are saying surplus during the year of 1.4 million. That is now cash. We do add back depreciation item. Depreciation is a non-cash item. But whenever you have assets, we need to actually depreciate. We know it is a conventional application. When you have a motor vehicle or any kind of machinery, you depreciate. We add back. Then we had prior adjustment on subscription fees, or allowed 617,000. So cash flow before working capital changes is around 2 million. Then we subject this one to working capital changes, where we have a figure of receivables. Year ended 31st May 2021, we had a receivable from the B sheet of like 800,000. But now come to 2022 May, more of our members are not paid. So we have an increase of what had not been paid then and what was not paid in 2022, an increase of 2 million. When money is not paid or money is not brought into RUPHA account, that is minus. We're supposed to get that money, but has not come in. That's how we are getting that. Then we have decrease in payables. In payables, we are doing right. We've not paid people. When we are not paying people, that is like an income. You are supposed to pay so and so, but you've not paid. So that money is ideally, financially treated as income. That's how we are getting 2.9, or rather 219,000. So we get cash generated from operations. It's 139,000. Cash flow from investing activities. That is purchase of non-current assets. In this case, is a laptop. We acquired a laptop for office use during the year. That is money out. So that's why that is a negative. And it has the total of that negative. So net increase or decrease in cash and cash equivalent is the summation of the three. Working capital changes and the other two. So I arrive at 103,694. Then we had cash that opened. We started during the year, which is 130,000. Totaling that, you get a summation of 241,860. This is the same cash that we are receiving, or rather we are reporting in the statement of financial position. These are the 3 or 4 major disclosures that we need to make on the accounts of RUPHA Association at this particular time. Thank you. We may probably have some clarifications or questions, and we are glad we are here to actually make those clarifications. Patrick?
There's one point I'm going to clarify because it has been mentioned here, and probably there is maybe some of us did not understand exactly what it meant. Accrued income has been mentioned here. What does it mean? When you're a member of RUPHA, at that point you are a member. You start getting into whatever happens in RUPHA financially, you are a part of it. And every subsequent year, every member is supposed to pay 12,000. Whether you have paid or not paid, that amount is accrued. That is why you are using that term, accrued. That amount is included in whatever we are calling income. Now, that is notwithstanding whether it has been paid at the close of the year or has been paid. That is immaterial, but it has been accrued as an income. And you can see now, somebody may be trying to calculate what is their money in the bank and what does our income and expenditure account telling us. And you can see it has got a healthy balance of 1.4. What does it mean? It means that money could be part of RUPHA, but now it is out there. There is a list, if you can look at your gadget, and also maybe we can also scroll down and you see. Probably we are talking about people who are out there about this list. Maybe you are not part of that. And that is the list that we are talking about, that although we accrued that amount is out there, it is not paid, and actually it is required to come in to be part of RUPHA. Thank you. That is only clarification which I needed. And probably there is 2 or 3 questions.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question related to what you just said, because these subscriptions are monthly based, and they are supposed to begin from start of financial year till the end of the financial year. So if we keep on accruing it, I'm sure this has a negative connotation when it comes to taxes. Where do we draw the line? Perhaps, it's a question to both the ExCom and yourself. Where do we draw the line? When do we say this is a written off figure or not? I don't know. Give us guidance on this.
Okay, let me answer. That is a question which is tied between the ExCom and also ourselves. Let me answer on our part. How we collect this information is that these are the members who are members of RUPHA at this particular year. And what does it mean? It means every member has to pay an amount of 12,000 as annual subscription. So that forms income for that particular year. Now, your question may not end there. It goes ahead of that. How is it going to, is it going to come like something that is going to trail back to whatever number of years? No, I don't believe that is what is going to happen to RUPHA. I think you're going to pay. That is briefly what I can answer that one. But I know the member of the ExCom can guide us on that, because I believe there is a way that they normally collect this amount of money out there from members.
Okay, this goes to the ExCom. Maybe according to our constitution, there is what the Constitution says about a membership. So if a member maybe has not paid the subscription, there is that period that he or she ceases to be a member. So instead of having these figures, because they are really scaring, we thought, from where I sit, I thought we have that money. But now it's like that money is owned by people out there. So we need to do something about the members who are not paying their subscription fee.
Thank you, my sister Anne. Let me just clarify. I have shared on our WhatsApp group the RUPHA Constitution. What the RUPHA Constitution says with regard to this money, as we are guided, it is a member, that is 3.1.2. If you are able to open, it is on the WhatsApp. Under membership, clause 3.12 says, any member failing to pay any subscription fee or levy within 2 months after the date on which it becomes due or payable shall be disqualified from taking part in any proceedings of the association, in brackets, including attendance and or, in case of ordinary members like us, voting at general meetings and or annual meetings, and shall be liable to pay an additional 10% of the outstanding subscription fee or levy. That is what the Constitution says. We have never, as EXCOM, activated this clause, because the last time we discussed, mulisema to waive that provision. Not waive the amount, we waive the provision and allow members to pay. So we've never actually said that 10%. When does our subscription fall due? It falls due according to the Constitution every 1st of June, because our financial year ends 31st of May. So on 1st of June, your subscription falls due. Now, 2 months after 1st of June is 31st of July, isn't it? From that point, the Constitution says we're supposed to levy at 10%. If the EXCOM had implemented that, his audited accounts would have been different, because even that 10%, you would be seeing it on the screen as a levy of income that the association expects. But we've never levied it. So where we are now is this money is owed. What does the Constitution further say? The EXCOM may propose to waive this, not to write off these amounts. We have never written them off as yet, because we feel that by writing off the amount, we are also writing off the member. So we have kept that going. At some point, to answer your question, my brother Mohammed, we have to decide at some point whether we are going to carry on with those accruals, because your point is right. This income showing up there, next year it will be more than that figure. And then one day it will be 10 million, 20 million, then what will we do with it? We have to do something about it. But that is a decision that we felt can only be made at an annual general meeting, where we can say, okay, what do we do with this madeni? If the general meeting says we pursue them, we will pursue. If the general meeting says we write them off, it will also have to guide us. After we have written off, what do we do with the members who are in default? So that is what I would say. Okay. There are also other many options. You can say powers of mercy. Instead of people paying the full amount, you say, okay, we open a window for the next 2 months, 50% waiver. Update your subscriptions, 50% waiver, rudi kwa fold. So if you owe 10K, we give you 2 months leeway to pay 5K. Then we say you are good, and the association continues.
Still, okay. Still on the same note. Still on the same note. The member also wanted to know the tax implication of that profit. Conventionally, an income is recognized when it's realized not necessarily when it is paid. But now when we come to membership and associations, it's different. Because we don't tax income, whatever subscription you normally pay to RUPHA is not an income. So this is ideally, this is, essentially the position of membership. The only income that you people get is from the partnership and probably bank interest. So when now it comes to issues to do with these income tax returns, we now have to do tax consultants. We will not go ahead and now report on the 1.4 because ideally that is now the subscription that is supposed to be brought, but it's not an income. Yeah. So I hope it is clear now. Thank you.
Any other question? Any other? We are satisfied with the audited books of accounts. Ama hesabu imekuwa ngumu. Ama ni kushangaa vile tuko na deni kubwa. Umenyamaza sana. Any other question? We are okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, the chairman has brought up an issue of should our members be asked to pay, should they be waived, or what should happen? Now, Chairman, Dr. Brian, now I'm kindly asking you to give, we need to write to our members, we request them to pay. You know, it has been a hard time. I know of members who really want to continue, but probably they have not paid. If we give them time, like we give them a timeline, and then we also write to them, we remind them they can pay, because we don't want to lose membership. If anything, we want people to come on board to be a strong association.
So can we, is that a proposal? Is that a proposal? She's proposing that the ExCom writes to those who are in default and request them to make payment. Can you help us to define that? Can we write to them deni mzima? Kuna watu hapo wako na deni ya 36,000. Yeye ni member hajalipa for 3 years. Tumwandikie tuseme uko na deni ya chama ya 36,000 tafadhali lipa, si ndio? Is that, are we in consensus there? Okay, so we need to give them a timeline. Can I get a proposal for time? How much time? We give them my sister here said 6 months. 6 months in mingi. Up to December. A whole year, isn't it? No, it's okay. It is a proposal and the AGM is the supreme ruling body. Mukisema 1 year, tutafuata 1 year. So proposal 1, up to December means the next 9 months. Isn't it? So can I get, how many are supporting that we give them up to December to pay? Show of hands. How many is there any other proposal? So we will pursue them up to December. Second, do we charge the 10% or we don't? We waive it, isn't it? So we will not charge the 10%. Thirdly, in the event of default, what do we do? By December. What the Constitution says is you cease to enjoy the benefits of membership. You understand what I'm saying? You cease to enjoy the benefits of membership. Kwa hivyo kama tutakuwa na any other benefits that have accrued by then, they will not be able to enjoy until they make good their position with the association. Tumekubaliana? That is okay. I think we can move to that. Yes? Payment plan. I think procedurally we can do that now that okay. I hear you. What we will do, allow us as EXCOM, the office that you will install, to set out the procedure for payment as long as the money is paid by December. So because the dates are different, some people owe only 6,000, isn't it? So they might be able to pay in one tranche. Others owe a lot. We can discuss on case-by-case basis. Mmetuallow tufanye hivyo? Thank you so much. Now, the next question is usually whether we approve these audited accounts. I want a proposer and a seconder so that we mean it as they are. You still have a point?
Okay. What I needed to do, now that we're in agreement, I needed to, as usual, give an opinion because it's the duty of the EXCOM, and we did thank you. As auditors, you only express opinion on the books. So at this juncture, I needed to read the opinion of the firm so that even as we also adopt it. So this is a report on other legal requirements as guided by the law. As required by the Kenyan Companies Act, based on our audit, we report to members of RUPHA Association as follows. That we have obtained all the information and explanation which to the best of our knowledge and belief are necessary for the purpose of the audit. 2, in our opinion, the EXCOM has kept proper books of account by the association so far as it appears from the examination of the books. And finally, the association's financial statements are in agreement with the books of the accounts. That's now the audit opinion.
All right, can we get a member to propose that we endorse this audit report? Any proposer out there? So we can move quickly. My brother from Limuru, just say you propose to tusikie jina yako. Umenyima yeye mic, eh? Yes? You know we are using video to record, so give him a mic.
Yeah, this is Limuru Nursing Home. My name is Patrick. After going through the audited accounts, we find all the details to be okay, and we propose that we adapt it.
Thank you. Thank you, Limuru Nursing Home. Seconda. Amanda Nyuma.
Yes, after the presentation by the auditors, I'm from New Nursing Home, second.
Thank you so much, New Hope, for the secondment. Members, now I wanted to give an opinion on behalf of the Executive Committee. If you allow me a minute, we as your Executive Committee want to thank those of you who have been paying your subscriptions faithfully. It has enabled us to keep the operations going. This is how we have been running the office. However, having said that, you can see that we have not been generating a lot of money, the kind of money that we need to advance the association. As it is right now, I don't know where Cynthia is. Cynthia, can you stand up? Come to the front here. So many of you have at one point or the other interacted with Cynthia, this young lady. Cynthia, either by phone call, SMS, email. Those SMSs you get on your phone, she's the one who sends them. Now, so this young lady has been working as the only RUPHA employee. So if you see any progress that we have been making, is because we have one employee who works like 10 people. First of all, let us just give her a round of applause for that. Yesterday, I had a member comment that you have organized a convention of international standards. If somebody saw this, they cannot believe muko na mfanyikazi mmoja. It is not believable, isn't it? So I think this lady has done a tremendous job. You can sit. Now, that brings us to the next phase. There's a lot that we have to follow up from this. MAKL, NHIF, sponsors, things like that. All those things are going to land on Cynthia's desk. As it is right now, the association is not able to employ somebody else because we cannot meet the cost. This is just from an appeal from us as your EXCOM that if you are not in good standing or you know somebody who has not paid, we need the subscription to enable us to just run the office. We need to employ maybe 2 more interns, some 2 people to support. And you can imagine if she is able to do this as one person, if she got 1 or 2 people to work with, I think our things will move much, much faster. In fact, people will think that the only association in Kenya is RUPHA. So we need that assistance. Secondly, in 2020, when COVID came, we were all working from home. We couldn't have offices if you were working. So we used to have an office, and I'm using the word used, please underline, at JKUAT Towers on Kenyatta Avenue. The rent on that office wasn't much. Although it was a shared office, but very good standard, everything was perfect. The rent we were paying was about 32,000 per month. Very manageable, we could do it. But then 2020 happened and COVID. You remember, isn't it? And you can see from the accounts which have been presented, in that one span, accounts receivables, money owed, jumped from 911,000 to 2.1 million. A lot of people could not pay. So we did not have income, basically. Whatever we were receiving, we dedicated it for one function only, to pay the employee we had. And then we went even further as an EXCOM. We had 2 employees. Those of you who remember last time, there was a young man and her, isn't it? Now we also did performance contracting, munajua munaangalia wafanyikazi. Because if you have to cut expenses, you have to cut somewhere. So we laid off one of the employees and retained one. And then the office, we also said we are working from home, we closed the office. So if you check your audited reports, you will see that the rent came down, but it's because we only paid rent for a few months of the year. Now, up to this point, as we speak, the association is not having a physical location. We are still using the shared offices because we can pay them from time to time when we need to use. But now that we are doing housekeeping, in-house business, for an association of this magnitude and power and strength and influence, and you are able to pull people nationally, we must have an office. Tunakubaliana? We must have an office, a good physical office with a boardroom where you can also, if you are in Nairobi as a member of RUPHA and you want to have a meeting somewhere, that should be an office that is available for you to come here and go. Maybe you are following NHIF or something and you needed to sit somewhere. You are a member, that should be your office. It is important that we have that office. Now, if it becomes impossible for us to own an office quickly through subscriptions, allow us to come back to you and ask you, can you chip in a little extra beyond your subscription, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, that we quickly set up an office and we start managing our operations? How many of you are willing to support us that way? Let me just see by show of hands. Nani amwezi to 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. I know some of you can even buy the office for us. Karedi umeinua mkono kama you are an office by yourself. Thank you. We need to do that. My small feedback as your chairman for the last time is that we don't need to spend much, but where we are going now, we need to professionalize everything. Everything needs to become professional. So this is what it has been. The EXCOM doesn't draw salaries, that is fine. We are not at the point where we can do that. But the association has run 100% almost on our sponsors. They have been running us. And it is because we are very organized and we give them value. So if you look at our incomes from sponsorships really went up. And you will see from next year financials how it will look like. It will look much better. But it is the members who remain the backbone of the association. It is us. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Chair and members. I think quickly we move to the next item that we had, and that is the constitution amendments that were being proposed. And then from there, we will do our last item for the day, which is the election of officials. I want to bring in, with much humility, CPA Michael, what is the other name? Wanjala. Yes, to come and lead us in that line. Karibu, CPA. Maybe the shortest we can, and it slides, so let me see how we can help. Can use this one? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you stretch a little bit? Please be upstanding. Please be upstanding where you are. Is your neighbor still with us? The one who started the day in the morning? Have you lost your neighbor? Yes. But you have not reported to the police. But you have lost someone, that a Kenyan citizen is lost. Let's do this, let's do this. Let's call for help from above. These are just our fingers. You can tap them fast. It is possible. They're just your fingers. Don't slow down. No, you can do faster. It is not this way, no. Some of you are doing this. No, it is this way. Stretch your hands straight up. Faster. No, madam, we can be faster. Faster, faster. Is help coming? Remember, if help doesn't come, continue going forward. You must come. Has it come? Yeah. It has come. Let's try from the side a bit. Let's try from the side. Let's try from the side. Is help coming from the side? Yeah. Has it? Yeah. Like what percent? 100. Good. Let's take our seats. So I know it is an afternoon, and definitely our minds are, struggling between here, our facilities, the traffic in Nairobi, and the other agenda that is remaining. So if you permit me, I want to run through all the proposed amendments, and if we agree, we can carry all of them by one vote, unanimously if we agree. If we don't agree, then you can isolate the one that you feel you have an issue with. Then we can subject that specific one to further debate. Sindio? Because it is more of cleanup. As we grow, it is important that then our constitution is aligned to operations. I'm happy to be here. I have been a friend of RUPHA from the very first time when this apparent disgruntlement between some members about how the state of health is in this country. It started off as a disagreement, members being disgruntled, friends, and they thought that perhaps if they come together, they can have a bigger voice. And I'm happy that you have moved beyond complaining. You are now offering solutions to the challenges of healthcare in this country. So allow me to run through very fast. I have sequenced them by places where I think you need to do some amendments, and the other places where I'm merely giving an advisory, and I'm letting it to yourselves, led by Wexcom, to think through. And if you feel that subsequently you want to amend, then you can do that in the coming AGMs. Hapo sawa? Hapo sawa? Ambia jirani sawa. Hapo sawa? Hapo sawa. Very good. So the first proposal is, normally articles are never exhaustive. So I'm proposing that you add a line that RUPHA can do anything as long as it's lawful that can help achieve its objectives, to avoid a situation where in future You can undertake an activity and somebody can ask, but I don't see it clearly in your articles. So that is a proposal. On 3.2 is an advisory. Reading it, I see like you mean a natural person and not a company. So if that is the case, then it needs to be cleaned up so that you don't have a situation where a company purports to enjoy the privileges that should be enjoyed by only one person. Again, in terms of your membership as you grow, you can list as many people you want to be your members, but it's always good again to leave a proviso that other entities and other persons, based on such other criteria as may be proposed by management but approved by yourselves. So for instance, today, a manufacturer of drugs may not strictly qualify as a member, but going forward, a proposal can be brought to the AGM, and if members agree that we have reached at a point where we can improve in terms of the category of our membership, then that can happen. This proviso is very important so that not every other time you have to go and register a new constitution for you to accommodate a new class. So if you have this proviso, it helps you to avoid having to go to the register every year, every other time you make a change. I have looked at 3.3, and for me, it's a bit of a confusion between an affiliate and an associate member. I believe you intended to use the word affiliate, so that is an area where I'll be proposing that we do amend. Because generally, associate is always a category towards full membership. But the way you have used it here, it is referring to the institutions that then affiliate. We are not having a situation where somebody is at an associate level and then they progress to full membership. So that is an amendment I'm proposing, amendment number 3, and there are only 10, so we have 7 to go. At 3.17, you bring your chief executive into disciplining members. Now, a very dangerous proviso, because once the CEO participates in that process, what if that member is acquitted? That member will have a lot of challenges dealing with the CEO. Because normally bad blood, anytime you take somebody disciplinary, there is always that bad blood. What I see reading through your document and sitting through is perhaps you may need to think about a disciplinary committee, which then listens to a member and makes a decision, so that if the member is acquitted, then they don't have a problem with the office. But if you involve the chief executive, then you'll always be looking at this person and wondering, so they are to be a borrow disciplinary. So we want to avoid such bad blood, because it's not necessarily the case that if you go to disciplinary, you will be found guilty. There is always that possibility that you will be cleared. And once you are cleared, you are supposed not to be looked at as somebody who has made any mistakes. So that is an amendment, that is an advisory I'm giving, that you may want to consider establishing a DC from among yourselves that then can deal with members who become errant. For example, if somebody was to buy those government drugs we're talking about, and start dispensing them, and at the front of his clinic there is this very nice logo of RUPHA. So such a person will have brought RUPHA into disrepute. But how do you deal with him? So there's need to have a mechanism of dealing with that. Okay. In terms of accreditation, again, as I see you grow, I think you want to be interested in the quality of service that you are all providing, the character of each of you. So that when somebody says, I'm a member of RUPHA, it says something about the type of service and how organized they are. And my proviso is, again, instead of bringing this into the Constitution, we just need to give ourselves the power to make what are called SMOs, a statement of member obligations. Then that says, if you are a member of RUPHA, you will do 1, you will do 2, you will do 3, you will do 4, you will do 5. Now that document again comes to the AGM, it is approved, and then every member now knows that when I'm a member of RUPHA, these are some of the obligations that arise. I see an effort to try and bring all this into the constitution. I would want to advise against, because again, then you make your constitution very bulky and too prescriptive, because you generally would want a constitution to be a guide, not to be very, very, very prescriptive, because it becomes difficult then to implement it. 7.2, I'm proposing an amendment. As it is, it means that if I join 1 month to the end of the year, then my subscription in that month will only be for that 1 month. Very good, very well meaning. Practically, it makes it impossible for the accounting office. What if somebody joins 3 days to the end of the year, 5 days, 2 months, 3 months? It becomes very difficult for the person at the back of the office. My proposal is to split it into 2. Your year runs from May to May, so split the year into 2. Those who join before the first half pay the full subscription. Those who join in the second half pay half. So even if you join a month to the end, you pay half. Even if you join a day to the end, you pay half. If you join within the first 6 months, you pay full. It makes it easier for the back office to also receipt and be accountable, instead of saying on a pro rata basis. So that is an amendment. If it is agreeable, I propose that it be carried as an amendment number 4. Now, 8.3, the committee had given itself a lot of power to make levies, and members are just supposed to comply. Again, my advisory there is if anything is of a compulsory nature, then the management committee proposes, but members endorse. You accept the paying. Once you have accepted, then it becomes now mandatory for everyone. So my advisory there is we just take away the power of the management committee from setting levies which become mandatory without then involving the members. So my proposal there is they have the power, they can propose, but you adopt. And then once you have adopted, then it can be mandatory to everyone. That is in line with our constitution. These days you cannot bulldoze people into something without their participation. At 10.6, just a cleanup. Ordinarily, the chairman's casting vote is used within the executive committee meetings. When we are in members like this, you generally take another vote. And most cases, you can never have a tie twice when you have such a huge, members at the AGM. So again, my proposal here is we don't give the chairman a vote during an AGM, but we allow members to vote again. But within the EXCOM, if there is a tie, then the chair has both a casting vote and a deliberative vote to break the tie. I may also have skipped an earlier part where you had also proposed 6 officers. My proposal is you also include 1 member co-opted by the EXCO to have 7. Because as you start getting these good things ongoing, it will get to a point where now EXCOM disagrees. And that is the reason why you then need an odd number in the EXCOM. So that also the chair does not use that vote severally. Because if you are an EXCOM of 6, all the chair needs are 2 people. And then he knows I have the next vote. So it means the chair can effectively ignore half of the EXCOM. And by adding an extra person in that committee, we take away that possibility of the chair ignoring half of the EXCOM. I'm not saying the current chair does, but I'm just saying you cure the mischief. You cure the possibility that that can happen. So members, we are running down some of these cleanup areas, which in my view are very necessary as you also grow and become big, so that then the constitution itself does not become a hindrance. That is the amendment I'm talking about, that you bring in 1 member co-opted by the EXCOM. Luckily for us, this member is already contemplated in the constitution, if you read through. So it's just a situation of adding them there on the list. Then you have run your organization where every AGM, the entire office resigns and comes back to be elected. A very dangerous proviso, because like you said, you are avoiding to be captured. You remember when we were discussing the investment? It's also possible that you can be captured during the AGM. Some group of members can gang up and throw out the entire executive and vote themselves in. And you lose a lot of institutional memory when that happens. What I have seen elsewhere is you stagger the process. You avoid a situation where the entire executive is out. So the proposal here is we amend and we say at least a third come to elections. And again, you can't do this every year. My proposal is you consider giving them a term of 3 years, but every year you elect at least a third in every AGM. Of course, as members, you have the other power through a special, extraordinary annual general meeting. If you get so annoyed with everybody, as members, of course, you have the other right, which you can exercise. But in the course of normal operations, it is my proposal that you have a staggered process where a third leave, and then you bring in some new blood, so that it's over a period of 6 years is when an entire office can go out. Instead of having a situation where you can lose all of them. That guy we were talking about, the one we were saying can want to control the drug agency, can finance and get the entire executive out. Sindio? Sio pesa iliko kwa billions. Yeah, so I can come here, plan very nicely, talk to some members, because the executive had refused to do what I wanted. Then I can throw them out in one sitting and get another team. So when you stagger like that, you protect yourself, because the people who come in are not a majority, there are only 2. So you still have 4. So it gives them time to continue discussing that idea. If eventually it has to be accepted, then it's a good idea. It's not a situation where someone has hijacked the ExCom. So I will propose that that is another amendment, which if you find favor with it, as I do, that we also carry it. Then there's just a small editorial. In some parts of the Constitution, we are saying the committee, but I think we mean the management committee or the ExCom, so that's just an editorial that we'll be willing to go through and ensure that everything is aligned in terms of the organ that we are referring to. Okay. Okay. Now, on the chief executive, again, Kenyans are very litigious. So my proposal is, if you are to ask for me, you would rather go for a fixed term, but of 4 years, renewable ones for your chief executive. The reason you are doing 4 and the ExCom you are doing 3 is to avoid a situation where you are likely to have a chief executive and a chairman exiting at the same time. So that can create a bit of a barrier. Please run away from permanent, because Kenya is very litigious. You will have a rogue CEO and you may not be able to sack them because the Constitution says so. So it is better to be clear that they can come and they can go. And sometimes they can go, but they can say, they can argue in a court that they had a legitimate expectation to work until they retire. And we know how our courts operate. You can be forced to pay the entire salary until his retirement age. So that I want to propose that you should either remove the thing of permanent and go with 4 years, or you can be silent. You can say the chief executive will be appointed by an instrument approved by the management committee. Article 24, Kiingereza kidogo, mnasema you will appoint a temporary substitute for the chief executive. Imagine when umepatiwa barua inasema CPM Michael Wanjala, you have been appointed as a temporary substitute for the chief executive. My proposal is you can reward it a bit. At least it's better when you are appointed as an acting chief executive until the position is substantially substantially filled. I am taking it for granted that members are seized of this constitution and that you have had the time to read through so that the things we are now discussing are not strange, are not new. Tumefika amendment number ngapi? Number 8. Number 7. How many think we are at number 7? Hands up. Okay. How many think we are at number 8? Very good. And finally, how many are not thinking? Okay. So for number 30, when the chair and the vice are not there, the remaining members of the committee elect a chair, but that chair is limited to that meeting alone. To avoid a situation where when the substantial chair comes back, the new chair informs him that, you know, I am the new chair. So that is an area we just need to tighten it up so that, again, we don't create a challenge. And that is an amendment I'm proposing, number 7. So we have 3 more to go. Now, on trustees, remember initially you were having an EXCOM term of 1 year, and you had your trustees in office for 3 years. If you find favor with my proposal that we have a term of 3 years, then I'm proposing here that for trustees you expand them to 6 years. And again, the reason why the law would want you to go that way is so that if there is turbulence in the executive, the trustees are not suffering the same turbulence. They are able to steady the ship. So you allow some people to have a longer term so that you don't have challenges of transition in the various organs at the same time. And that is why I would propose that you find favor in my proposal that you increase the term of office for trustees from 3 years to 6 years. These trustees in 31.2, I'm proposing that they be elected from among the founding members, provided that such trustees shall have completed their term of office with honor and are not offering themselves for election to the management committee at the same AGM where they are seeking to be trustees. What am I trying to cure? You do not fail to be elected as an EXCOM and then you say, I want to be a trustee. Okay? So members of the EXCOM would have to choose. Every time they come to the AGM, they will have to choose. Do I want to be in the EXCOM or do I want to be a trustee? So you can only be in one to avoid a situation where nikianguka kura pande moja nasema lakini si kuna hii ingine. Hapana. You have to choose where you want to be. Then a final one is on how this constitution can be changed. And just a small amendment. I had seen that the proposal was 2/3 of members. The small proviso I'm suggesting we bring in is that 2/3 of members present at an AGM. Because remember again, if you just say 2/3, oh, there's one more, which this is an advisory. There are some bylaws again that your EXCOM can make. Again, just like the earlier proposal, anything that is mandatory on members, my proposal is it comes. You look at it, you approve, then it becomes mandatory to everyone. Then I think the final one is the one I was talking about, which is for you to change this katiba, as it is, it only said 2/3. So if we are 300, then it means only a meeting that has more than 200 members can amend the constitution. So anytime you have more than 101 out, it means you cannot amend. My proposal is as long as you have quorum, how much is our quorum? It's 1/3. Okay? So my proposal is, if a meeting is properly convened, it has reached quorum, which in this case is 100. If 67 members of those 100 present agree that they need to change Katiba, you should allow them to do. Because remember again, anytime you are amending the Katiba, it must be the notice, so members know beforehand. that they need to attend. So, because if we don't do this, then it can be practically impossible for you to amend the Katiba. So, members, my proposal would be, if these amendments find favor with you, we can carry all of them by one proposer and one seconder. If there is any that you feel strongly about, we can isolate it, and then we ventilate on it slightly separate, appreciating the fact that in terms of RUPHA, this is the supreme organ. As you are seated here, you are the supreme organ of your organization. Asante sana. We go which way? Simunipigie tu makofi vizuri. Good. Yeah. Yes. Or we take a few questions before we go to the vote? So members, feel free. Questions? Yes, if there are any questions, any areas of clarification before we go to the vote.
My view concerning number 7 too, I feel, according to me, we need just to review that, because if a member would decide, let's say for at least half of the members decide to pay their subscriptions after half a year and they pay less, I think this will be weakening our subscription of the society. So I felt that, according to my view, we need to review that.
Okay. Maybe a small clarification.
Hello? Use the microphone. Thank you.
Let me clarify that. It is on your first joining. If you join, remember the financial year of the society runs from May to June. So if you join in the first 6 months, you pay full subscription. If you join, the first time you are joining, if you join in the second half of the year, you pay half. However, in the new year, you are now a member. So the annual subscription is due. You cannot say that sasa nitakaa tena nifike half, hapana. That was to guide on when members join. When new members join the organization. Because remember, it will also be a bit unfair if somebody is joining towards the end of the term and you ask them to pay the entire subscription for the previous year. However, as members, you can agree. You can say, for us, we don't mind. As long as you are coming in, that year you are coming in. Even if it's only 1 month, the year end, pay full. You could agree like that. What I was just trying to avoid is a situation where there's a lot of mathematics in the accounting office, where they say the annual is this amount, how many days are remaining, then they have to compute, then they have to tell you, now for you, since you have joined now, this is how much you're supposed to pay. That is what I was trying to avoid. I don't know if I'm clear to the member.
On my part, for the already current members,
yes,
that I'm clear there. But as for the newly, for those who are new joining the association, then that is to our discretion.
Okay. Good.
Thank you for that good presentation. My name is Catherine from Matungulu Medical Center in Machakos. I also had an issue with the prorated subscription fees. I think it's one of the things that enables people to make quicker decisions regarding joining. And so I find what was in place much more convenient, so that you don't have someone saying, maybe if I have to pay the 6 months, and it's just maybe 2 months to the end of the term, maybe I should wait after that, because we need to get members on board as quick as possible. The other thing I wanted to mention was this. Yesterday, there was a lady that asked to vie for the position of secretary. And so I remember the vice chair said specifically that we will no longer be vying for positions because of a certain constitutional amendment, but I don't know if the positions will be allocated elsewhere. Am I correct in saying that? And so I'm wondering if that has been captured in the Constitution in that kind of manner. And then the other thing I wondered was, is there allowance for online voting? Maybe there are members who weren't able to make it, and maybe they'd like to vote on an issue, and maybe would they be able to do it via email or any other method that allows them to participate, just in case we don't have a full quorum? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Evans Majune from West Side in Busia, Malaba. I had a question on clause number 3.2. I'm not sure whether, are you able to go back to 3.2? Yeah, I just wanted to read that statement. There's something I was not getting clearly. There. Ordinary membership is open to a person. Ordinary, you wanted to, what does the natural person mean?
In legal terms, a company is also considered a person. In legal terms, we have two people. Natural persons like myself and you, but a company is also considered as a person. So what we are trying to avoid is a situation where, if we just don't clarify that it's a natural person, somebody can use that advantage, have a medical facility running that is owned by a company, and that company can apply for membership, okay? The mischief we are trying to cure is, remember, when we go to voting, we are giving voting to human beings. We are generally avoiding giving voting to, and that's why they have another category of affiliate members. So what I'm trying to secure here is a situation where somebody does not use operation of the law kujificha hapa. Na atakuwa amekuwa na kura ngapi? 2. And he'll start arguing that that company is also a person because it owns a medical facility.
Maybe if you allow me, CPA, the way and Evans, thank you for that. The way the Constitution is written, my understanding is that we wanted to amend the word a person so that it is clear that the person is actually a corporate person, the other way around. Because the membership of RUPHA is by hospitals and health facilities. Am I right? It is the health facilities which are members, and those health facilities must be some body corporate of some sort. And then in our constitution, what we have provided is that the body corporate that is the hospital, in writing, nominates the person, the natural person, who will cast a vote on its behalf. So what we have been doing is we understand these guys here are hospital directors nominated by, let's say, Westside. So you have Westside. So in the event that in future, because Westside now is our member, not Evans Majune. So in future, if Evans Majune is no longer at Westside, Westside will write to RUPHA and say, Joseph Kariuki is our nominee to cast a vote for us at the RUPHA AGM. And the reason, I think the reason was that we came to understand that the ownership of our member facilities is very diverse. Some of them are large organizations with very complicated shareholding, but they are members of RUPHA. So we tell them, send us. And in fact, the Constitution goes ahead and says, if you wrote to us last year and you said it is Evans Majune, This year, if somebody else comes, that person cannot vote unless they are accompanied with a note saying that we have replaced Evans for Joseph. To avoid a situation where there might be a fight in the hospital shareholding at home, and then two factions send representatives to the RUPHA meeting, and you are there and you don't know who is casting the vote on behalf of that hospital. So I think the idea was to, you said in brackets there, you seem to intend for a natural person. Maybe that is how the language looks like. But actually our intention is a corporate person, not a natural person. So we need to clarify that the person is corporate.
Okay. Chair, I'm guided. I think that is an area I'm guided. We will see how to revert back, because I see there are two possibilities. When it comes to electing a chairman, you don't want to elect an institution. You want to elect a person, sindio? But this person is coming from an institution. Okay? So it's an area where we need to think through and see how do we combine those two. Because reading your constitution as an outsider, I saw you could be in as a member, Makoha Wanjala, but my hospital can also be a member as an associate previously, what I'm now proposing to be affiliated. But what we want to lock out is a situation where that hospital now says it is vying to be in the EXCOM. So it's an area where we may need to look at it carefully and see how do we accommodate them at membership, but we ensure that when it comes to the office, then it is an individual member. Of course, the other reality is also there, which we must also anticipate. What if we have elected Makoha Wanjala as the chair, and then the institution revokes its nominee for Makoha Wanjala to be in RUPHA? Do I still continue being your chairman? So those are the things that the chair is saying. He wants to avoid the politics at the institution from ever coming to RUPHA. Because again, remember, these guys can disagree Pandehio, and then a majority of them Pandehio, they revoke the nominee of a person you had already elected. What my experience from other organizations is that person will be allowed to serve their term. And then now they exit. But again, it's an area we will see how to clean up nicely. So we can postpone 3.2 to that extent.
Okay. With your permission, I wanted to respond to the clause of subscription.
Yes.
Initially, what we had in mind is subscriptions is 1,000 shillings a month. And that one amounts to 12,000 shillings a year. So in essence, I'm not seeing anything wrong with if a person is joining 1 month to June, maybe in May, this person can be able to contribute 1,000 shillings. If it is 2 months, 2,000. If it is 3 months, like that, depending on the remaining part of that RUPHA financial year. And I think this was the perspective. But in relation to 3.2, then we said that fine, it is one facility, 1/4. But again, that letter, that nominee, again proposed that if you have a nominee who has paid, we should be able to complete the term, maybe as you are putting it, if it's acceptable in this meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
So, sorry, my brother Momanyi, just to guide, the figure of 1,000 per month is not in our constitution. Let us be clear that the figures CPA was using 6K are example figures. Our constitution does not place any figure. It just says a subscription shall be paid.
Yeah.
And then it also says that the executive committee from time to time will determine what it is.
Yeah.
The amendment that CPA is saying is that that determination of what it is should come to the AGM for approval.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So tomorrow, if we sit as EXCOM and come up with, we say, okay, inflation, so subscription now is 24K. It can be a proposal that will come to the floor. But we cannot write in the Constitution a number.
Yeah.
If we were to write in the Constitution a number, every time the economy changes, we have to come and do constitutional amendments.
Yeah.
So, and then take to the Registrar of Societies to register. So what it is that it is a figure that the EXCOM proposes and it is approved by the annual general meeting.
Yes. I'm guided, we can revert back to the one of monthly, but when we do laws, we normally do for the bad guys. Generally, we think about the bad guys and not the good guys. What happens is half a month to the elections, using the figure of 1,000 per month, half a month to the elections, it means the subscription payable is just 500 bob. We are 300 of us here. So what is 300 times 500? 15,000. So with 20,000, I can get people into the organization 15 days to the AGM. And then I come here and outvote you. Okay? That's why I was saying, when you say pro rata like that, because kwa katiba ukisema pro rata, it actually means even if it is 1 day, I am entitled to compute pro rata. Because once you put it like that, you cannot again say, oh, we meant a month, we didn't mean a week, we didn't mean a day. So that is the mischief I was thinking. You may just want to avoid it. Again, for those of us who are in accounts, you also want to minimize the thinking of the cashier so that the cashier knows it is A or B. Sometimes when you give them a lot of leeway, you could make your affairs a bit difficult. But I'm guided. If the team has no problem, we can revert back to the one of monthly. Yeah. Good? There's a hand there.
I think it might become a bit monotonous for us talking about subscription, all of us. But I think one of the things that might be hailing us there, where we have people with 3 years and so having not paid, is because there is no motivation. You paid 5 years ago, you went into financial crisis, you have not been able to pay, you come back 5 years down the line, you want to rejoin, you count 5 years. I have been doing my jolly out there. I want to join today. I come, I pay 1,000 because it's to the date of the end of the year. That will bring up a lot of discrepancies. It's not unfortunate for people to have wanted to be in this group from the word go. It might have been unfortunate for whatever has happened for them not to have been able to keep up with the subscriptions. So if they are not getting a waiver, and I'm joining today and I pay 1,000, then they feel discriminated, honestly. We are all human beings. Because if I'm going to pay 96,000 today for 3 years, and somebody joining today to enjoy the same benefit of something which has been built by those members who are being penalized, then it becomes very, like we are not in the same ship.
That looks more towards the EXCOM, eh? But I think you had given guidance to the EXCOM, if I remember the earlier conversations. The only thing you could do, what I know in some membership organizations, is if you face hardship, you are allowed to alert the management committee in advance. They look at your case, but they just don't waive. They will come back to the AGM and say, our members had several hardships, blah, 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 blah. We request for a waiver so that they can be allowed to come back. So that you strategically provide a window not to lose the people who had the initial dream. So that is power you can let your EXCOM act on. Obviously, as a person with a legal mind, I will just change the name and then come and pay 1,000 and say I'm a new person. 96,000 looks like a lot of money for me to pay just for a name. But I'm not encouraging you to do that. Yes, sir.
Mine is more of a point of information. One of your proposal was that the EXCOM set up a DC, a disciplinary committee.
Yes.
So I just wanted to understand, is there a universal guidance on disciplinary committees, or should it be provided for in advance? Basically, just want to know that.
Yes, I said it's an advisory, so that what I could do is I can do a write-up, and then it can be shared with members, you look at it. What I see for the future of RUPHA is, for example, you'll get to a point where you'll be saying we give first priority to our members if, for example, it comes to dispensing medicine. It's a benefit because you are offering at a price lower than the market. If the demand is very high, you may say, we don't want to sell to non-members. We want to sell to our members first. So the question becomes, what if a member has been in default? Okay, you want to perhaps put him aside for him not to enjoy that benefit. And normally when you want to put somebody aside, you really need to take them through a process. It should not be just be an executive fiat. Somebody should be given an opportunity to be listened to, and then a decision is made that you are no longer in our membership. And therefore you cannot enjoy these other benefits that we are bringing on board as RUPHA. What many people do is they try to ensure that that committee is independent from the executive committee. So members normally elect a number of people into that committee. Again, you can have a little bit of an outsider. You could have a lawyer, you could have a secretary, just to give it a semblance of independence. So that by the time a member is thrown out, they really know that there was a fair mechanism through which I was tried and I was found culpable, and then they just go away without complaining. So I said it's an advisory because I believe it is something that perhaps we need a more write-up, and then members can look at it and then can decide which way. Do I come close to answering your question? Wow, asante. So I want to lead us into a decision, but I can see a hand behind. Yes. 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 Again, and there is precedent to it. Those of us who are members of SACCOs, anybody who is a member of a SACCO? Anybody who is not a member of a SACCO? Because I think Kenyans were all members of SACCOs. There is benefit in electing members of an EXCOM, and then members of an EXCOM in their first meeting, they assign themselves roles. It has a lot of benefits because in a smaller meeting of 6, 7, they know each other. So they know, for example, who can be a secretary, who can be a chairman, who can balance out, the discussions and what have you. You also avoid being hijacked because the chairman's position, for example, is the most high profile. And I may be wanting it because I want to be the next CS for health. So I come in with razmatas mingi kabisa. I campaign to be a chairman, but my focus is not here. I want to use this as a campaigning tool for something else. Now, when you find a system where you are not sure that you'll be the chairman, you cannot come to hijack because people can also see through. So when they sit 6, 7, wanasema, by the way, even here internally, and I know some organizations like that, they say you cannot be a chairman unless you have also served in another role. So if you are a new member, then unakuja pole pole, you learn the trade, and then by the time they are allowing you to be the chair, which is essentially the spokesperson of the organization, they are also sure that you understand how the organization runs. If you are to ask for my view, I would encourage that you elect members of the EXCOM, but at their first meeting, they now elect their leadership and then they communicate back to the membership.
Thank you, CPA. Just to clarify what you said, I think that is a proposal that was there.
Yes.
I was actually trying to follow where it was supposed to come in. I couldn't see. But that's something that should be in the amendments.
As one of the amendments,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Today?
Yes, I have it. It's just that I skipped it. I have it in my notes.
Okay.
Yes. Good. So I want to propose this way. On the issue of subscriptions, can we fall back to what is there? Pro rata? Because I know there was an objection on what we had proposed. So what is the common consensus? We fall back on what is there? Agreed? Thank you. Any view to the contrary? Sawa sawa. So that is agreed and it is carried. Okay? There was another controversy on which one? The others we didn't have a controversy, did you? Huh? Yes, the issue of natural person. Again, I want to appreciate that I may not have understood clearly what the Constitution had anticipated, but also indicate that I will also take a bit of time and look at it, appreciating that we have an ordinary member, a natural person. We have an institutional member, the institution itself. We have certain privileges that natural members enjoy. We will also have certain advantages that institutions enjoy, and also to avoid what we are talking about, anything from the institution should be stopped from ever affecting the operations of the organization. Is it agreed? But in the meantime, we revert to what was there. Agreed? Sawa sawa. So then at that point, I would then perhaps ask that you find favor with those amendments, and we have a proposer and a seconder, and we carry 11 amendments, including the amendment on designation of office bearers. It requires a proposer and a seconder. Yes.
My name is Catherine Muteti from Matungulu Medical Health and Wellness Center, a fully paid up member, and I propose that you adopt the amendments that you have agreed on.
Thank you. A seconder? No, somebody wanted to clap for Catherine. Can we just clap properly? Yes. A seconder?
My name is Cora Beni, and I want to second, I'm from Shama Nursing Home, Kirinyaga County, and I want to second the amendment.
Thank you very much. So we take it that we have unanimously carried the 11 amendments. Now, the EXCOM had requested me to undertake a very difficult exercise, which is to see ourselves into the leadership that will continue serving this organization. But before we do that, yes, I was at that point where I was saying, but before we do that, one, the positions need to be vacant, and two, there needs to be guidance from the existing EXCOM, because remember, even if we have carried amendments, the constitution will have to be reviewed, it will have to be registered for it to be effective. So as it is today, we are still within the ambit of the existing constitution, and I want to invite the Vice Chair to give us some guidance on that matter, and then we can move into that agenda of Wafula Chebukati.
Thank you so much, CPA. We agree that we are not expert of everything, so where we need help, we seek, and that's, you will agree with me, it was nice. All right, so up to where we are, the EXCOM has always been of 6 members, and throughout the year, we have remained as such as EXCOM. But in the course of the year, 2 offices were actually vacated, and that is the office of the Deputy Secretary General and the office of the Treasurer. And it was important for us to bring this attention to our members. And I just want to read a letter so that it is known to everyone what the content was. This letter was dated the 6th of March, 2023. And I'm actually reading the one for the Deputy Secretary, Peter Kariuki Kabi. It says, Dear Sir, vacation of office of the Deputy Secretary General, RUPHA. I write, I don't know whether it's me not seeing or it's my glasses. I write to inform you of the decision of the Executive Committee of Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya to vacate the office of the Deputy Secretary General, which you hold. This decision was arrived on the 3rd of March 2023, anchored upon Article 14E of the RUPHA Constitution, which states that the office of the committee member is vacated if that member, oh, I think it was light, eh? I repeat that. The office of the committee member is vacated if that member, E, is absent from 3 consecutive meetings of the committee without permission of the committee, and the committee resolves that his or her office be vacated. On behalf of the Executive Committee of RUPHA, I extend my warmest gratitude to you for the years of selfless service rendered to the association, and we wish you every success in your future endeavor. Yours sincerely, Chairman. It is in this regard that we had to invoke this Article 14E, and we received one reply formally from the Treasurer accepting this verdict of the committee that took effect on the date that I had read. So as we stand today for the elections, we have 4 members who are existing, 2 that are vacated. So the 4 members that are still in office is Dr. Brian Lishenga as the chair, myself, Joseph Kariuki, as the vice, DC Adala as the secretary, and Pacifica Omambia as the deputy treasurer. So the office that is extremely vacated are those 2 offices. So from the office of the administrator of RUPHA, we received the consent from the 4 that they are seeking re-election, and we also received a letter, or rather a consent from Salome Mwaura, who was here with us yesterday, that she would seek to be elected today. And we still need 1 more. Have you received any? And the second one? We only have Salome, so maybe it may come from the floor. So up to that, Bwana CPA, you can guide us through.
So some organizations go through the motion of those 4 indicating that they have agreed to retire and offer themselves for election, but the vice chair has done that on their behalf. But could the 4 be upstanding, please? The 4, the current EXCOM. Unajua sasa mimi ni IBC sasa. Sasa nikisema wasimami wanasema the 4. You could face the members. Yes. Thank you. So we have heard from the vice chair that these 4 have served you. The constitution does require that as part of corporate governance, they come back to you for your consideration and for your endorsement, so that then I can continue to serve you. There are 2 ways of doing this. We can go one by one, if we agree. Another way of doing this is if we are unanimous about them, again, we can propose and second and carry them back by 1 vote, where we have 1 proposer for the entire team and 1 seconder for the entire team, and then we put it to members if there is any other proposal or secondment. If there is none, then we carry them back to the office, and then we can move to the 3 other positions, 0-0. Like I said, members, this is your meeting, so you can agree whichever way you would want us to go. And I can see a hand right behind there.
Yes, first, concerning my proposal is that, first, before I propose, I have issues with invoking clauses of the Secretary and the Treasurer. I hope they might have responded to to that agreement and the invocation from the opposition, the clause that you talked about. Because we may have people complaining that maybe the ExCom, other members have conspired to remove them from the office. So maybe this one needs some discussion that can be for the other day. But for the now, the 4 of these ones, I propose that we allow them. Since we began, they have done so much that we wanted them to do. We were with them, point after point, what we wanted them to do. I believe they have scored over 90%. We accept that they continue with the office the way they are. And maybe until the next election, we can be able to feel where we have reached. Because I think that we are bringing new people into the system, we may be able to lose track of the direction where RUPHA is supposed to go. So my proposal is that therefore, they should be continued to be in the office. Thank you.
Let's clap. However, just keep the mic with him. For purposes of our records, sir, could we have your name and the institution? And then now you be specific, you say, I propose the 4.
Yes, I am Momanyi Daniel Nyakiowa. I come from New Hope Nursing Home, Nyamira County. I propose the 4 to continue.
Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is George Makori from Mombasa, Buxton Hospital. I want to concur with my brother there that from what we have seen today, we gave these people a very big task. They have done what many organizations have not done. And I think these people deserve, for me, I feel they should go back as they are today, but with an amendment that I think there's an office which is falling vacant or fell vacant, and if a new person comes, if you agree, we may need to promote one of them to that office, because bringing a new person and promote him to the office of the treasurer, and there were other people who are senior in this group, we may require to do something about it so that they go back as they were, yes, but then promote somebody. Thank you. So I propose these people go the way they are.
No.
Second.
Yes,
I second that. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. They have been seconded. Yes, corporate governance does require that I ask if there is a view to the contrary. Remember, we said this is your meeting as members. It is important that you exercise your right. So as I look around, I see no view to the contrary. Can we celebrate? Oh, there is.
Yes. I also wish to accept that this team has done a good job.
That is not contrary.
My thinking as of now, as much as we want to take the 4 back to the same leadership, I'm proposing some changes. The changes are: 1, take Dr. Brian back to vice chair, and probably Joseph Kariuki to be chair. In a spirit of also bringing up new blood, because I'm very sure coming 2027 we will have something different. I'm just thinking. That's how I'm looking at it. Thank you.
Yes, members have a right to speak, and I want to pick up from where he has left. Remember, we have agreed they are going back in the office, but once the new amendments are registered, then there will be a point where they have to agree among themselves on who takes up which position. Sawa. Good. Let's appreciate them as they take a seat. There was the concern from a member there, which I would not want us not to minute it. I hope the secretary has evidence that the members missed the 3 meetings or more. So please do ensure that you have everything right, because I really want to caution you guys, as you become bigger, even smaller disagreements can easily bring you down. Okay? So as you grow, as you become bigger, wanasema Caesar's wife. So if we say somebody did not attend, please ensure you have the minutes. You have actually a register where people normally sign in, and we can actually see if push comes to shove. You can actually demonstrate that on this day you are not there. We send you a notice. You didn't come. The second one we send you. You didn't come. That one we send you. Perhaps we even reminded you that when you miss the next, certain consequences can occur. So it's just good to have that information well in place, because as you become big, as these activities run on, I expect that challenges will be there on the way. Sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. Asante. So I want us now to fill in the remaining positions. I heard from device that we have one candidate who has expressed her interest. The name is Salome Mwaura, and the institution is? And the institution is Penda. Penda Healthcare. Okay. Again, she has to have a proposer and a seconder. Yes, sir? I can see some 3 hands this side.
West Side once more. I listened to Salome yesterday. I think having run a business of 2 billion Kenya shillings, an outpatient facility, I want to propose that she becomes our secretary. Thank you.
So for the record, your name, sir?
Evans Majune from West Side.
From West Side. Thank you.
Malaba.
My name is Anne Maina from Favor Medical Services. I'm standing to second Salome.
Again, sheria inahitaji tuulize kama kuna mtu ana lolote la kuzuia Salome kufanya hiyo kazi. It is a requirement. We need to check. If there is anyone opposed, if there is somebody opposed, we put it to vote. If there is none, tunasema ameingia unanimous. So Salome, is Salome with us? Oh, she's out, eh? But she has been properly seconded, proposed and seconded, so she's a candidate for that position. Is there anyone of a contrary view? None. Thank you. So we take it that Salome Mwaura, if I get the name correct, of Penda Healthcare, is elected at this AGM to become part of the EXCOM. Makofi jameni. Now, there is that one extra position of a co-opted member. We still have one more. Very good. Members, we have 2 more to go, so we have 1 more, then we go to the co-opted member. So again, I want to put it to this auspicious occasion of the AGM for somebody to be proposed and seconded into the EXCOM. In situations like this, you can be proposed by your neighbor. You can also propose yourself. As long as you get a seconder, then you will be a candidate duly elected, then we consider you, and then we move forward. So don't fear. You can, the corporate governance allows, you can propose yourself. Lakini ukikosa seconder, ndio inakuwa shida. They say if you are walking alone, if you go alone, you are walking. For you to be leading, there must be at least one person following you.
I want to propose David Shungu for the post of to RUPHA EXCOM.
David
Shungu from
and your name for the record?
George Makori.
George Makori has proposed David
Shungu.
Shungu. Where is David? Do you accept the proposal? David has accepted, so we need a seconder. Can we have the mic that side? There was a hand that side. Yes.
My name is Emily from Vantage Siokimau. I second.
Okay. Emily has seconded. Thank you. So we properly have my friend David as a candidate. Is there another proposal? Shama. Where's Shama? Shama, you accept the proposal? For the record, Vice Chair, say your name vizuri and then the fact that you are proposing. Institution? Okay. So do we have a seconder for the second candidate? I see a hand there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Elvis Barasa from St. Andrews, Most Spirit in Wasingishu. I second Shama.
Shama, good. So we have two candidates properly proposed and seconded. Mnaweza kuja mbele kidogo. Nyinyi wawili ambao mmekuwa proposed and seconded. Yes, we can face our members. Good. These positions are, for each of them, are elective positions. So we have two proposals, two candidates before us. We need to make a decision. Again, your constitution provides that we can make a decision unanimously. If we want to put it to vote, we can also go the entire route of putting it to vote. But we need to decide between these two who joins the EXCOM as a member. Yes? Yes. Very good. Waseme kitu, si ndio? Very good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Skora Meni, Director, Shama Nursing Home, located at Kirinyaga County. And I'm a member of RUPHA since we began at foundation level. And I've seen the benefit of working with RUPHA. And I'm also a pastor. Thank you. I think I can get to there.
Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
My name is David Shungu. I come from Kilifi County. I'm in the suburbs of between Kenya and Somali. I'm leading a group of hospitals by the name Kijanaheri Medical Center. By and large, I am a social changer in the community. I've been serving a lot of women in those group of facilities. In fact, I am at one point of time that the government thought I was a competitor because I could be able to deliver 200 maras in a span of a month, like a monthly data for them. And they thought, what kind of a change this gentleman is coming up. I want to believe coming to RUPHA, we are going to make changes together, and the journey has started now. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay. Asante, you can take your seats. Now, these are new members who have expressed their intention to join the EXCOM and serve us. But before I now put them to vote, I need a confirmation from the executive. Mr. Chairman, I have taken it for granted that the four you presented here are all in good standing. I didn't do that because out of courtesy and respect for the office bearers, so that again I don't get into a situation where I have gotten somebody into office and they are not in good standing.
Well, CPSO, I think we have the list. Ideally, this should have been the work of the treasurer.
Yes.
It's not, so I'm just standing in. So what I need to see, saidia mimi list tuone kama Shama iko mzuri.
No, before even you go there, you know, out of courtesy and respect, I assumed that you check on each other. Eh?
Okay.
So I assumed that members of the EXCOM, the four.
Sorry. So we.
Out of respect, I didn't ask, and I'm not even asking that they check. I'm asking that you confirm that the first four are not in arrears.
Okay. So this one can only be done by our CEO.
You can delegate, yes. You can
I can delegate to check. Check me and check her.
Na madamu waambie wamezoea kukuita CEO, so wafanye kitu.
Okay, we have New Point Hospital. I'll just say the hospitals because currently we recognize the hospitals as a member. So New Point Hospital, that one is Director Dr. Brian Lishenga. and I want to confirm that it is up to date.
Okay.
We have Favor Medical Services, directed by Joseph Karaoke. I also want to confirm that that is up to date.
Okay.
We have Mother and Child Hospital, directed by Daisy Adala. I also want to confirm that that is up to date. We have Vostra Medical Services, directed by Pacifica Omambia. That one is also up to date. So for the four of them, the facility is up to date.
We had endorsed one candidate, Salome.
We have Salome Moura, that is from Penda Health. Also to confirm that the account is up to date.
The account is up to date. Alafu sasa nifike kwa wenzangu wawili. Although, Chairman, what we can also do for future, you can take this away from the AGM, and then you have an election policy. So people are able to go through these motions away from the meeting, so that by the time then you come here, all these processes are concluded. Yes?
Okay, we have Shama Nursing Home. That is Scholar. Yes, Scholastica. Yeah. As that now, it is up to date. As up to now, I can confirm that she did send payment at around 2, so it's up to date. Yeah, 2 p.m. today. So I have Kijana Heri Medical Center, directed by David Shungu. His account is, this financial year, it is not up to date, but the previous financial years, it is up to date.
Okay. Wow, that puts us in a small issue. But you are the AGM, nyinyi ndio muko supreme. You have a comment?
Considering that we gave some allowance between now and December for the members to complete their payments and to make their payments in order, I think we can be able to exempt anybody who's going to stand for today until the next AGM. That is a proposal, because it is this meeting that has made a decision that we give the allowance, then we cannot be able to use that to judge those ones who are paid. But we encourage all members who are supposed to stand for positions next to be compliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also want to bring in the aspect of, in the ExCom, we would wish to have gender balance, because we are realizing we have about 4 ladies already or 5 ladies already. You don't have a lady, enough men. We have the chairman, vice chairman. Number 2, I also would wish you people to consider us, the people who come from coast. Please give us an office so that we can be able to mobilize people in the coast, Kilifi, Kwale, Malindi, Lamu, and Taita Taveta, so that we could be able to come with people. We are very few. So that we have enough energy in RUPHA down there. Please support us by giving us this chance, please.
Let's appreciate those views. In the interest of fairness, let me listen to.
Okay, I think that proposal he has brought up is a good one. But I remember when we were trying to make adjustment on the constitution, we needed 4 people. Now, our we needed 3 to make them 7, isn't it?
Yes.
Our ExCom are 4. We need 3. We have Salome and the other 2. We have 7 and that's it. We give them an opportunity. Then comes the next AGM. We are able to see what they have done. And we want to say whether we want to retain them or not.
I want to propose this way, yeah? I want to propose this way. I have conferred with my brother. We allow him a bit of time. We see whether we can make good, yeah? Because I'll be hamstrung to, kiongozi mpaka ukue mbele. I'll be hamstrung to say while you can give lenience to members, Chairman, I hope you do not give lenience to your colleagues, because they must lead from the front. So I want to propose, as that is going on, you allow me to have an independent ExCom person to come on board, and then we shall send our CEO to confer chini ya maji. If things are good, then we come to that discussion. Sawa sawa.
Thank you.
Because from where I sit, I would be really constrained for leaders to make our standards very high. For members, sometimes you can be a bit lenient.
Thank you. I heard you speaking about the gender issue. Let us give them a try. This time, the 4 ladies, 3 gentlemen.
So if I'm allowed, I want to move to the ExCom, then we will come back to this position. Naomba tu, Catherine, is it burning?
It's burning.
But I'm not seeing moshi.
No, see moshi. Just for the interest of doing things properly, there's 2 of us from our organization, but I'm the only one who's speaking on behalf of the organization. Yes. Now, I want to ask respectfully, the vice chair and his wife are here. So who should be speaking on behalf of the organization, or does Favor Medical Services have 2 votes? Would that be in order to ask? Did you understand my question?
And that goes back to the 3.2 we were talking about. And for me, it was out of respect, but even when the chairman was explaining and what have you, I still felt like there is some cleanup that needs to happen in that area.
Yes.
But in terms of the specific question, I want to put it to the chair. Do we have a response? Because again, mambo ya nyumba I may not know. So, chair, there's a specific question.
That's a good question. Now, the way the Constitution is written, and you can read it, if you are 10 directors of Matungulu, by virtue of Matungulu being a member, you can all attend our AGM. But when it comes to casting votes, you must give us 1 person to cast a vote. Is that clear? So in this case, the vice chairman is here, his wife is here. You cannot muzzle either of them as directors of Favor from talking, commenting, or saying anything. But if we were to do a head count on votes, Favor must only produce how many votes? 1. Is that okay? That is how our constitution is written. So, Reverend, wakati ya kura, unaona vile mambo itakuwa. This is the way it works. So,
he proposed the other lady. That's why I was asking if that's in order.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now you've clarified. And if we have to walk back, we have to walk back. You know, things are sneaking through as we are. People are tired, but Catherine is not tired. In terms, that is an irregularity.
Yes, so in terms of process, Chair, if I was now I have understood it clearly.
Yeah.
Yes, in terms of process, I think we need another person to go on record as having seconded Salome. And whoever is taking minutes, we just take note of the fact that that was drawn to our attention, and the meeting then requested for another person to go on record as having seconded Salome.
My name is Susan, First Community Hospital. I second Salome.
Good. So ordinarily, the co-opted member is normally the preserver of the ExCom to ask one person to join them. But in listening to the chair and his colleagues, they have agreed that it will be good for members here to see who is this person who is joining the ExCom as a co-opted member, so that there's also that, responsibility. He knows that this mandate was not in a kangaroo way, it was done in an open way, and this member joined the ExCom, so that he also enjoys that privilege that I also came from the AGM. Not a situation where they keep reminding him, unajua wewe, we invited you, Okay? So I also want to put it to the floor that there is that one extra position for a co-opted member. You can propose yourself. The prerogative of the ExCom can still be exercised. You can propose somebody. And as long as we have a seconder, then we have an additional person to join the ExCom. Normally, such people, they are normally almost like independent in a way. They tend to lean more on the side of the members. They sort of are like a small watchdog within. So they exercise some independence even as they transact their affairs. Yes, you are. But before I come to you, I saw a mic pale nyuma, then I come to you.
I wanted to propose Mohammed. I don't know if he's the one who goes by the name Mohamud on the RUPHA group. I would like to propose him. He usually has very good ideas.
Mohamud, where are you? You accept? You accept? Thank you. So do we have a seconder? We transact his and then we come to you. Thank you. See you. Evans. Yes, you go on record properly, your name, the name of the institution, and then you use the words I second.
Evans Majune from West Side, I second Mahmoud. Elgon View.
Again, we apply the rules fairly across board. He's in good standing?
Yes. Okay. I want to confirm that New Elgon View Medical Cottage, right, is in good standing with the association.
Let's clap for Mohamud. We now go back to where we had stopped so that we conclude that exercise. So CEO, confirm that I now have 2 candidates, that they are all okay, then we can proceed.
time we had Clara who went out, then I come and say again, me also want to walk out of my own pollution. It can draw people away from.
So shall we are through?
I'd like to confirm that Kijana Heri Medical Center has made payment.
Okay.
So he's in good standing.
Okay, good. Thank you. So can I have, because now we have two candidates, we will have to make a choice between the two. Can I have the two candidates come to the front? No, the two, because we have already brought in the co-opted member, so we need to make a choice between hawa wawili. Ama tuwaombe wenyewe wasikizane? Ama tupasue mbarika? Watupatie nafasi tuamue, si ndio? So our CEO, please escort our two members, but before you escort them out, Madam, your name? For our voters, your name? Scholar? Scholar? Meeni. Just repeat the name for our members.
My name is Cora Meeni, Shamana Singh Home.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Your name?
My name's David Shungu from Kijana Heri Medical Center, Kilifi County. Thank you.
Good. Our CEO, please escort our two candidates to a point where they cannot see us, but to a point where you can see us when we want to ask you to bring them back. Members, as many, and Mr. Chair, I want to assume that we'll also not have an issue with whether voters are in good standing or not. I want to assume that everybody who is here is in good standing. Madam, you had self-declared that you are from one institution, so please remember to give us one vote. Again, there was another one vote here. Any other two people who are from the same institution? Self-declaring, so that when we come to voting again, you remember. The table there, again, please remember, if you are from the, you have one vote, eh? Sawa sawa. And that has nothing to do with gender. It is just because of the, the institution that you come from and you decided to sit on the same table. So respecting the one vote from institution, as many are for scholar, hands up. Scholar men, hands up. Okay. The CEO went out. Can I have somebody assist me count publicly and loudly? Keep your hands up. Straight up. Ashame the devil. Yeah. Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12. As many are for David Shungu, hands straight up. Remember, one vote per institution.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
15. So they can both come back. David Shungu has been elected by Form 34B. For purposes of record, we mean it by majority. Asante. So, Chair, do I take it that I have discharged my duty? Members, I want to appreciate you very much for exercising that duty. I want to hand over the meeting. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Karibuni. The form is still being transmitted. Very relax. In Kenya, we transmit forms electronically. As you are out, but we want to start by thanking yourselves for offering yourself to lead this organization. As you stepped out, we asked members to make a decision, and unanimously, members at this sitting have asked Mr. David Shungu to join the team that will lead the organization. Makofi jamani. Madam Scholar, we really want to thank you for stepping up and offering yourself for leadership. I am sure in this big house of RUPHA, there will be a place for you to play. Asanteni sana. So allow me now to invite the entire new team to the front. The entire new team to the front. Yes. So members, it is now my distinct honor and pleasure to present to you the results of our own election, where we have elected the gentlemen and the ladies before you to lead our organization for one more year. Makofi jameni. Yes, it is not a mistake. I am going on. However, we have passed some amendments. It is their duty now to pick up those amendments to ensure that the new constitution is registered. Once that new constitution is registered, again, they have a duty among themselves to agree on the first a third that will come to elections in the next AGM after 1 year, and the second a third that will come to elections the subsequent year, and the final a third that will come to elections in the third year. What this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that among them, there will be those who will serve 1 year, and if you elect them, they will serve a total of 4 years. There will be those who will have served 2 years, and if you re-elect them, they will serve a total of 5 years. And again, those who will be re-elected in the third year, if you re-elect them, they will serve a total of 6 years. We have done that specifically to protect the institutional memory of our organization. Tuwapigie makofi jameni. Chairman, I wish now to hand it over to you. You can say a word on behalf of your team. Alafu kama Jebukati. Si nimejaribu jameni? At some point, you also saw the varsity, sindio?
Thank you so much, CPA, for your good work. We also have a token here from RUPHA that we want to appreciate you for the good work. And I want to invite Catherine of Matungulu to come and present this gift to you as a token of appreciation for your good work and love for RUPHA. Please appreciate Catherine. Thank you so much. Oh, pitch. Oh, okay. Do it. Yeah.
No. Edugu. What you are, very good.
Thank you. Thank you so
Okay. Asante sana. Good. Thank you so much, CPA. Without much ado, is to bring in our chair to give a closing remark.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Members, thank you for your patience. It's been a great 48 hours in Nairobi. We have come to the end of the 4th Annual General Convention of Rural Private Hospital Association of Kenya. Tafadhali mujipigie makofi. As we close, as chairman, I want to welcome the new members of the executive committee. Mr. Mohamud, karibu. Who else is? Salome, karibu. David Shungu, I will now have somebody to give the press statement in Swahili. Absolutely. Always giving me a challenge. So you're very much welcome on board. Now, members, this team you have elected has a lot of work to do. Si mnakubaliana namna hiyo? We have set a very high bar, a very high ambition for the next 12 months. I want to remind members of the executive committee, while you are all here, to go and read the RUPHA constitution. Soma kabisa, uielewe, because we will abide and respect the RUPHA constitution. However, RUPHA being an organization that is all over the country, I want to make my pledge as the current chairman that we will do our best to accommodate those who are far away. If you are in Kilifi, it might not be possible to travel as frequent as possible for our meetings. But I want to request that the members expect that your contribution will be felt within the association. If you are in Bungoma, that might be a challenge. But members will still expect to feel the contribution. Same if you are in Kirinyaga, everywhere. This association I have seen today has reached the point where it is now getting interesting, isn't it? Because Makori said, watu wa Mombasa, Kilifi, mmetuacha, you canvassed. And it helped. And what I want to ask, if you have been elected, it is a high responsibility, very high calling you have been given. If there are sacrifices which are going to be required, please do the sacrifices. Next year when we come here, somebody asked me, are you preparing the next generation of leaders? I am very happy if next year, because of David Shungu's outstanding work, he becomes chairman of RUPHA. Isn't that a good thing? We'll be very happy if my brother Mahmoud takes over and takes RUPHA to the next height. And this is the commitment that me as your chairman currently, I want to give you. Next year when you come here, I want us to work so hard that the financials you see here will be times 3, times 4, times 5 of what you have seen. Isn't that something good for us to deliver? Tuliona 4 million, next year labda tutaona 20 million. I want to thank you guys, and I want to wish you well as you travel back, and to assure you that the executive committee will be united, we will work for your benefit, and RUPHA will grow. For our sponsors who are still here, I see JC Zhang. JC, hi. This time, did you speak in Chinese to us? Ah, wonderful. So for our sponsors who are still here, RUPHA says, Asante Sana. I will not forget to mention people like David Musita. Mnakumbuka David Musita? The former treasurer, isn't it? I cannot forget to mention Peter Kabi Kariuki. Stand up, Peter. Can we just give a round of applause to Peter? They have served this organization while it was small. And that must go in the annals of history as their contribution to RUPHA. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like us to be upstanding for a word of prayer so that we can close. We will go, Kabi is reminding me, we will go out and do a group photo. Ama we can do from inside. Camera we can do from here? We can do from the front, isn't it? So after the prayer, please come forward, we do a group photo. Can I get a volunteer for a word of prayer? Who is feeling inspired? Somebody in the house must be feeling inspired. Kathy, you are always inspired. Come, Hugo. Tutaunda ofisi ya inspirational excom member.
Let's pray. Loving and our everlasting Father, we want to appreciate your presence in our midst. Thank you for the time you have given us to be together since we started this conference. It has taken your hand that, Lord, you have been with us through our facilitators, through the things that we have undergone through. We want to give you the honor and glory. Thank you even for the committee and the Hexacon, that God, you have given them the strength and the wisdom to carry us through in the things that pertaining, getting us ahead in this conference. We do appreciate your presence and your guidance as we even commit all the plans that we have set before us, that you will also continue to energize them and even broaden their knowledge and strength to cover whatever, God, we have talked about. We want to commend ourselves before thee for the remaining hours as we travel back into our places of stay in our homes, that your Holy Spirit shall guide us and your presence shall protect us. Be with each one of us. Cover us with the blood of Jesus that is able to quench every fiery arrow from the evil one in our way, in our travelings. And God, as we get back safely into our places of work, we shan't forget to give you the honor, glory. Bless every one of us and even continue to motivate us and rekindle the zeal that, God, we are able to continue being effective in contributing to the success of this association in our midst. Thank you, God. Thank you, Heavenly Father. We want to commit ourselves that, God, you'll be faithful even to carry us through. Be with us, and may your presence travel with us. For it is in Jesus' name and our Lord and Savior we do pray and ask. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God, the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you so much. Bishop members, come forward for a group photo as we leave. Is there tea? Cynthia, is there tea? Please make sure you take a cup of tea if you can. You might need some strength kwa barabara. Tafadhali tukuja mbele tuchukue group photo. Inaenda kwa calendars zetu. Sponsors ambao bado wako karibuni. No. People come in front. Tuache maneno mengi sasa, watu wamechoka.